Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Allô,
Morning,
Carole.
Jean.
Thank
Ça va
you.
bien?
Oui, merci. I'm just logging on to my phone. I was just checking.
C'est beau.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, counselor.
Good morning, colleagues. Bonjour, mes collègues. On va commencer la réunion dans une minute. We'll start the meeting in 1 minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, members of the public. Welcome to the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting for the 12th of November, 2020. Bienvenue à la réunion du Comité de Finances et de Développement économique pour le 12 novembre 2020. Do we have quorum, Madam Coordinator?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so just a few reminders for today's meeting, which is being held using Zoom. Members of the committee and staff are asked to stay on mute at all times unless called upon to speak. Members of council, if you wish to speak to an item, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of the participants list in Zoom, and *9 for members on the phone. This meeting will be live streamed on YouTube, and members and staff are asked to position their cameras so that their faces are centered and as close as possible to the top of the frame. And phone-in participants, please do not put your phone on hold. So before we proceed, I'll do a quick roll call of members. Councillor Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Derouz. Councillor Derouz. I think you're on mute, Councillor. Do we hear? I see Councillor Derouz.
Here.
Okay. Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Présent.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Harder. Jan, can you hear us? I see her there, but I don't know. Jan, can you hear us?
I think she's on mute.
No, but I don't think she's hearing us because her head is down. Councillor Harder?
Oh. I can't hear it.
Okay, we got to get that fixed because we can see and hear you. We'll have to get that fixed. Councillor Hubley?
Here.
Councillor Luloff?
Present.
Councillor Moffat?
Here.
I like the backdrop there, Councillor.
Thanks.
Councillor Suds?
Here.
Councillor Tierney?
Present.
Vice Chair Dudas?
Present.
Okay, so we'll see if we can get Jan's system fixed. Carol, they're looking.
I'm good. I'm good, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Declaration of interest, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. I see none. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès-verbaux pour le 6 octobre 2020. Carried.
Great.
Presentation from Invest Ottawa on the new Area X.0 and Ottawa Smart Farm. We'll come back to that. We have a presentation. Lansdowne Annual Report and COVID-19 Impacts Update. We have a presentation on that. Community and Social Services, Housing Services, OCH Property Tax Exemption Update. Carried?
Carried.
Okay.
Office of the City Clerk, Bureau du Greffier Municipal, Legislative Services, City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, Annual Update 2020. Received and carried.
Received.
Received.
Okay.
Item 5, City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, 5-year plan. Carried.
Carried.
And I think Councillor Dudas or Councillor Luloff, you're the committee coordinator or the committee member for that. Thank you for your work. Council and Committee Services, appointments to the Bank Street BIA. appointing Adam Wilson, Jessica Duffy, and Vignac Etherujo. Carried.
Carried.
carried,
Planning, Infrastructure, and Economic Development Services, 2019 Business Improvement Area and Spark Street Mall Authority Annual Report and Audited Statements. Received.
Received.
Corporate Real Estate, Delegation of Authority, Acquisition and Sale of Land and Property, January 1st to June 30th, 2020. There's a technical amendment, I believe. Councillor Dudas, you have a technical amendment on this, please. We put on the screen. There it is.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Whereas report AC, oh, sorry, it just shifted on me. There we go. Okay. Whereas report ACS 2020 Pi Crow 0020 lists real estate transactions involving the acquisition and sale of an interest in land or property approved under delegated authority for the period January 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. And whereas there's a clerical error in the sum for the total revenue in the table for the license of occupation. Therefore, be resolved that the Finance and Economic Development Committee recommend to Council that the total revenue at the bottom of the delegation of authority, license of occupation review, January 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020 table be corrected to total $109,602.
So on the technical amendment, carried.
Carried.
On the report as amended,
Carried.
Carried.
okay, so we'll go back to Councillor Dudas. We'll just introduce the Lansdowne report, and then we'll come back to the Invest Ottawa section, the requirement. Councillor, if you want to put that up on the screen.
I'm just waiting for it on the screen, but I can read it. Whereas the report titled Lansdowne Annual Report and COVID-19 Impacts Update and listed as item 2 on today's agenda was not circulated with the agenda. Therefore, be resolved that pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the procedure bylaw, being bylaw number 2019-8, the Finance and Economic Development Committee approved that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow for the consideration of this item.
On suspension, carried.
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 On the motion, carried.
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 Okay, so first item with delegations, presentation from Invest Ottawa on the new Area X.0 and Ottawa Smart Farm. And we have Mr. Willis, who's going to offer some opening comments. And then we also have Michael Tremblay, President and CEO of Invest Ottawa, with some very exciting news for our city. And I know that many of you know that Councillor Harder has been working, I was going to say hard on this, been working very, very diligently on this file for some time. So it's a real accomplishment to see us at this stage. So Mr. Willis, if you want to take over and start the presentation and then hand it over to Mr. Tremblay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. Before Michael and his team present, I wanted to talk for a moment about how the city directly has been supporting this important initiative and how far we've come in 3 years. 3 years ago, we were looking at an autonomous vehicle initiative that had been evolving naturally with the work of Invest Ottawa from the really impressive group of companies we have in Canada North and other parts of the city. Councillor Harder approached me about this idea about developing a smart farm in Ottawa to really leverage our work on telecommunications technology and automation and how that can be linked to agricultural land base in Ottawa. We were looking at a film studio and a number of other initiatives. And it's amazing how everything has just blown up really fast. And in 3 years, we are garnering national attention in media all around the country. And now we understand even some global attention on what we are actually doing in Ottawa. So I want to thank Councillor Harder for her, I'd say, dogged determination that we were going to leverage the opportunity in the farming side. I want to thank Michael and his team for their enormous creativity. I couldn't ask for a better partner. I want to thank the National Capital Commission, who was very open to their strategically located parcel of land to assist us in this process. And we now have provincial funding, thanks to Michael's team's work, for a autonomous vehicle information network that kickstart to the first autonomous vehicle test tracks of its type. This is formerly what we called the L5, which was the highest level of vehicle autonomy. The Ottawa Smart Farm is first of its kind in Canada. We found nothing like this anywhere else in the country. And as I said, Councillor Harder, the city manager, and others put a lot of things in place to allow us to get this off the ground as an idea, and now it's grown to this level. This smart farm is enabling companies to test and improve their products while demonstrating them to producers, and that means a lot in terms of their ability to commercialize some of these ideas and opportunities. And it's using some of the best knowledge companies in all of our region are involved in this, and partnering with local farmers to show how they can work collaboratively with that other small and medium-sized enterprises and the academic sector. Initiatives like our Smart Farm project support new jobs in our region while showing producers how to be more efficient. These efficiencies can help the agriculture sector across our entire country and around the world, and allow us to export that technology in time. And it will help meet rapidly growing demand for global food, fuel, and fiber in our world. Des projets comme la ferme intelligente d'Ottawa soutiennent les emplois tout en montrant aux producteurs comment être plus efficaces. Ces gains d'efficacité peuvent aider à garder le secteur de l'agriculture solide et compétitif à long terme. Les technologies canadiennes peuvent également aider des pays partout au monde à intensifier la production pour répondre à la demande globale en nourriture, combustible et fibres. Lately, you hear me talking a lot in council meetings and in FEDCO meetings about what we're trying to do on short-term projects to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to highlight that we're also working on long-term initiatives at the very same time, because when we talk about building back better, this is a very good example of building back better. Dernièrement, vous m'avez entendu beaucoup parler au sujet des projets à court terme pour aider nos entreprises pendant la pandémie de COVID-19. Il est important aussi de mettre en évidence de quelle manière la ville appuie des initiatives à plus long terme qui permettront de renforcer notre économie. I want to thank Don Herwire in his team in economic development for all the work they're doing, and particularly Geraldine Wildman, who's been on this particular initiative specifically. And with that, I'd like to turn over to Michael.
Thanks so much, Stephen, and thanks councillors and Mayor Watson for the opportunity to share our story this morning. Let me frame this up a little bit for you. I know you've got a very packed agenda for today. So when we set out our vision at Invest Ottawa, maybe 3.5 years ago, our plan was to enable Canada's capital region really to achieve its full potential as a globally recognized, future-focused, innovative region. To get at that, we established 3 principal objectives, and we've been working really, really hard at those 3 objectives these past 3 years. You would have been briefed on one of them a few weeks ago with respect to talent. The other one is operational excellence, and we've made a lot of gains to make sure that our programming is high quality and really delivers high impact to the companies that we serve. The third is called market-led innovation. It's this idea that as an organization, we really want to ensure we have long-range relevancy for the markets that we look to serve. So rather than doing points focus on individual companies with tech solutions looking for problems, the idea is to look at long-range markets that will drive the highest economic impact for our region and being engaged in those supply chains. I believe this is the best way to have long-range relevance for our companies and to have the right kind of structure for the prosperity that we all look for in our region. So we felt that the Area X.0 presentation for you this morning would be a great way to illustrate market-led innovation. It's the one that is the most advanced. We're working on several others, but this one, I believe, is a great one to capture the imagination, not only of our stakeholders, but of the public. We do use something called the triple helix model. So the idea is that we don't want to just do cool projects. We want to engage researchers from the post-secondary organizations that we work with generally from an applied research perspective. We want to work with regulators at a policy framework level so that we're actually advancing the cause of futuristic technologies in everyday environments for citizens. and of course, big and small industry, because without connecting all three, I don't believe we'll have the highest level of relevance that we could achieve. So what I'd like to do now is actually roll our video on AreaX.O. We're very excited about this, and I hope you'll appreciate what we have underway.
I don't think we have sound. I'm not hearing it. We're just checking on it. We can get sound on this, please.
Under the settings in your shared screen tab, you should be able to share computer sound as well.
We are just trying to resolve the problem, and we'll try sharing it again.
There's a lot of tracks that do testing. There's not a lot of areas where the R&D is happening that leads to the testing. So when we think about what's here, we're not just thinking about cars. We're thinking about military vehicles. We're thinking about first responders that are helping to bring somebody to safety. We're thinking about last mile shuttle services that we can capture the imagination of the public. If you're looking at testing what's coming, that's why you come to AreaX.O. AreaX.O is future ready.
AreaX.O operates one of the most advanced communication test infrastructures in the world. Companies in numerous sectors, including smart farming, have access to our GPS systems, 4G LTE, Wi-Fi, LoRaWAN, TV white space, 5G, including millimeter wave, and satellite communication systems.
The potential for the Ottawa AreaX.O site is endless, as are smart cities. We are just at the infancy of smart cities. This is just the beginning.
I know we're looking at bringing in, trains and rail stations, building a tunnel here. So they're really looking to the future to understand what does a city need to evolve and how can they make that happen here on site.
I think the objective for a site like this is to provide a platform where you can test and validate your solution in a contained and controlled environment.
Here at AreaX.O, there's a huge array of capabilities and solutions. And one of the biggest challenges we see was, how do we get that out to the community? How do we bring in the broader innovation centers across Ontario and Canada? And so with the development of the mobile AreaX.O command center, we can start to do that. We can bring the capabilities right into the local community and start working with small, medium businesses there to bring new solutions that address their local needs.
We work with the hardware companies, all the big names, the silicon vendors that you can think of, and then we empower these systems. So we're sort of that software foundation that, again, has to be safe, secure, reliable, 100% of the time.
AreaX.O is the futureplex of innovation and collaboration anchored right here in Ottawa, Canada's capital. We enable and accelerate the safe and secure development, testing, and application of future technologies. And we're founded on some of the greatest differentiators, expertise, and capabilities that Ottawa has to offer the world. As a global tech hub, we have the highest concentration of technology talent per capita in all of North America. Some of our internationally recognized strengths include cybersecurity and telecommunications. 90% of the telecom industry-led R&D that takes place in all of Canada happens right here in Ottawa. We bring all of these capabilities to bear with our industry partners here at AreaX.O.
Being in an area that is snowy and the climate is challenging has really been beneficial in creating surprises of new technology and how we develop that. That's been quite amazing.
For us, coming to this site allows us to do testing in a much more cost-effective way.
There are a number of large companies here we can potentially work with to gain a foothold in different industries, and there are a number of smaller innovative companies as well.
It's a very collaborative environment. And not only are we being able to talk with people on site, the various companies that are, here right now within this footprint, but we're working together on projects to bring across North America to showcase not just our company's technology, but collaborative technologies at work.
To have an opportunity to collaborate with such a great organization as Invest Ottawa at their AreaX.O site is just fantastic. We're there at the beginning. We get to learn with them. We get to learn with their other partners and collaborators. It's phenomenal.
I love innovation, I love technology, and I think that this site is really a model for us being able to have great technology come together. And then I think Ottawa can be a leader in this space towards Canada and towards the world.
You've got really all of the ingredients of a triple helix model. You've got government, academia, and industry together, and that to me is exciting. That's really why I think the future is very bright with Area X.0.
Thank you. We felt that it would be great to showcase this with a video to get a full appreciation of what has been put together here. And I do want to make sure that I'm clear. This is a reflection of our region getting together, having big ideas and getting behind those big ideas. We have support from all three levels of government. We have multinational partners that are helping us, and we have projects underway that feature some of our small businesses, which I think is really part of the power of this whole thing. So I do want to thank the City of Ottawa, who have been incredibly leaned in with us throughout the entire process of this. One thing that we're actually delivering right now and will be completed by end of week, some of you have actually ridden on it, is the low-speed autonomous shuttle project that's happening at Tunney's Pasture right now. It took us a long time to get there, but I'm very, very pleased with how we've been able to bring that together. We've got several multinationals, a couple of SMEs, RideShark and Auto Guardian. National Research Council is helping us to deliver the testing. Transport Canada is a direct partner in that, as is the Ministry of Transportation for Ontario. That project is the first of its kind in Ontario. And so we're very proud to have so much engagement to make these things happen. Our little company could not do all of this without a lot of help. So I'm going to stop there, open for questions. We do have a little music video to share with you at the end that showcase the Tunney's project.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We have a couple of members of council that have questions or comments. We'll begin with Councillor Sudds, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mike, for the presentation this morning. As you know, I'm a big supporter of this work, and I'd encourage any of my colleagues who haven't had the opportunity to visit the Smart Farm and Area X.0 to take advantage of the opportunity. I know the team at Invest Ottawa would certainly love to see more of us show up there to show off some of the amazing work they're doing. So I'd encourage you to do that. Mike, you mentioned that your progress to date has been the result of collaboration of really all levels of government. Can you share with us what has the city's commitment been to this site and what are we contributing?
Thanks so much for the question, Councillor. And I want to reiterate the point around coming and visiting us. So please reach out to me directly. Happy to make it happen for you. So the city's engagement has been since the very inception. So if you get the chance to visit Area X.0, you'll see that it's basically an old farm. So this is an old federal NCC laboratory that tested vaccines, that kind of thing. And of course, agriculture scenarios and research, kind of run down. And so the city has been incredibly active in helping us to make the environment workable. They've installed things like advanced signal technologies throughout the complex, helped with all of the signage, repairing the roads where we've needed it, helping us with things like installing some of the infrastructure that we needed on site. Recently, we had a level railway crossing installed. The city was very active in that. And then if I look at the project that we're currently doing, the city has been directly engaged in helping us to make it all happen with the federal government and with Ontario. So I would say, Councillor, very direct engagement since the start. And this would not be here right now were it not for the City of Ottawa's commitment. Just would not be possible.
Thank you. And so I realize it's a lot of I'm going to say in-kind support. So helping to fit up those aspects of traffic control throughout the park, which is really quite neat to see. From a financial perspective, as far as how is or who is financing these operations to the greatest degree?
Yeah, so I'm just noticing myself on the screen here getting a ray of light across my forehead. I apologize for that. So if I break down some of the investments that have happened, we are leveraging a lot of our existing programming. So things like our accelerator programming, our pre-accelerator programming, all of our existing infrastructure is being turned and applied as well to this process. The federal government has invested massively in infrastructure. So they did not invest in operations. They invested heavily in infrastructure. We got matching from industry. In fact, industry came in with $10 million worth of in-kind on top of the federal government's $7 million investment. We also get some investment from the Ontario government through OCE. The program is called AVIN, the Autonomous Vehicle Innovation Network. That's a 3.5-year project. We're in the sort of the back half of that investment. That's a $5 million investment. We received, I believe, $7 million in investment from industry on that. And the bulk of that is I would say, helping us to support specific engagements with companies on the ground. The in-kind from industry tends to be the infrastructure and in-kind services that are required to deliver the programming. So I would say at this point, we have a lot to work with. I would like to sweat the assets more. So we're looking for opportunities for more operational support. My ambition would be to set this thing up as a national mobility center for Canada. And I believe it can be. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind. Ottawa is known for this work. We have great momentum already, and there's no reason why we couldn't play that role to help Canada be competitive on the global scale. And drive export.
Yeah, agreed. So thank you, Mike. I think it's really telling when you speak to industry investing 10 million of their own dollars, right? In this, yeah. And to your,
you're going to keep when the delegations come. Keep.
Oh. Apologies. So yes, I thank you for noting that. The point I was trying to drive home is that. The level of investment from the city is actually quite minimal in comparison to the investment from other levels of government, the operational dollars through Invest Ottawa and industry itself. One last point I wanted to ask, and you did just touch on the opportunity for this to be a national center around communications. One thing that I find really interesting on the communication side is the 5G deployment that's happening at the farm and area docs.xo. I gotta get my head around the new name. Can you touch on that? Because I think, Ottawa has some real strengths here, and this is important, I think, to all my colleagues around the table, is this is really an economic driver for us and an employment driver that we really need to grab a hold of. So Mike, any comments?
Really great point to raise. So if I think about the opportunity for Ottawa, over 90% of the research and development in telecommunications that happens in Canada happens in Ottawa. A good example is the Telesat LEOS program, so low Earth orbiting satellites. If we want to resolve things like rural connectivity, that's the one. And that actually does enable 5G technology. It's all, the development is here in Ottawa. This is an opportunity for us. So we are working with Telesat to help to open those things up. But when I think about Canada's competitiveness and the investments that the Canadian government is making, this recent announcement this week by Minister Baines and looking at giving access to all Canadians to be part of the network coast to coast to coast, we are a critical part of enabling it. And I believe what we've built so far is a skunkworks supercluster in Ottawa. We've done it from the ground up. We've been promoting the idea that it should be a de facto new supercluster that Canada invests in. So I do believe we play not only a role in it, but I think we play the lead role in it. It's really, it's what we do actually.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks so much, Mike. I couldn't agree more. And again, encourage my colleagues to visit the farm if you can, see firsthand the opportunities here. This has so much potential to drive more economic development in our city and growth, employment growth, wealth. So a huge kudos to you and your team, Mike, and Jan, for your involvement in getting this off the ground. A huge kudos to the team involved.
Yeah, big shout out to Councillor Harder for her incredible vision on the agriculture piece. I think we've talked many times. I didn't get the agriculture piece at the start. It took me a little bit of time, but you know, in 5 years, there'll be another billion people on the planet and everybody's got to eat. And what we do is we help to make crop yields look a lot more productive. It's actually a real opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sudds. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mike. It was interesting because I grabbed my family and we booked one of those test pilots on the low-speed automated shuttles. And I have to tell you, it was interesting because when I was speaking with the representatives there, they were telling me how there was a steady stream of not just public officials, but residents from the community who were trying these out. And after everybody would get off, they were completely inspired by the situation. I mean, they were really slow, don't get me wrong. It's like 9 kilometers an hour, but the uses of these things were phenomenal. And, you know, you've just spoken about positioning Ottawa within our country and within the world, but even within our own residents, this sparks inspiration and light with them in them. And I know that that's something with the pandemic that we're going through right now, and building on what Councillor Sudds just asked. My question to you is, you know, we're focusing a lot on how to get through this time economically, to bolster our employment initiatives, to keep people in their jobs and to get them back into work.
Councillor Dudas. Sorry, Councillor Dudas, your feed, at least here, is very choppy. I don't know if others on the call felt that. No, you're getting, I guess maybe we'll just check on our end, Kettle. Okay, keep going. If everyone else can hear, that's great.
As long as everybody else can hear me. My question is, being where we are right now with all of these amazing projects, these initiatives, does this position our city well to recover quicker from COVID? Are you finding that you're slowing down in your ability to keep it up with the innovation because of the pandemic, or are you keeping status quo or even accelerating your pace?
Thank you for that question. That's really an important question. So what I would say to council is we are delivering probably 4 times the programming now that we were delivering in 2017. Like we've scaled incredibly with things like the Digital Main Street program, which I think many of you have become ambassadors for. Our scale up programming is something we didn't do 3 years ago. That's an initiative that we're a couple of years in. We have 60 companies we're supporting on that. Our accelerator programming is going incredibly well. I would say that this initiative is what I think will capture the imagination of many to really want to be part of the revolution that's happening in Ottawa. And I think that one of the unique aspects of Invest Ottawa that is different from every other economic development agency in the country, which I believe is an advantage, is that we not only work with domestic entrepreneurs, but we do foreign direct investment attraction into the region. So by selecting mobility as a target, we're not only building companies that can get after that marketplace, we're attracting companies into our region to further build the capability of Ottawa. So to me, I get inspired by that because I see the impact of it every day. I think our city is well positioned for the recovery. And I'm really being aggressive with our team to look for more investment opportunity from industry and from government to go after that opportunity. Because as you can imagine, every other city in the world is trying to figure out how they're going to survive this thing on the other side of the pandemic. We have a running start. I believe we have a really good running start. Thank you for that question. That's an important question.
Thank you. And just one last piece, the work that you're doing, can you see that, I mean, in addition to bolstering our economy and, you know, positioning our city from a municipal operations standpoint, particularly in terms of these automated vehicles, can you see that this will provide the city from an operational standpoint with I want to say a bit of a leg up in terms of acquiring these like electric vehicles? Once again, these items are electric vehicles. meeting our operational requirements and positioning us even ahead of some of our other jurisdictions?
I'm smiling because we didn't have the chance to talk beforehand, but you're asking me the questions that I wanted to be asked this morning. So what we've created at Area X.0 is a micro city. So if you look at it, it's a series of roadways. There's bike lanes. There's infrastructure that has been installed throughout the complex. We can test a wide variety of use cases. I'm a firm believer in market-led, so first responder use cases, defense use cases, smart city use cases. So there's a lot of things that we can do in this private gated environment, test it out, try it out, then do the production run in the city. Now, part of Area X.0 also extends into Canada. We are about to also put a spotlight on the smart intersection that we've set up at Terry Fox and March Road. That's another opportunity that'll be talked about. So the answer is absolutely yes. We can really help the city, and the city can really help us because we learn from these very specific requirements that the city has. And for our companies, these are all export opportunities. They get to geek out on local requirements and take it to world markets. So thank you. It's another wonderful question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Is that it, Councillor?
Yeah, good.
Okay. Next is Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for your presentation and also taking us when we had the farm operation. The question, Michael, has been asked by many of my residents, especially the large farmers. So we don't have the quality high-speed internet we were hoping to have in a rural area. I know there's investment coming from both federal and provincial, but we have not seen the result. So with those, can you tell us, like, what's the correlation, like what's the connection between the high-speed or the fiber optic service to those operation machine? Yeah, because the testing wasn't because the testing was in the area we have plenty of internet, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So another great question. So I think another opportunity that our region has that we can help to mobilize Canada in markets that currently don't have the opportunity of having access to high-speed networking. I believe at my core that low Earth orbiting satellites are the answer. It's lower cost to make happen. We already have momentum through Telesat's capability, and just put really simply, these are literally satellites that are closer to the world that allow people to actually use that as their access point, as a way in which to get that high-speed experience. I believe that is going to, it's going to take some time, but it is the right long-range answer for communities. And I believe Area X.0 can be a use case environment for showcasing how that technology can be applied in farming and a wide variety of capabilities. You would have seen in the video a picture of a Mercedes Sprinter van. That van has a 5G cellular radio on it. We can spool up a first responder's response anywhere we want and establish a 30-kilometer 5G network and be able to launch drones to find somebody that's lost in the woods. Like we have that capability right now available to showcase how this can actually play a role in remote communities. And so my belief is that the right answer, and we've discussed this matter a few times, Councillor, I believe the right answer is to accelerate work with LEOS, with Telesat. I believe that's what's going to get the job done.
My other question, Michael, can one of your staff reach out to my office? Maybe we can have you speak to Ottawa Rural Municipality of Ontario if you like to share your video and your presentation today on that level. They represent most, well, if it's not all rural municipality of Ontario. Would you see a benefit of you, or it's too soon? I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course, I'd be very happy to do that. We'll reach out to your office, and I'd be happy to do that personally.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Councillor. And our last speaker that I have on the list is Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mike. First of all, it's so weird because back
Many moons ago, it feels like, Jan Harder and Al Hubley and I did a Smart Cities road tour, going to Kingston and down to a couple other areas in Toronto to see what smart cities they have. And this really sets us way above where we were. Just a super brief question. In Shirley's Bay, we also got to check out the film that they use to redirect, as we know, 5th generation cellular service can't go through buildings. You got to bounce it and maneuver the waves. And we did test it at City Hall, and a lot of people don't even know we have a test facility at City Hall. Are we using this film on some of the signs that are in the farm to redirect signals, or making use of any of that Shirley's Bay film technology?
I actually don't think we are. I'd have to check on that, Councillor. We are using the really next generation technologies, including millimeter wave and including 5G radios. So this is not the, like the, almost like pretend 5G. This is like the real 5G next generation stuff. So my reaction is I think we've blown past that. And I mentioned LEOS a couple of times. That actually comes from the clouds down. So it doesn't concern itself with walls in the same way. So right. I believe we're blowing past that, but I'll have to check on that. If I learn something new on that, I'll circle back with you, Councillor.
Wonderful. And it's obviously on a farm, it's a little different. You don't have buildings all over the place. And I'm just thinking, smart car technology, especially in downtown areas where there is full coverage and we have to move things around.
In the case of farms, one point I'd like to make is the equipment on farms through GPS technology, it can be automated.
Yeah.
What it can't do right now is pull data. There's no place to do it with in remote environments unless you actually set up a network. And so that's the opportunity. So the opportunity goes from being effective in terms of the equipment to actually being really, really optimized by learning from the data. That's what the opportunity becomes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation today.
Thanks, Councillor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Tierney and Mike and Steve. Thank you all very much. This is cutting edge stuff, and we're very proud that it's in our own backyard. So again, congratulations to Jan. And I remember that tech road trip with Tim and Alan and Jan. So it's something, I think Eli's idea of bringing it to Roma, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, is a good one, because I think, no harm in sharing good ideas with the rest of the province. So on to number 2, Lansdowne Annual Report and COVID-19 Impact. We have a presentation that will go as follows. Mark Gowdy, the president of OSAG, followed by Dan Chenier, then remarks by Roger Greenberg, and then Mark and Roger do the COVID-19 component. Then Steve Kanalakis, our city manager, and Isabel Jasmine, deputy treasurer, will do the COVID-19 response recommendations. Then I have my remarks. Then we open it up to delegations. So we have a total of 45 delegations and about 40 letters. Most of the letters appear to be in support of the staff report. So without further ado, we'll head over to Mark Gowdy for the 2019 highlights. So Mr. Gowdy, I think I saw you online. And I believe.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
I can hear you. Can't see you quite yet.
Okay, start my video. There we go.
And I think do you have a PowerPoint, Mark?
Yeah, I think the city was going to start the PowerPoint there. Yeah.
No.
So if we could go.
Yeah, does Steve K want to offer opening remarks? Or are we going right to Mark, Steve?
Mr. Mayor, we're just going right to Mark. Thank you.
All right, so we'll follow the outline as I listed. So Mr. Gowdy, the floor is yours.
I'll be your opening act. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to update you on our partnership today. I know we have a lot to get to, so I'll be brief in reviewing our year ended March 31st, 2020. I'll start with some lowlights, and if we could go to slide 2, please. After 3 Grey Cup appearances in 4 years, our Red Blacks had one of those years. From 3 wins and 15 losses and rain almost every game day, to the impact that both of these had on attendance, where we averaged 22,500 or 10% under our capacity. But the year ended off on an optimistic note with the hiring of Paul LaPolice as the 2nd head coach in Red Blacks history and the excellent coaching staff that he was able to assemble. Now we just need a season. The second low light started as good news with our Ottawa Fury reaching the USL playoffs for the first time in their history, but finished with disappointment in the Fury not being able to continue in our US-based USL and the franchise ultimately being sold to an owner in Miami. And there are many highlights. Together, we were able to host over 4 million visitors to Lansdowne for the first time in our history. We produced 105 ticketed events, which was 12 more than the previous 12-month period. We solidified our return to glory with the 67s and their sold out playoff run that fell 2 wins short of a trip to the Memorial Cup. And we followed that up with another record-setting season where we were the runaway OHL leaders before COVID halted the season in March and playoffs were canceled. We lost our USL soccer, but we were able to add 3 new professional sports tenants to TD Place, with Ottawa Blackjacks Basketball Club, Atletico Ottawa Soccer Club, and the Ottawa Aces Rugby Club that will play out of the UK-based RFL. Last year, we also launched the inaugural and what will be an annual Ottawa Christmas Market in partnership with the City, Province of Ontario, and Ottawa Tourism. If we could go to the next slide, please. Financially, we had our best year in terms of recurring revenues and recorded our 4th year of our profitability from operations. Our profitability was, however, negatively impacted by a couple of material items. The Red Blacks' attendance decline resulted in lower ticket revenues, and revenues and expenses for the Red Blacks included a charge for our share of amounts that were required to fund the Montreal Alouettes operations until new ownership was found. We're also not able to record about $1 million in revenue as a result of the closure of TD Place in March and the impact of the cancellation of the remainder of the 67 season and early playoff games. After taking into account interest, depreciation, and other non-cash expenses, the partnership recorded a net accounting loss of $11 million, which is about $1 million higher than the previous 12-month period. From a cash perspective, we were $8 million away from cash break-even, and our plan had been to get to cash break-even by 2022. And cash break-even is where the OSEG partners are not having to contribute to the operations of the partnership anymore. COVID will have a detrimental impact on that, which we'll talk about in our next section. I'll turn it over to Dan Chenier.
Dan, are you there? I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of FEDCO. My presentation provides you a quick update on the city's operations and programming in the urban park. The period we're reporting on this year is from June 1st, 2019 to May 31st, 2020. The presentation outlines that except for the last 2 months of this period, operations continued to show progressive growth and use of the park activities and financial performance in line with previous years. Slide 2, please. I think we're third-party hosted events.
I don't think we have the slide up.
Okay.
Carol, we have, just hold on a second. So if whoever's doing a presentation, if you could just alert that a new slide needs to be put up, otherwise we don't see it going up there.
Okay.
Just, I don't see it on the screen yet.
No, we're just trying to reload it, Mr. Chair.
All right, so just give us a minute. I'm just trying to reload. Okay, so Dan, do you see the slide now?
I do.
Are we on the right one?
That is the first slide, so we can go to slide 2.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect. So third-party hosted events at the park continued to lead the way in terms of the animation of the site, with the number of repeat bookings continuing to grow and indicating just how popular the park is. The slide also shows that early impacts of the pandemic, since more than 50 events were canceled for the March to June end period that we're reporting on. Of course, there will be more in next year's presentation in terms of total impact. Slide 3, please. In addition to third-party events, the city continued to offer over 100 free community programming events, including free movies in the park, summer concert series, holiday-themed programming. As one of Ottawa's 4 outdoor refrigerated rinks, the Lansdowne rink remained popular, offering 125 days of skating in a season that was rather short in terms of natural ice skating. La ville a offert plus de 100 programmes gratuits au parc durant cette période. Slide 4, please. The Ottawa Farmers Market's Sunday markets remained one of the most popular events in the park. The 2019 summer market operated for a total of 27 weeks and experienced an 11% increase in sales, with slight increase in the number of vendors, allowing expansion into the east court of the park. The 2020 market had a delayed start to late May due to COVID-19 and opened with a modified click and collect approach by appointment that later transitioned into a more regular market with COVID measures in place. Le marché extérieur de 2019 a continué à grandir et demeure une des activités la plus populaires à Lansdowne. Slide 5, please. The Christmas winter markets both saw increases in attendance, sales, and number of vendors last year. Unfortunately, the winter market, which is in Aberdeen Pavilion, was required to end its season prematurely on March 22nd due to COVID. Slide number 6, please. This slide shows how the activity days at the urban park had increased throughout the fall, which is traditionally our period of the year when activities grow up, and into the winter 2020, and how the mid-March pandemic pretty well closed down most activities in the urban park. Slide 7, please. The financial information presented here is for year-end 2019, since the city budgets on an annual basis. It shows a continued growth in revenue of 5% over the prior year, fueled primarily once again by rental of facilities. Our expenditures are slightly below budget amounts, which has been a standard feature in the first years of operation of the park. It's noted that, as was the case in prior years, programming and animation costs of the park are mostly offset by revenues, with most of the net operating costs relating to park maintenance and facility operation costs like utilities, snow removal, maintenance of the outdoor refrigerated rink, and security. Slide 8, please. In 2019, the city and OSEG negotiated the renewal of a 5-year property management agreement. La Ville et OSEG ont renégocié l'entente de 5 ans pour l'entretien du parc urbain. Under this agreement, OSEG provides a wide range of ongoing and preventative maintenance services to the city for the park and buildings. Significant projects in 2019 included the start of repair work on the garage membrane around the horticultural building, as well as preliminary work towards the replacement of the Aberdeen roof. Also of note, new electronic art was commissioned for the moving surfaces structure, and this should be launched in the near future. Next slide, please. Next year's report will provide a more detailed account of the impact of COVID-19 on the urban park. As noted, we have seen significant number of cancellations throughout the summer and fall, and anticipate that recovery will be slow but progressive under the new provincial framework. Thank you. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan and Mark. Now, introductory remarks by Roger Greenberg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this meeting format that we're in for this year's report highlights how different the times are in just a short number of months from last year. I would like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council for their time in dealing with this issue. We at OSEG recognize that you have many, many pressing problems to deal with right now with COVID-19, the pandemic, and we certainly appreciate you taking time to deal with our issues. Also like to thank members of the public for their understanding and continued support as OSEG continues to manage these challenging times. We recognize that many of our friends and their families are struggling to cope with this pandemic just as we are. For many, many generations, Lansdowne Park has been a gathering place for our entire region, whether as a marshalling square for our military, the central grounds where we celebrated our agricultural and lumber town roots, or as a hub for the original Rough Riders, the 67s, and the early home of the Ottawa Senators. Lansdowne has always been an important part of Ottawa's history and a big part of the cultural fabric of this region. Unfortunately, though, for much of the 80s and 90s, right into the early 2000s, Lansdowne fell into disrepair. It became an eyesore on the banks of our World Heritage Rideau Canal and provided little value to the surrounding neighborhoods or the city as a whole. And then to add insult to injury, it was costing the local taxpayers millions of dollars each and every year just to keep the lights on. I got involved in this venture, not for fame or fortune, I can assure you of that. I got involved because I wanted to make a public place alive again. I got involved because I love this city. My parents came to Ottawa in the early 20th century, escaping persecution in Eastern Europe. Both my parents were born in Ottawa. My grandfather was a fruit peddler in the Great Depression. My father had to quit high school at the end of grade 10 because the family needed him to work to put food on the table. My siblings and I were all born in Ottawa and raised here. My family business is headquartered here, and my wife and I have raised our 3 children here. I was brought up by my parents to believe that it's not good enough to simply go out to work and to pay your taxes. That's just as each of you do every day as public officials. I need to find a way to make a difference. Now, I know that there are those who may take a more cynical view of the motives of me and my OSEG partners, but I refuse to play that game. The Lansdowne Revitalization Plan and OSEG sports and entertainment activities are about community pride for me and my partners. I and our entire OSEG team, that's 3,500 full and part-time employees, are extremely proud of what we've been able to accomplish together over the past number of years. Today, Lansdowne is once again a vibrant community hub. It is a local community destination, a tourist attraction, and a significant economic generator for our region. And let's not forget that the EY Center was a part of this plan right from the beginning. But it's your leadership, your commitment, and our partnership that has caused this renewal to happen. So why are we here today? COVID has struck us particularly hard. It's the perfect storm. It has devastated all of our business lines, sports, entertainment, and retail. Instead of becoming cash positive in 2022, as we reported to this committee last year, OSEG must now invest $40 million over the next 5 years, or a swing of $55 million in our expectations over that period of time. So we are coming to you, our partner, in a very transparent way to say, we need your help. My partners and I are telling you very much that we want to keep this going. We believe in what we are doing, and we are prepared to inject another $40 million into this partnership. But we need some minor adjustments from you. Changes that are at no cost to the taxpayer. Let me repeat that. At no cost to the taxpayer. That's what partners do. They help each other and they renew their commitment to one another. I look forward to today's discussion. At the end, I ask for your continued support and trust. We didn't come this far to come only this far. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Roger. That was well said. So we now have Mark and yourself on the COVID-19 impacts. Mark?
Yeah, if I could go back to the slides where we left off, we'll continue on.
Okay, we'll get those for you.
It's the same presentation we were just getting into it there when we cut over to Dan.
It'll be just a moment. There we go. See it on one screen. All right, here it comes, I think.
Awesome.
Oh.
Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide. There we go. Okay. And then COVID hit, and the world gatherings came to an immediate halt. For us, the last event that we had in TD Place was fateful Friday, March the 13th, when TD Place was closed. Our CFL season was canceled, and TD Place remains closed, and it's not clear right now if we'll have another event before the end of March of next year, which remarkably would be a complete year. Our retail business has also been hit hard. Some businesses like Whole Foods have fared okay, but our restaurants, our cinemas, our gym, and those that rely on foot traffic have suffered. In response to COVID, we immediately reduced salaries across the board for OSEG employees, took advantage of the federal government CEWS wage subsidy and CECRA landlord-tenant program. For our larger employees that we were not able to get qualified for CECRA, we negotiated rent amendments and abatements and continue to try to help them through a horribly difficult time. Unfortunately, in September, when it became clear that a second wave of COVID was a reality, no events were going to be possible for the foreseeable future, we were forced to terminate over 40% of our loyal employees. Our businesses are going to be amongst the last to fully emerge from this pandemic, and it could take years to get back to where we were. This year, our current revenues will likely be about a third of what they were last year. Based on how we expect each of our businesses to emerge from COVID, we now expect that it will take us an additional 3 years from our original plan of 2022 to 2025 to reach cash flow break even. And as Roger mentioned, from now to then will require an additional $40 million. Our proposal is that OSEG Partners will fund that entire amount. Initially in 2010, Roger and his OSEG partners expected to contribute a total of $30 million to this partnership. When Lansdowne was approved at council in 2012, that forecast did increase to $56 million. And to the end of last year, they have contributed a total of $52 million or $122 million more than was initially expected. COVID and the $40 million that will be required to bridge the partnership to cash flow break even in 2025 will bring this total to $192 million or $162 million more than was initially planned. Next slide, please. As Roger indicated, he and his partners are committed to Lansdowne and to achieving financial sustainability for this partnership. What we have asked for is modest help from our partner in Lansdowne in the form of 3 things. The first, allow us to access our reserve fund at TD Place, a reserve fund that we have funded and that we will replenish post-COVID. Secondly, amendments to the partnership agreement to extend it by 10 years to 2054 in order to provide the possibility of earning some of the additional investment back, and the elimination of the possibility of participating rents, which are a form of profit sharing that we're to start 24 years from now. That provides us with an opportunity to find an investor in our retail business when the financial markets allow, which are likely 2+ years down the road. The third ask is the establishment of a working group in a government structure to study the possibility for opportunities for improvement for Lansdowne and the partnership with the goal of enhancing the long-term viability and sustainability of this partnership. Next slide, please. So let me close with this slide. It's a reminder of some of the successes that we've shared over our first 7 years. We've reestablished Lansdowne as an important part of our neighborhood, our region, and as a tourism destination. Together, we've hosted over 20 million visitors and created jobs for over 3,500 full and part-time employees. We had a kick-ass Grey Cup in the snow, an outdoor hockey game, and started a proper Christmas market. We have strengthened our partnership with our two major universities and have become a showcase for youth sports, including the largest youth sports event in Canada at the annual sold-out Panda Game, Capital Hoops Classic and Colonel By Classic rivalry basketball and hockey games, and one of the last events that was held at TD Place before we closed, a very successful men's and women's Final 8 Canadian University Basketball Championships. We've also created the OSAG Foundation, led by Janice Baresi, that is leveraging the power of sport to help children and youth across our region reach their potential, particularly for those with barriers to participation. Last year alone, the foundation programs positively impacted over 5,000 local kids. I have the best job in Ottawa. I was born here, went to school here, spent my career here, and I'm privileged to have an opportunity to play a role in the revitalization of Lansdowne. I know that on the other side of these dark COVID clouds is an important responsibility that we will have to bring our community back together and to get back to our job of creating memories for our guests that will last forever. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Roger, are you adding to this, or?
No, Mr. Mayor, I've given my comments for now. I'm happy to answer any questions that come our way.
Okay, well, we're going to go now to Steve Kanalakis and Isabel Jasmine for the staff report. Then my comments, and then delegations, and we'll do questions and answers after that. Steve Kanalakis, City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just get my my deck up. Thank you, Kelly. Before I start, I'd just like to list the people from the city and from OSAG who will be participating in this meeting and will be available to answer questions, which we'll be directing once that starts after. I'll be co-presenting with Isabel Jasmine, our Deputy Treasurer, this presentation. But available will be not only Isabel, but Steve Box, who's the Director in the City Manager's Office, Jeff Cantello, who's with our City Legal Department with our corporate group, corporate lawyer, Dan Chenier, who's our General Manager of Parks, Recreation, Culture and Facilities, Wendy Stephenson, who's our Chief Financial Officer and City Treasurer, David White, who's our City Solicitor, Jeff Swart, who's spent the last 17 years advising owners of public infrastructure and real estate at all levels of government. He's a financial modeling expert, specialist, and he was brought in to look at the business cases we're going to talk about today as our outside independent review. We will also have Roger Greenberg from OSAG and Mark Gowdy available on the call. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the roster of people who will be participating in this call as the questions start. If you go to my first slide, just flip the next one. I just want to set some context because I realize that many members of council were not here when these agreements and this partnership was approved. In 2009, 2010, and 2012, council at those times made decisions with respect to this partnership, and which led eventually to the agreement that we're dealing with right now. And I want to make it clear the city staff are working within the agreement that council has approved. That is the scope of our work and what we look at. And that those are our parameters that we have to look at when we consider the options. And when this issue came to our attention, staff and our outside consultant looked at 4 scenarios. First, do we maintain the status quo? The second was, do we amend the agreement? The third was, do we terminate for convenience? And the fourth was contemplating what would a default mean should our partners decide to leave the partnership. And those were the parameters within the agreement that we looked at that guided the recommendations before you. And I want to assure you that the recommendations that are in this report and before committee today and ultimately before council are in fact recommendations that staff have determined are in the best interest of the City of Ottawa and OSAG and our partnership and to our taxpayer. These are not OSAG recommendations that we've adopted and just put into a report. Our due diligence was done on what we thought under those 4 scenarios were the best circumstances, the best recommendations that council should be considering with the best advice from staff to protect the interest of the partnership, of the site, and of our taxpayers. So the first thing I want to address is that there's been, speculation and comments about this being a bailout. This is not a bailout. As Mr. Greenberg said, they have not asked for any money from the city, whether it be a loan or whether it be a cash infusion. We are not bailing them out. It's a business decision. We are in a joint venture with OSAG Partnership. We are in a joint venture agreement, and this is in the best interest of the city and the partnership. The city, since its inception in 2014, 2015, has not contributed any funds to the Lansdowne partnership since the operations commenced. That is an important point to remember and will come up later in our presentation. And finally, the recommendations before committee and council do not require any city taxpayer funds to be injected into these amendments that will be considered by committee. Effectively, what the partnership is asking for, the OSEG partnership is asking for, is time. They want more time to get on stable financial footing, more time to be able to recoup the investment that they put into the partnership, and actually more time for the city to protect itself against any ongoing losses as we move into the future as a result of the current pandemic and situation we're in. My next slide, please. Mark did a much better job of talking about, and Dan, in terms of the success of Lansdowne Park. But from my perspective, when you look at these metrics, Lansdowne has been an overwhelming success for this city in terms of entertainment, retail, culture, as a gathering place for our city. It's changed the landscape of our city as a destination for people. And in the last 6 years, as he said, there's been over 20 million visitors to Lansdowne Park, more than 50 businesses on site with over 4,000 full-time and part-time employees. We have the OSEG Foundation, which is contributing to the community, and which is consistent with the approach that the partners take in their other businesses in terms of giving back to the community. Over 1,000 large and small events have been held in Lansdowne for all ages since 2014. And the Grey Cup obviously was a huge economic generator for our city. Next slide, please. I want to take back councillors to what did council have as objectives when they approved the actual partnership, and have we fulfilled council's financial objectives? And at the time, there was three clear things that council told staff that they wanted to achieve with this partnership. The first was operating the stadium and parking garage without having to fund these through tax dollars. Check. Not funding capital life cycle replacement costs for the stadium and parking garage through tax dollars. Check. And having the debt servicing and the capital expenditures for the stadium and parking garage funded through incremental taxes generated by the site and the combination of cost avoidance. If you remember, prior to Lansdowne, the city was expending significant dollars every year just to keep the lights on of a decrepit site. Check on that one. No city equity has gone into the partnership, and the recommendations being provided today for consideration preserve this. And no taxpayer dollars or change in land status are required or associated with the recommended amendments. Next slide, please. The structure of the partnership protects taxpayers from covering operating losses for the stadium. They are borne entirely by OSEG. It was known that changes were required to bring the financial operations of the site into balance for the partnership to remain viable. We knew that going forward, but OSEG still, prior to COVID and the pandemic, had a projection that within the next 2 years, they would start to, they would become profitable. And this totally threw it on its ear. We know that on-site density and foot traffic has not met the levels to satisfy the pro forma projections to achieve profitability. And we know the work has been underway to achieve financial sustainability. However, the pandemic, COVID-19, has had a catastrophic effect on the impact on all Lansdowne operations. I refer to it as sort of the perfect conversion, storm conversion here, where every sector that's been hit the hardest by COVID resides and is located at Lansdowne. Entertainment, sports, retail, all those things have been impacted significantly in every city around the world, and they all reside and are located in one site. So it's just an incredible hit for that particular business. Next slide, please. The pandemic has meant that all these things have been impacted. So it's impacted the financial forecast. It went from trying to get to profitability within the next years to a much worse situation, as Mr. Gowdy said, in terms of its projections over the next 5 years. People come for shared experience, from participating in the sports and entertainment and retail and cinema and restaurants, the good life, but that's not happening now. COVID has totally undermined the basic business premise of what resides at that site. And while OSEG has taken measures to contain the costs and the operational losses, it still has meant that these events are expected, the revenue going forward are expected to decline significantly over the next several years. So in the end, what do we need to do here? We need to give OSEG some help, as Mr. Greenberg said. They need flexibility so that their financial liquidity is maintained over the short term, and enable them to secure additional sources of funding. For them to be able to do that, certain things have to be amended within the agreement to make it viable and attractive for someone else, or to come in and add that equity and support their short-term dilemma that they're in. Next slide, please. So as noted in the annual reports, the site hasn't met its financial obligations, and the level of additional OSEG equity OSEG has had to invest is not sustainable. By the end of 2019, as we've heard, they've contributed over 152 million for the construction of the site, refurbishment of the stadium, and operating deficits. So that's combined almost 97 million more than originally estimated in 2012. They will not recoup the equity they've contributed to date, and they'll need to cover the expected deficits over the next several years, which amounts to almost $40 million of additional equity contributions over the next 5 years, in addition to the 152 million they've already put to date, which is $192 million that they put in above the original starting point of 30. This is a significant investment for these partners to put in. And as I'll repeat again, taxpayers have not contributed a penny to that amount. The current model is not financially sustainable in our estimation, and OSEG urgently needs more flexibility to ensure their financial liquidity is maintained over the short term and to enable them to secure the funding that they will need to go forward. OSEG has a retail loan outstanding, as mentioned in the report, of $106 million that must be refinanced within the next 2 years. And the worsening financial projection, particularly around retail, will make that difficult, putting them at risk. And the risk there is they won't be able to refinance at the same level and have to basically put more money in to cover the differential in terms of what that loan is to be able to carry forward. And retail is so unpredictable right now where that's going, that makes it unpredictable for any third-party partner that may want to come in. So if I go to the amendments and our recommendations, and as again, I'll repeat, staff are making these recommendations to council in the best interest of the city and its taxpayers. That was our primary concern when we bring forward this report. So OSEG has requested specific urgent changes, which we reviewed, to improve their cash flows, allow them to sustain operations through the deferral of capital expenditures, and temporarily use the reserve fund to improve the financial viability to secure external sources of funding. And this means that, as you heard, there is a life cycle reserve. There's $4.7 million in that. The city has not contributed a penny to that reserve. That reserve is completely funded by OSEG operations. They have funded this reserve and wish to use it for operating cash flow purposes in 2021. But it doesn't mean that when they take that money out, that the life cycle plan that is currently in place and the one that will be developed by our third-party engineering study won't be funded going into the future. OSEG is committed under the agreement to continue to fund those life cycle capital repairs as determined by those independent third-party studies. They are legally required to fund those. So we're asking for a one-time, and we recommend a one-time access to those funds to help them with the short-term cash flow. The next proposed amendment is to extend the partnership and waterfall expiry date by 10 years to 2054. And the extension of the partnership, of the Lansdowne partnership and associated closed financial system by an additional 10 years preserves and extends the city's current legal rights concerning Lansdowne. So it delays the city's rent revenue, but costs to operate are also delayed, and operations continue at no cost to the city and no risk, as this risk still remains with OSEG under the agreement. And it also provides OSEG more time to recoup contributed equity. And Isabel, we separated this out from the presentation so not to confuse things. Isabel, in a few slides, will walk you through the financial analysis to demonstrate that we are actually in a much more favorable position by doing this, rather than maintaining the status quo or going to any one of the other other options that I mentioned. On my next slide, the other proposed amendment is to remove participation rent and maintain base rents at current levels in the event of a permitted transfer of the retail component during the term of the retail lease. And participating rent is defined as 50% of retail net operating cash flow, in other words, profit sharing paid to the city. And this is important because when the current agreement currently states that should a third party transfer be permitted, that we would move immediately to participating rent, market rent. And this is not going to make it a very attractive investment if a third party looks at this and says that at that point, with a losing, when the projections are forecast to continue in the current financial situation we're in with losses, that it will not be attractive. And this is an important point for them to be able to attract and remove another barrier for participation from another third party in terms of equity. So this will provide them flexibility to secure external funding sources and attract an investor in the retail component of the partnership. And again, Isabel will provide the financial analysis in terms of what this means to us, as there is no projected participation rents flowing to the city as we see it right now. Next point. Remove the early termination without cost provision in the retail lease. If we did that, we looked at that, and this is in the agreement, but if we did that, the city would have to compensate OSEG for all the equity as invested in the retail at Lansdowne up to this point, which would be in excess of $100 million. This is a very unlikely scenario that would ever be exercised. And that for us to even think about this would be a huge decision for council to do this. So we're not really, in my opinion, giving away anything here, because it's so unlikely this would ever happen. The retail lease has a mortgage that is due for renewal in 2 years, and the city's right to terminate without cause provision is the same as what I mentioned in the previous recommendation. It presents a barrier to attracting future investment. The city still maintains its right to terminate for convenience in the event of a breach of any of the remaining Lansdowne partnership agreements, subject to the required termination payments, which we'll talk about later. So now I'd like to turn it over to Isabel, who will walk us through the benefits of the partnership to the city and to provide further detail in terms of the comments around the amendments. So council is clear on what is being discussed here in terms of our financial projections. Isabel?
Thank you. So the benefits of this partnership to the city have never been more evident than they are now. OSEG has taken on all of the risks of construction overruns and any operating deficits. They have contributed $152 million in equity, which is $97 million higher than they had expected to contribute when they began with this agreement. Much of this additional equity is the year-over-year deficits incurred since 2012. OSEG has also contributed $7.5 million to the life cycle reserve. These are funds put aside each year to fund life cycle maintenance costs of the city's assets. What is more important to note is that these are all costs that the City of Ottawa taxpayers did not have to bear. The total cost to the city for Lansdowne has been $210 million in capital costs for the stadium, parking garage, and urban park, all of which are city assets. The urban park is not included in the partnership agreement. So if we just focus on the cost of the stadium and city's share of the parking garage, the total contributed by the city is $166 million, which is below the $167.4 million approved by council in 2012. The debt associated with the stadium and parking is $127.6 million and $26.4 million for the urban park. Total debt servicing for the stadium and parking is $6.9 million annually. In line with the original business case, we have sufficient additional property taxes and cost avoidance calculated at $8.8 million combined to cover those costs and more. Therefore, the city's net funding equity is $0, and the deemed equity is simply the market value of retail lands credited to the city. Next slide. This slide provides a summary of the detailed analysis conducted by external advisory experts in financial and business modeling and forecasting. Various scenarios were developed to better understand the range of possible financial outcomes, since we are dealing with many unpredictable factors in these models. The primary factors that impacted much of the variability in the long-term results were the predicted revenues for the stadium events in the future of the retail market, and the possibility of running Lansdowne with no sports teams. This guided us in developing a pessimistic and optimistic scenario. If history teaches us anything, running an operation of this size and complexity is unpredictable, and the partnership, closed financial system, and waterfall distribution system of this P3 agreement protects the city from any potential shortfalls. The most significant benefit to the city of the proposed amendment is extending the waterfall arrangement for an additional 10 years. This is a win-win solution. While the waterfall arrangement is in place, the city pays nothing, and OSEG gets an additional 10 years to recoup their accrued interest and contributed equity. Once the waterfall agreement ends, OSEG loses any remaining unrecouped equity and interest and the city takes on all the financial risks of operating the stadium. The amendment option removes 10 years of that risk, the benefit of which also offsets the proposed reduction in participation rent. In the default option, the city takes on all the risks day one in 2021. On an annual basis, the additional budget pressure would be between 4.5 million to 12.5 million a year until the city can make it profitable. If we could make it profitable and operate at the same level as OSEG, who are experts in running operations of this nature. Next slide. So here we clearly lay out the impact to the city of the agreement amendments that were explained in the previous slide. These are all net present value dollars. By extending the waterfall agreement for an additional 10 years, we lose base rent of 3 million in 2020 net present value dollars, on average between the optimistic and pessimistic scenarios. But we also avoid an average of 22 million in net operating costs. The impact of eliminating the participation rent for 22 years is estimated at 7 million. But again, the city avoids the operating risk for 10 years, which more than makes up for that reduction in rent. By extending the agreement for 10 years, OSEG will be contributing an additional 13.6 million to the life cycle reserves. It is also important to understand the purpose of the life cycle reserves because the amendment also proposes allowing OSEG to access the balance of 4.7 million in the reserves for cash flow purposes. It is OSEG that has contributed to the life cycle reserves through the closed financial system. The intent of these funds is that they are to be used on life cycle maintenance for the city's assets based on a life cycle plan prepared by external experts. These are not the city's funds. They are funds to be used to maintain the city's assets. It is important to make this distinction. Even the interest earned on these funds must be used towards life cycle maintenance. OSEG's proposal to access these funds, which are just sitting idle until required, is to also continue to pay for any life cycle maintenance requirements per the life cycle plan. And that must also be agreed to by the city and in the 3 years begin to replenish the fund based on an updated life cycle plan to be prepared again by an external engineering firm. Next slide. Now that I've fully described the benefit to the city of the amended agreement, it is important to clarify the benefit to OSEG. As described in the report, the current financial situation is unsustainable for OSEG. Not only do they have significant investments locked into this partnership, they must also refinance the retail loan of $106 million in a couple of years and need to extract additional equity funding. This will be next to impossible with the current business projections. By accessing the life cycle reserves and improving cash flow, by extending the waterfall distribution for another 10 years and eliminating the participation rent for another 12 years, the business model is more sustainable. OSEG will still not be able to recoup all of their investment, but it does improve their financial picture and ability to attract additional funding and refinance the retail loan without having to pay off some or all of the loan when it comes due. From a longer term perspective, over the term of the agreement and the 10-year extension, the proposed amendments will reduce the forecast equity OSEG must contribute by approximately 5.6 million. They will recoup an additional 251.9 million in interest, and the actual accrued interest owing to OSEG will actually be reduced by 55.5 million. They are still not expected to recoup all of their interest in equity, and the 8% interest that they earn is not what they will be paid, effectively reducing that return significantly. That is the reason for the 8% return, because it considers the fact that OSEG is taking all the risk. They will not get the 8%, and 8% non-compounding is considered a low rate of return for this type of operation and business investment. Next slide. If OSEG were to default, then the retail and stadium operations revert back to the city. That would mean that the projected operating deficits would fall on the city to fund. The city is not in the business of running sports teams, and the likelihood of selling would be extremely low. There will be fewer events, especially in the next several years as the population continues to avoid large crowds. The retail market will continue to struggle during COVID and post-COVID, and retail occupancy will be reduced. The city has guaranteed the $23.6 million loan for the Civic Center roof and would now assume that loan. in addition to the 106 million outstanding on the retail loan. If the city does not assume that loan, then the banks could assume the retail leasehold interest and could take over the various subleases. The default scenario presented earlier assumes that the city takes over that loan and leasehold interests. The city would effectively have to cover all the operating costs of the stadium, parking, and retail operations, and without teams to attract crowds to the site, the pessimistic scenario is most likely. The annual impact on the city's budget would be an additional 4.5 million annually, best case, or 12.5 million worst case, starting in 2021, including all the risks associated with running an operation of this size and complexity. Prior to OSEG taking over operations, the city was operating this facility at a loss, which is likely the outcome if the city were to take it over again. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my last two slides, the final recommendation is how do we prepare for long-term sustainability? When we looked at this, we know that we have to review options to achieve long-term financial sustainability, taking into account the new post-COVID-19 realities in terms of how people are going to live, work, shop, and recreate. And to facilitate this, we made two recommendations. The first is that a working group be established comprised of city staff and OSEG representatives to further explore options to enhance sustainability and long-term financial viability of Lansdowne's operations and partnership, which includes both operating and capital requirements, includes a robust public engagement plan, and includes reporting back to FEDCO and Council by the end of Q2 2021. It is also recommended that as part of this governance oversight that a council sponsor group be established to provide feedback to the working group to be made up of 5 members of council, which represent the east, southwest, rural, and central areas of the city with relevant city staff. And it's further recommended that a city clerk undertake a circulation of interest for this sponsors group and bring forward a motion to the next council meeting to establish it. And finally, Mr. Mayor, my concluding points. These amendments, as you've heard, these amendments protect Ottawa taxpayers from operational life cycle capital costs for 10 more years. It sustains the site as a viable urban park and gathering place over the long term. It provides OSEG with financial tools to weather the impact of COVID-19. It strengthens OSEG's ability to attract additional investment in the retail operations. OSEG has an opportunity to recoup some, but not all of its invested equity. And it brings back a strategic plan to council to enhance the sustainability of the site's operations in a post-COVID world. Mr. Mayor, that's the end of staff presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you for joining us in this meeting. I'm going to go for my remarks and then we go to public delegations. So those members of the public who are on standby, we'll get to you right after my remarks. Today, members of council are being asked to consider the staff report on Lansdowne Park. And let me start by reminding everyone, as we've heard in the last couple of presentations, of how successful Lansdowne has been for the city of Ottawa and its residents. The broad goal that council set out was to make Lansdowne a, quote, people place. The derelict buildings that have been restored to their former glory, and Lansdowne Park has seen an historic 20 million visitors since the redevelopment. Lansdowne has become a true destination for Ottawa residents from every part of the city and for tourists who come in to visit the nation's capital. C'est devenu une véritable destination non seulement pour les résidents et tous les coins de notre ville, mais les touristes aussi. Lansdowne Park has been a great success in hosting and attracting large-scale events that really could not have happened until we revitalized Lansdowne Park. This includes the very successful 2017 Grey Cup, the FIFA Women's World Cup of Soccer in 2015, festivals like Escapade and Folk Fest, and huge concerts like AC/DC that rocked Lansdowne. The NHL's 100 Classic between the Montreal Canadiens and the Ottawa Senators to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the very first NHL game, which took place in Ottawa between the Canadiens and the Senators in 1917. And we couldn't forget about Ottawa Welcomes the World. Over 230 guests celebrated an astounding 43 national days and events organized by 85 embassies and high commissions during our sesquicentennial celebrations in 2017. The Grey Cup champion Red Blacks have created a level of pride and excitement in our city that we've not seen since Tony Gabriel's amazing end zone catch in 1976. This includes 3 Grey Cup appearances over a 4-year period. In fact, the CFL's Christina Costabile published an article this week entitled, quote, "Turning the Tide, Everything Changed for Ottawa 5 years ago," end quote. And let me quote a part of that article. In 2016, the Red Blacks won the East Division once again and would eventually go on to defeat the Calgary Stampeders in the 105th Grey Cup. That exhilarating contest featured an overtime frame where Henry Burris would find Jackson, whose bobbled catch in the end zone would be the game winner. The win was the franchise's first championship and the first for an Ottawa-based team in 40 years, end quote. I know that I share with hundreds of thousands of Ottawa residents the pride and excitement of that moment, a moment that we all hope to relive once the Red Blacks are allowed to play once again after COVID. Je sais que je partage avec des centaines de milliers de résidents d'Ottawa la fierté et donc l'enthousiasme de ce moment, un moment que nous espérons tous revivre. The Red Blacks and other sports franchise, including the storied Ottawa 67s, support many local small businesses, including restaurants and shops from the Bank Street and Centertown areas that report brisk businesses on game days. Earlier this year, one of Europe's most storied soccer franchises, Atlético de Madrid, expanded overseas and launched as the 8th team in the Canadian Premier League. We have witnessed great support for pro soccer in Ottawa, and we look forward to seeing Atlético Ottawa play at Lansdowne Park. Not to mention the exciting sport of rugby that we'll soon all get to watch at TD Place. I speak for many when I say that we look forward to their League One debut season. You know, not a single day goes by when I'm out and about that I don't hear from a resident about how they really love Lansdowne. Il ne passe pas un seul jour quand je suis dans la communauté sans entendre un résident dire à quel point il aime le nouvel espace vert et les restaurants et les autres choses. Just last week, in the beautiful weather of the weekend, I had the pleasure to witness hundreds of people taking part in activities at Lansdowne, whether it was the skateboard park, the farmers market, going into a restaurant. And despite the pandemic, the place was bustling with people, respecting social distancing. People were lined up and only so many allowed in the Aberdeen at a time for the farmers market. But think about what else is on that site. There is the farmers market, the skateboard park, always busy with kids. We have an apple orchard on site, a community garden. People were harvesting the last of the vegetables. The patios were open, restaurants open, the stores and shops. It was really quite a wonderful sight, and the weather, of course, added that extra bonus. That is really what Council had in mind when it approved the redevelopment of Lansdowne Park. You know, I think of, for instance, the horticulture building. I've lived in Ottawa since 1980, and I never had an opportunity to even go inside that building because for all intents and purposes, it was condemned, even though it was a beautiful heritage building. And who can forget the company from Stittsville that actually picked that building up and moved it, I think, 150 meters and restored the whole building. It is now probably the most used building on site. Beautiful heritage restoration, a remarkable building that has hosted everything from charity events to fundraisers to weddings to the vaccination for the flu is now taking place in that building as we speak. This historic site, enjoyed for over 100 years by the residents of Ottawa, once again become a destination for all Ottawa residents. And we all remember the sea of dilapidated, rundown buildings and asphalt that was cruddy is now a family-friendly spot complete with a state-of-the-art park equipment, a splash pad, a skating rink in the winter, and plenty of room to lounge on the Great Lawn. And as I mentioned, there's even an apple orchard on site. Parents can watch their kids play before heading to one of the many restaurants for a great meal or walking through the farmers market that features a number of amazing local-owned businesses. Residents from all areas of the city, from our rural areas, from the suburbs, and from the core, partake and benefit from the new Lansdowne Park in great numbers. And I want to take an opportunity to remind all members of council that Lansdowne Park is a city-wide asset, which is why decisions about its future are made by all members of council, representing all areas and residents of the city who have a stake in the park's future. Over the last few days, I've had the opportunity to consult with a number of members of council, and I can tell you there is no appetite around the table to re-prosecute or relitigate the legal battles of yesteryear. Members of council are focused on dealing with the challenges at hand, not on rehashing battles that are now old history. So let's turn our attention to the staff report. I believe that the staff have put forward a very strong case supporting the Lansdowne partnership through these very turbulent economic times. Staff have proposed a series of modest measures that would give the Lansdowne partnership a fighting chance to get through the pandemic years and to rebuild in the ensuing years. Ces mesures modestes donneraient au partenariat de Lansdowne une chance de se battre pour traverser la pandémie et se reconstruire au cours des années suivantes. I want to take this opportunity to remind members of council that this report is not just about OSEG. This is not about the city helping a single business organization succeed. The Lansdowne Park Partnership is a joint venture between the city and OSEG. As previously outlined, the private members have invested to date over $150 million of private funds to make Lansdowne Park into the exciting destination that it is today. But no one could have foreseen the financial tragedy that is COVID-19. A member of council has made public statements about the level of council-approved debt outstanding for Lansdowne Park's public assets. And I believe that it's important for members of council and for the public to have access to the correct facts as we engage in this debate. I think we can all agree, especially in this day and age, that facts do matter in our debates. It was claimed that Lansdowne Park is the second largest source of debt obligation of the city after Ottawa LRT. I'd ask staff to put up the slide on the city's debt obligation grouped into buckets, please, at this point. So as you can see from the table, the Lansdowne Park debt is one of the smallest buckets of debt at the City of Ottawa. The city's largest debt bucket is for LRT, representing 44% of the city's outstanding debt. The second largest source of debt is for water infrastructure, or 28% of outstanding debt. The third largest source, or 22% of debt, is for roads and bridges. And the next largest source of council-approved debt is for public assets at Lansdowne Park, or 6% of all outstanding debt. Councillors have an obligation to provide factual information and not make up facts and stats. The same councillor is going around telling his constituents that all we get in the partnership is $1 a year rent. That is completely not true. We collect close to $6 million each and every year in property and education taxes from the businesses that operate. Before, how much did we collect in property taxes from Lansdowne? The grand total of $0. So 0 to 6 million. As council heard in previous annual reports, the partnership was delivering great results for the public and improving financial results for the partnership until the pandemic hit. I believe that the vast majority of members of council understand that the pandemic has created the perfect storm, as was stated earlier, of negative economic conditions for the private sector partners within the Lansdowne Park Partnership. A key recommendation from staff is to allow the basic partnership agreement to be extended by 10 years, during which time OSEG continues to assume 100% of the costs and risks of operating Lansdowne Park. Should the staff report be approved by council, it is estimated that OSEG partners will invest an additional $40 million. And in fact, another member of council went on CBC to decry this $40 million bailout. It is not money we're giving to OSEG. It is money they're actually spending to keep the operation alive. And as I mentioned, not tax dollars, not tax dollar money. The report is crystal clear that these dollars are to be invested by OSEG and that OSEG is not seeking and has never sought reimbursement of these expenses. Le rapport indique clairement que ces dollars doivent être investis par OSEG et qu'il ne cherche pas et ne jamais demander le remboursement pour ces dépenses. Extending the agreement by 10 years would increase the odds that the private sector partners might recoup some of their investment over the life of the agreement, while taxpayers continue to be protected from all of the risks covered in the original agreement. Further, the report includes ballpark projections about the risks faced by taxpayers if the partnership is allowed to fail. Obviously, no one can predict how long the pandemic will last, nor how long governments will maintain severe controls on large events. And so the projections in the staff report are really order of magnitude estimates to help members of council make an educated decision about the staff proposal. As there is significant interest in the upcoming audit on the Lansdowne Park Partnership waterfall, set to be released on November 24th, the chair of Audit Committee, Councillor Jean Cloutier, has informed me that he will be bringing a motion forward to Audit Committee on November 24th to bring this audit to council the next day. This means members of council will have the benefit of receiving the audit before making a decision on the staff report on Lansdowne. In conclusion, I want to thank members of council for their constructive advice and criticism and suggestions. And to our partners at OSEG, thank you for your perseverance and your patience and your financial commitment of your dollars to ensure this project continues to be the success that we know it can be. So we now have a number of people that would like to speak. We're going to begin. The first speaker unfortunately had to leave because of another conference, Rob Ash, but he's going to try to come back. And I think we're just going to with Jean Cloutier that you will in fact bring the waterfall item to council. Is that correct, Mr. Cloutier?
That is indeed correct, Mr. Mayor. We will have a motion on November 24th so that council can deal with this on November 25th.
Jim, I am here if it's helpful.
Okay, so.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Rob Ash is available.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, so just to remind everyone, you have 5 minutes to speak, and then we open it up to questions by members of FEDCO and council. So, and I'll try to give you a 1 minute warning. So Mr. Ash, you have 5 minutes. You're the first to speak.
Okay, good. Your worship and members of the Finance and Economic Development Committee. I'm certainly pleased to be here before you today in support of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, or OSEG. And I am here because since commencing operations in 2014, OSEG has changed our city for the better, like few companies have done before it. It has earned the admiration and respect of our business community, of which I'm a member, fans of the sports teams, concert goers, and the many individuals and not-for-profit organizations that OSEG supports. I'm a big fan of OSEG, its leaders, Lansdowne Park, and TD Place. As a Glebe resident for the last 40 years, I am well versed on the before and after of Lansdowne, pre-OSEG versus today. There's really no comparison. For 30 of those years, I visited Lansdowne maybe a handful of times each year. Today, because of the vision of the OSEG leaders, their commitment to our community, and their partnership with the city, we have a new Lansdowne district that's a fun and vibrant place to visit, work, and live. And today, I can tell you that I am at Lansdowne Park a handful of times each week. At Whole Foods, shopping for groceries. I'm there for dinner, although these days I'm just picking it up, to movies, to the farmer's market where I'm typically lined up for falafels. And I walk my dog through Lansdowne Park almost every day. And of course, I go to sporting events when they're on. From a couple of times a year to a couple of times a week, I think speaks to what Lansdowne has meant for me as a longtime Glebe resident. Having traveled around the world on behalf of one of Ottawa's premier companies and seen what other downtown cores have to offer, I can tell you it's extremely important for a major city to have such districts, particularly if you hope to attract and retain skilled talent, which was one of the main challenges at Cognos. Lansdowne is extremely important to those workers. During my career, I've been fortunate to be associated with many fine companies and business leaders, and I found that you really can't have one without the other. A successful business requires a leadership group that's committed to the workforce and its community, and that commitment starts at the top. I've known Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy, OSEG's managing partners, for many years through my own affiliations with many of the same charities they support and companies that they advise. And I dare say we share belief that a company must have a purpose beyond the day-to-day act of doing business, what in business today we call a business purpose. Roger and John have proven many times over that they are city builders. They have my admiration and respect. Mr. Mayor, thanks for your leadership on the Lansdowne file and recognizing early in the process that the city needed a partner with only the best of the best in our community to create the Lansdowne we know and enjoy today. I'm confident that our satisfaction with Lansdowne will only rise in the future thanks to OSEG's commitment to responsible growth through innovation, customer service, and community engagement. For the record, I fully support any measures that FEDCO and the City Council can take to help ensure OSEG endures COVID-19 and its devastating impact on their businesses, an unprecedented event for our business community. As a key partner, I urge you to approve the proposed recommendations and offer a crucial lifeline to safeguard this community-wide asset. Here's to a bright future for Lansdowne under OSEG's management. Thank you.
Great, and under your time, thank you. I see no questions, no hands up. So thank you very much, Mr. Ash, for your time. Cindy Scott is next. Ms. Scott, are you on the line? Cindy Scott. There was an issue of timing with Ms. Scott, so I don't know if that's worked out. So we'll go on now to
I
Joe.
am here. No, I am here. Sorry.
There we go. Sorry, my apologies. The floor
No
is
problem.
for the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I have been a Glebe resident for 35 plus years, and I've watched Lansdowne evolve from a parking lot to what it is today. Although it is not perfect, my husband and I do enjoy the space and we frequent it often. We especially like the diversity it offers, from footballs to concerts to farmers markets, green space, etc. I feel strongly that not only the Glebe residents, but most of Ottawa wants this place, Lansdowne, to be a success. It would be nice to see our community, including our councillor, work with OSEG in a positive and respectful manner to help guide Lansdowne into a space that encompasses more of what the community at large is looking for. I have dealt with OSEG staff on many occasions, and I've always found them to be very helpful. I have also sent many emails to OSEG staff with some suggestions on how I think we could improve the space, mainly with arts and cultural events. And from the feedback I've received, I have to say, I do think we're all on the same page. I have a lot of respect for my councillor, Sean Menard, and I know he works very hard for the community, but I do not like to see this combative and confrontational tone that seems to exist around all things Lansdowne. I'm not comfortable with it. Using words such as another OSEG bailout, I just don't think it sets the right tone. As we have noted south of the border, I think this divisive attitude is not healthy or productive. For the most part, I think we all want the same thing, a vibrant and successful public and private space for everyone to enjoy. COVID has hit our community and our city very hard, but I am hopeful that the city and OSEG can work together in a positive manner to come up with a way to ensure Lansdowne is a great destination for Ottawa residents and visitors for generations to come. I'm confident with smart and committed people working together in a respectful manner, we will accomplish this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Menard has a question.
Very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Scott, for being here with us today. Just wanted to come back to some of those comments. I want to make sure you're aware that we did restart the working group with all the community associations, OSEG, and the city back in 2018, and been working productively on that. Were you aware of that?
I have. I don't know if I'm aware of that specific thing, but I've attended meetings in the past and I just don't feel comfortable at them because they always seem to be confrontational instead of collective. We don't seem to be working in a positive way. And every communique, and I know you work hard, I'm not disputing it. I just would like us to have a more conciliatory tone when we work with each other so that everybody feels comfortable participating.
Certainly. And I just want to know as well, because we've been working very closely with a number of residents and others on a vision for Lansdowne Park. I'm not sure, have you read that vision that we released in 2019?
I have read the vision and I think you're on the right direction. I really do. I think there's lots of good ideas. It's not going to look the same for everyone, but I would like us to just work in a really nice, positive attitude with each other.
Right, thank you. Anything else, Councillor?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the delegation. And, I support some of the recommendations here. I certainly don't support all of them. And my job is to dig into those and see what the effects would be, not just for our neighborhood, but also for city taxpayers. And in some cases here, I'm doing my job to make sure I'm digging into those. And there's a lot of questions here that need to be answered. So appreciate your delegation very much. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Scott, and thank you, I think, wise words from you on being cooperative and collaborative. So next is Joanne Polak. Joanne is
good morning.
An historic figure in the world of football. Hello there, Joanne.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanne Polak. I'm honored to be here today to speak to you about Lansdowne Park and about the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. I live in the west end of Ottawa, and I'm currently an Ottawa Red Blacks season ticket holder in Section S, Row 10, seat 18. But my relationship with football in Ottawa goes well beyond my superfan status. I was the general manager of the Ottawa Rough Riders from 1988 through to 1991. I was, in fact, the first female general manager of a professional sports franchise in North America, and that was over 30 years ago. The Canadian Football League and the Ottawa Rough Riders and the football fans of Ottawa gave this woman a shot at a man's job decades ago when such a thing was inconceivable. I will forever be grateful to them, and I will forever be connected to football in Ottawa as a result. 2 years ago, OSEG paid tribute to my story by featuring it as part of the Diversity is Strength program. Before one July game, I sat in my seats in the Southside stands in tears as the players and coaches took to the field wearing the name Polak on the back of their shirts in my honor. It was first class. But no one should be surprised. Everything OSEG has done from the very beginning has been first class. And one of the best things that's happened to this city that I love has been the emergence and continued contribution of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. Lansdowne Park is very special to me. It was my office, my home, my whole world. I have so many memories of this wonderful place, but let me tell you about the most memorable. It was the spring of 2014. As a member of the alumni, I'd been invited to a special sneak peek of the stadium in advance of the first Red Blacks game. I had really not seen what was taking place during construction because of the large fences that surrounded the entire perimeter. So I drove into the underground parking, and then I took an elevator up to the ground level. I stepped off that elevator, and what I saw literally took my breath away. The Lansdowne Park I knew and loved for years was gone. The asphalt parking lot and dilapidated buildings were gone. What I saw before my eyes was completely unrecognizable. It was as if someone had transported me out of my hometown into a world-class city. It was spectacular. What has been created through this partnership is nothing short of a masterpiece. And I still have that sense every single time I attend a sporting event, a farmer's market, or go to a restaurant. What OSEC has done and what they've created with the City of Ottawa is world-class and makes me so proud to be from Ottawa. But most importantly, they have created a wonderful place where our city gathers. I attend every Red Blacks game and many Ottawa 67s games. This is where Ottawa comes together and congregates as one community. Every segment of society is there. Every economic, social, and cultural background stands together with common purpose: to unwind, to have fun, and to complain together about what is transpiring either on the field or on the ice. Sports is the great equalizer. When we walk through those gates, we are all the same. And when we didn't have it for all those years, we missed it terribly. Ottawa is so much more than a sleepy government town, and where you see that best is at Lansdowne Park. The stadium and this facility makes us the envy of all other Canadian cities. And I bring out-of-town guests to most games, and they walk in and look around with the same awe that I had when I emerged from that elevator a few years ago. Ottawa football has been resurrected in a spectacular, family-friendly fashion, and they have put the community first, OSEG has, with every single move and decision. I work at Canada Post, and every game I watch thousands of fans drive in from all over the region. Yes, Mayor. And they are jubilant and very grateful that football's back in Ottawa. I want to thank the City of Ottawa for having had the fortitude, resilience, and vision to have recognized just how important this partnership has been to all the people you represent. And I want to especially thank the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group for bringing the Canadian Football League and Ottawa football back to where it belongs. You beautifully represent all that is good with the City of Ottawa. Thank you.
Well, Joanne, thank you. As you know, I've known you for a long time, and you are a trailblazer in so many different ways. And you brought us through a little bit of history of both women in sport and the success of Lansdowne. So thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thanks very much. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're with us today, and certainly remember your work in the past as well, having grown up in Ottawa, so thank you. One of the things I wanted to raise with you is originally in the deal, the Red Blacks and the 67s were guaranteed for 8 years. And after that 8 years, they could go away and there's no obligation there. We obviously want to keep sports at Lansdowne for a longer term. Would you be in favor of extending that obligation of just that 8 years much longer into the term of this deal?
My what I am in favor of is I support completely the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group as having the best interests of football and the best interests of Lansdowne Park, and I defer to them with regards to that question.
Okay, so if football went away in a couple of years though, and the rest was just there, you would be all right with that?
I think sorry.
You have to ask questions on the person's delegation and what they said. That would be a question you could ask the OSEG partners.
I will later on, Mayor, certainly. But I think it's important people recognize that original deal that signed it was just for 8 years, and we need to extend that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joanne, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Watson.
Next is Gawain Harding. I apologize, Gawain, if I've mispronounced your name, and then followed by Terry Sheehan and then Andy McNeely. So Gawain Harding, National Capital Amateur Football Association. Are you on the screen?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Okay, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Welcome.
Well, thank you, sir. My name is Gawain Harding. You were close, though, and a lot of people get it wrong, so don't worry. I'm the president of the National Capital Amateur Football Association. NCAFA is the oldest football league in Canada. It was founded in 1955. It's also the biggest youth football league in Canada at the moment. We have 13 community-based associations, all run by volunteers, coached by local role models, and fueled by the dreams of our 2,800 girls and boys between the ages of 8 and 18. We play both tackle and flag. As you all know, just a few years ago, our sport was in decline and under attack in the media. Some of it self-inflicted and some of it unwarranted. But a few things started changing in 2014. Equipment manufacturers started making safer helmets. Everyone from the CFL to youth football leagues like ours started to change the culture around teaching and managing the risk of contact in our sport. We faced our problems head on. We didn't waver in our responsibility to player safety. We also knew we needed to be more inclusive, from getting more young girls playing to reaching out to new Canadians, to developing flag football for those that weren't interested in tackle football, and to continue our league's rich tradition of ensuring that low-income families never worried about their children missing out on playing a team sport, something so basic yet so Canadian. Youth football is a cheap sport to sign up for. It's a great equalizer. On average, a season costs $350. No equipment is needed to be bought. We supply it all. We take that risk. Football is the only sport that I know where a player will walk into a change room in whatever clothes they're wearing and then walk out onto the field, regardless of their parents' income, is equipped exactly like their teammates around them. You have no idea who's poor, who's rich, where someone lives, what phone they have, or how long they've been playing. Those social stigmas are removed as every player walks out of that dressing room wearing the same $350 helmet, the same $200 shoulder pad, the same socks, the same pants, and the same jersey. There's no such thing in our sport as a $300 stick. Everyone is treated as equally as long as they work as hard as they can. That's our commitment to our kids. I mentioned 2014. As good as our league sports comeback story has been since then, something else happened in Ottawa in 2014. Pro football came back to town. At that time, I was the president of the Gatineau Vikings. I was floored that before the team was even awarded, that I was approached by the potential ownership group on how a CFL team could help us as a club to succeed. This was done all over to our 13 members clubs. This local ownership group understood that any pro team needed to work with the grassroots to develop a new young fan base by engaging them through action and not just advertising. They wanted to be partners with the entire football ecosystem. They had to win the hearts and souls to make this work. Our NCAFA comeback story of getting more kids active and engaged is strongly linked to the comeback of pro football in Ottawa and to the OSEG Foundation. The Red Blacks and OSEG have given our league the ambition to dream. They've inspired a new generations of kids in Ottawa and Gatineau to be fans of their local team, win or lose. Through our club system, our families and players create bonds to their local neighborhoods. They build lifelong friendships. For the Red Blacks, those same families and players create bonds to the entire region. That 11-year-old playing football today and going to TD Place to watch a game will one day, like me, 52-year-old that I am, I had Peter Gabriel and JC Watts, he or she will have Antoine Purnell and Alex Matthias to remember. OSEG has created something special at TD Place, a link to belonging to the larger community. Very quickly in my travels as president of the CAFA, I've come into contact with presidents of football leagues in Montreal, Toronto, and Hamilton. They are extremely jealous of the relationship that we have with the Red Blacks and the OSEG Foundation. No other organization in Eastern Canada does more to help the grassroots of this sport. And I'd like to talk to that for a minute. If you've been to a Red Blacks game, you may have seen me selling 50-50 tickets. I'm pretty loud. I really believe in what the work that the OSEG Foundation does. They engage kids. And that's so important, especially in this COVID-19 universe. And as I'm selling tickets, I have no idea what the score is, but I notice something that never changes. People are extremely happy to be at TD Place, win or lose. They're at a community party, enjoying each other's company. Simply put, they're enjoying being citizens of Ottawa. During those moments, they'd rather be nowhere else. Personally, I don't care that I've missed the play of the game. I get to see 25,000 people enjoying their hometown and each other. And I don't know, but I'm cynical, but that's pretty cool. And I'll end with this. NCAFA gets discounted group tickets from OSEG. We make a small profit from each ticket sold. The reason why NCAFA sells these tickets for the Red Blacks isn't financial. It's to get our kids out to experience a program with their buddies, to cheer for the hometown team, to see their community come together, united behind the red and black. Heart and soul stuff that makes great memories. Memories that will convince you to stay somewhere for life or to move or even invest here. NCAFA is able to play its part in the great city of Ottawa due to the OSEG partnership and with the city of Ottawa. Lansdowne Park is that stage for all goodness to happen. I, like many, lived through the days of no CFL football in the city, the days of watching a deteriorating stadium in the middle of an empty bit of pavement. We can't go back there. What Ottawa has here at TD Place, the rink, the stadium, the restaurants, the cinemas and the stores, the sports teams, the community hub it has become, can't be lost from the economic downturn COVID has caused. The life that TD Place has given our league, our kids and our families, and to the city of Ottawa is intangible. I urge everyone to find a way to keep this community engine fueled. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gowan. I apologize for your name there. And
no worries.
I wanted to ask a question, so we appreciate your time and your input. Thank you and your commitment to amateur football. Next is Terry Sheehan, Skate Canada, followed by Andy McNeely and then Michaela Schreiter. So Terry Sheehan, is Terry?
Yes, I'm here.
Screen. Hello there, Terry. Welcome. Hello. And you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present today. As the capital of Canada, Ottawa has been an extremely important host for Skate Canada events for more than 100 years, starting with the very first National Skating Championships in 1914. In total, Ottawa has played host to our national championships 15 times, most recently in 2017. Ottawa has also been host to several other Skate Canada events, including 4 Skate Canada Internationals, which is one of the 6 stops of the International Skating Union Senior Grand Prix circuit from 1976 to 2008, and 2 ISU World Figure Skating Championships in 1978 and 1984. Ottawa was also to host the 2020 edition of Skate Canada's of Skate Canada International on October 30th and 31st this past year at TD Place, but was unfortunately canceled due to COVID-19 restrictions. As the nation's capital, Ottawa provides a unique backdrop to our skating events. The location of the venue at TD Place alongside the historic Rideau Canal, the world's largest skating rink, has been a fitting location for the best skaters in Canada and sometimes the world to come to compete for national and international crowns. Unlike many other sporting events, our skating events typically take place over 3 to 4 days, and they are 10 to 12 hours in duration per day. Throughout these long days, our skaters, coaches, officials, and fans have been able to enjoy the magnificent performances on the ice while taking advantage of the many amenities that exist at TD Place now, within a very short walking distance to the rink. Restaurants and bars, coffee shops, fast food outlets have benefited greatly from our fans seeking refreshments during the breaks in competition. TD Place is also well situated to downtown hotels, which makes for a convenient commute for our skaters, coaches, and officials from our host hotel, and as well as the many out-of-town fans that make the way to Ottawa to take in the excitement of the events. Over the past several years, Skate Canada has chosen venues that are best suited for our events in size, capabilities, and price. The arena at TD Place is a great example of a venue that meets our needs. The seating capacity easily manages the size of the crowds that we attract, and the venue staff have the experience and skill set to deliver an exceptional fan experience. From the front office staff to the ticketing office to venue operations, they are professional, knowledgeable, easy to work with, and flexible to our specific needs. It is one of the main reasons that Ottawa and TD Place are in Skate Canada's plans to return to. With this in mind, we hope that FEDCO and City Council will receive the recommendations favorably and help position OSEG as a valuable site for sport tourism for post-pandemic success. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Terry. I see no hands up. I just want to say we also have probably the most dedicated volunteers in the skating community.
Absolutely.
Skating and curling volunteers in Ottawa are second to none. And hosting the championship in 2017 was such a big deal for us because we were really trying to bring a lot of focus to the 150th anniversary. And it was a real great moment to see you and your colleagues and the amazing skaters that Canada has produced. So thank you for your feedback. Next is Andy McNeely, Thunderbolt Contracting, followed by Michaela Schreider, and then Aaron Benjamin. So is Andy McNeely on the line?
Morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors,
hello there.
Everyone else participating.
Go ahead, the floor is yours, Mr. McNeely.
My name is Andy McNeely. I'm the president and owner of Thunderbolt Contracting. Founded in 1992, we are a locally owned and operated business with now over 125 employees, specializing in commercial, residential, landscape, general contracting, and commercial property maintenance. We are now entering our 7th year of this great partnership, during which time we have been providing complete summer and winter maintenance to the grounds at Lansdowne. Our team of highly qualified horticulturists provide complete care for the property green space to be enjoyed by all visitors, local residents, and tourists alike. We are a snow and ice control service, or offer control and ice services. Those visiting Lansdowne can be rest assured that the businesses are both accessible and safe in the winter months. As a result of the contract, we are one of the many locally owned businesses that have been positively impacted by OSAG's commitment to bring CFL back to Ottawa to revitalize Lansdowne. Our partnership with OSAG extends beyond our professional contract. Investing in the community in which we do business is core to all of us at Thunderbolt. My family and Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy have instilled those same values at OSAG. At Thunderbolt, giving back to our community is an integral part of our business model, and we are proud to have supported a number of important causes through the OSAG charitable arm. Last year alone, their programs and community investments impacted over 5,000 kids, and Thunderbolt was proud to lend our support towards important work, donating over $30,000 over the past 3 years. But nothing compares more to the $150 million that Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy have contributed to the Lansdowne partnership to date. Not only do I appreciate the opportunity to do business with OSAG, but they have brought back life, vibrancy, and entertainment to the heart of Ottawa. As a resident, I'm a big fan of both the Red Blacks and the 67s. The good times we've had attending the games with family and friends in our season seats would not be possible if it weren't for TD Place facility in the core of our city. Being at the Grey Cup and the NHL Classic and seeing the staff play an important role in clearing the field and stands during two world-class events only weeks apart is an experience that could never be matched in my lifetime. I appreciate the chance to speak on behalf of OSAG and their foundation today. I believe that all too often the positive impact that OSAG has on our community and economy tends to be overshadowed by negative narrative. I hope that myself and the rest of those speaking on behalf of OSAG today are able to communicate just how important it is to sustain Lansdowne partnership so it may thrive far into the future for the city's enjoyment. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. McNeely. I appreciate your coming forward. Take care. Next is Michaela Schreiter, then Aaron Benjamin, and then Robert Merkley. So Michaela Schreiter, you have the floor. If we can see if you're on.
I'm here.
There we go. Okay, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
All right, so hello everybody. My name is Michaela Schreiter. I'm the co-host of That's What She Said on TSN 1200, as well as Mouchoir, a Red Blacks podcast. I'm also a season ticket holder for the Ottawa Red Blacks, and I have been since football returned to Ottawa in 2014. So as you can imagine, I'm a pretty big sports fan. But today I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact that OSAG has had in our community. So for as long as I've been on the air, whether with TSN or with Mouchoir, the Red Blacks have always been incredibly helpful and accommodating in giving me access to players for interviews. Regardless of the fact that I'm certainly not the most well-known broadcaster in the area, the Red Blacks players who I've interviewed have always given me their time, their respect, and their thoughtfulness in their answers, no matter how busy they were. What a lot of people often don't realize is how much of a small community the CFL can be. Fans from all over the country and beyond are very connected, even though we are geographically separated. And it's podcasts like ours and the several other podcasts for other teams that connect fans to each other, the players, and their teams. This kind of community is not found in any other sports fandom that I've seen, and it's what makes the CFL great. And part of that is the access to players and coaches that we get from organizations like OSAG. I've also had the privilege of attending several community fundraising events that OSAG has hosted, often attended by Red Blacks players as well. Events that benefit young kids in sport, underprivileged groups in our city, and other causes throughout the community. At these events, I saw community members and organizations who have benefited from fundraising efforts of OSAG. I saw business leaders showing their support for the organization and the team. And I saw players giving their time and effort for the benefit of our community. I could talk for well over 5 minutes about the benefit of events like this, or the time that the players have given my little podcast. But today I want to talk to you about a cause that I'm extremely passionate about: women in sport. A little bit about me: I started playing hockey when I was 5 years old. As the only girl on my team and in my league, it wasn't exactly the most welcoming space for me. I moved around to different towns and played in leagues with maybe one or two other girls, but regardless of where I played, it was always a very male-dominated space, which became an issue around the age of 12 or 13 when body contact started and the boys started getting a lot bigger than me. I was lucky enough that my father helped start the girls' hockey league in my area and allowed me to keep playing through high school, which led to me playing into adulthood before COVID-19 hit. But I often think of the other young girls who didn't have this opportunity and who stopped playing hockey or any other sport because it no longer felt like a safe space for them. By the age of 14, girls are exponentially more likely to drop out of sport than boys at the same age. This issue of young girls dropping out of sport is something that the OSAG Foundation wants to address. When the OSAG Foundation first started, they invited me and my co-host Shin to the Red Blacks Women's Training Camp, an event aimed at giving women the opportunity to play football, run football drills, and learn more about the game. This may seem like a pretty neat way to spend a Wednesday night, but to many women, it's much more than that. Young girls are often not given the opportunity to play football. So as women, we're forced to watch from the stands. OSAG and the OSAG Foundation have made it their mission to change that, and I've been lucky enough to be along for the ride. But the true benefit from sports like football starts when we're much younger, which brings me to another event hosted by the OSAG Foundation, Sports Day the Girls' Way, at which I served as MC last summer. This is an event geared towards getting young girls involved in sport, all sports. As mentioned previously, the rate at which young girls drop out of sport is alarming, and we need to change that. In addition to the physical benefit, sports give kids many skills that they will carry with them later in life. Skills like leadership, communication, teamwork, dedication, the list goes on. Isn't this something we all want in our colleagues, our managers, our friends, our family? So much of what I've built in my career, I developed while playing sports as a kid. And sports has the power to prepare us for several aspects of our future. These are all things that young girls are robbed of when they cannot get involved in sport or stay involved in sport, which makes events like Sports Day the Girls' Way much more important. On that day, I was lucky enough to see young girls get excited when they were taught how to wrestle or how to curl or how to throw a football or how to play sports they never had a chance to. But it's not just about teaching them how to throw a football. It's about sparking a love of sport and a passion for sport that they will carry with them throughout their life, keeping them moving, making them healthy, and giving them the benefits that sports provide. It's because of OSEG and the OSEG Foundation that events like this take place in our city. OSEG doesn't just give adults like me a place to watch football or a team to cheer for, although they do a pretty good job at that. But they also give young girls an opportunity to discover their passion. And that is something that makes me very proud to work with them and proud to cheer for this team. So thank you very much for your time today.
Great. Thank you very much for your love of the game and love of sport. And it's great that our council liaison on women and gender equity is on the call as well, Teresa Kavanaugh. So thank you for sharing that perspective. Next is Aaron Benjamin, President and CEO of Canadian Live Music Association, followed by Robert Merkley and then Jim Durrell. So I think, did I see Aaron?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Aaron, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Great. Welcome. The floor is yours, and you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I hope that this finds you well, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors and your families during these difficult times. I would like to personally thank you for your outstanding leadership on behalf of all of us throughout this pandemic. Today, I'm writing to you as the voice of thousands of musicians and venues and festivals and clubs and suppliers and technicians and crew who animate cities and towns across the country with live music. As President and CEO of the Canadian Live Music Association, as a member of the Ottawa Board of Trade and a board member of the Ottawa Board of Trade, board member of the Ottawa Film Commission, I am proud to represent our members working in the live music sector, including our very own Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. As the weeks have turned to months during this time of crisis, it's now fully understood that the live event sector will be among the last to recover, and that when that will be remains unknown. Until then, we must do everything we can to ensure a vigorous and comprehensive reboot will be possible. We must safeguard our precious cultural infrastructure with all of our might, because we will need this industry, perhaps more than ever, to help facilitate recovery. Today, artists have nowhere to play, and supply chains that help to underpin the ecology of the industry are becoming radically diminished. The acute erosion of the live music industry negatively impacts the quality of life of every Canadian, indeed every single person living in the city of Ottawa. We've lost the ability to perform and entertain fans in person and to bring people together as a community, to define and enrich our culture. OSEG has played and must continue to play a leadership role in this space. Mark Gowdy and his team understand how important concerts and performances will be to the rebuilding and recovery phase of our financial and cultural and social economies, to our local artists, to our future as a true music city, to local businesses, and frankly, to our collective mental health. Why does live music matter to the economic future of Ottawa? Well, pre-COVID, the live music industry in Ontario contributed $1.2 billion towards provincial GDP and created more than 20,000 jobs annually. Its success was central to the broader music industry's ability to thrive. However, in the last 7 months, actually more like 9 months now, live music companies and organizations have largely been dark, most earning zero revenue since early March, while still attempting to manage significant overhead and operational costs. The impact of shuttering the live music industry has initiated an unstoppable domino effect on the broader industry, as well as on cities and businesses, both directly and indirectly. A staggering 96% of live music venues and stakeholders say they may close their doors permanently. However, 90% of respondents to a recent Abacus data report now say that they really miss going to concerts, and 89% of that group agree that the digital concert and content experience will never replace the feeling of seeing live music in person. Everyone in our industry is struggling to survive right now, though we are resilient, passionate, and determined. OSEG is a shining example of this resiliency, and where there's been an opportunity to support our industry, they've done it. Mr. Mayor and councillors, simply put, we, the live music industry and the City of Ottawa, we need OSEG to be ready when public health authorities deem that we're ready to reopen the doors, raise the lights, and let the show begin. Your partnership with OSEG has put Ottawa back on the map as an international world-class concert destination, and it's clear that Lansdowne's potential to grow and thrive in the future is without limits. The Canadian Live Music Association is proud to support such a committed, socially responsible, best-in-class member, one who helps to make Ottawa the incredible city it has become. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for hearing me today and for your ongoing tireless commitment to seeing us through this. And I look very forward to the day that I can thank you in person.
Well, thank you, and I always love your enthusiasm. You're so passionate, and you've worked, I know, with Jeff Leeper on our Music City strategy as a volunteer, and we really appreciate that. And I know your colleague Mark Monahan wanted to be here today to offer his comments, but he's told us he's going to send a letter around to members of council in support. So we have two members who would like to ask you a question. Councillor El Shantiri, please, and then Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I don't have a question. I just want to say heartfelt thank you to Aaron for helping organizing the relief for the tornadoes victim of the Robin tornadoes victims. So your work, your involvement, your support to my community is well appreciated, and we'll always remember your effort to bring together the people and cheer us up, because we were really going through a flood 2017 and then tornadoes 2018, and you brought the music industry together and provide us at least a one night we forget about the tornadoes and the impact of the tornadoes. So thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. And of course, we just celebrated our 2-year anniversary 2 days ago, and obviously OSEG was instrumental in the execution of that important night. So thank you for your comments.
It was a great night. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you particularly for speaking to the plight of the live music venues, the artists, the various professionals who depend on that industry being strong, really struggling out there right now, and appreciate that you've raised that plight. With respect to Lansdowne Park, it's a great venue for large outdoor concerts. What is the forecast in your industry for when we'll start to see the big tours start to go to venues again? How long is that going to take to start back up? How long does it take to plan these concerts? When is Lansdowne going to be hopping again?
Well, Councillor Leeper, if I knew the answer to when we'd be reopening, I'd be having this conversation from a different office, probably. But once we do get a green light, or we move to something like the prevent green lit section of the new provincial framework, concerts don't just happen with the flip of a switch. So live music stakeholders need time to plan. There's no question. And those timelines can vary from a couple of weeks to a couple of months to a couple of years, depending on the size of the act or the tour. So it's an excellent question. I think it's really important to keep in mind the kind of timelines that are required to execute large events.
Will we see Springsteen here this summer?
I defer to Mr. Gowdy.
Aaron, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor.
We'd love to, Jeff. That would be great. Thank you, Aaron, very much. Next is Robert Merkley, then Jim Durrell, and then Linda Boldelo. Robert Merkley. Is Robert?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
There you go. Great. Hi, Robert. The floor
Good to
is
see you. Mr. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of one of our city's great companies, your partner in Lansdowne, the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. My name is Robert Merkley. I'm the president of Merkley Supply Limited, and I've lived in Ottawa all my life. So I know the history of Lansdowne, what it was, and particularly what it is today. My wife and I live in the Rideau condo right beside the Bank Street Bridge. I have views of some of our city's most iconic landmarks, the bridge, the Rideau Canal, and the most amazing backyard anyone could ever wish for, the TD Place and Lansdowne Park. On major event days, the Red Blacks home game or city folk in the park, it is an amazing sight to see thousands of people filing into Lansdowne. They bring such energy, such joy. And when I see these thousands of people, I realize Lansdowne is not just my backyard, it belongs to all of us. Such a joy. And when I see thousands of people, I realize Lansdowne is and does belong to all of us, everyone in the city, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. Lansdowne is a citywide asset that draws people from all over the region and tourists from around the world. It's a place where experiences and memories are made, some which, like the Burris to Ellingson miracle touchdown in Eastern Final in 2015, are memories that will last us a lifetime. Lansdowne is my restaurant district, my shopping district, my entertainment district, and my home. There's no place like it in the city, and I have so much respect for the vision and the determination demonstrated by the OSEC partners to make it all possible. Originally, three good friends, Bill Shankman, Roger Greenberg, and John Ruddy, had a vision to bring CFL football back to Ottawa. What began as a $30 million investment soon became a $100 million investment. Once the City of Ottawa and OSEC partnership was signed, it soon became clear that more funds were needed. The north stands required a substantial more remedial work. The new electronic signage throughout the park came as a much greater cost, as with so many other parts of the stadium. They've invested so much more than was originally forecast, and I shudder to think of the investment that they'll need to make it through the pandemic and the restart of the business when it's safe to do so. Who amongst us today can predict with any certainty when this COVID-19 pandemic will end? As I understand it, OSED has asked its partner, you, the City of Ottawa, to help the recovery process by allowing them to access a bank account that OSED has been funding since 2014. OSED wants to use these funds in that account, which were set aside for potential infrastructure repairs, as operating capital. And even with the access to the bank account, OSED still forecasts several years of deficits as the recovery process begins. I'd say that's a more than fair ask. Frankly, without OSEG, there really wouldn't be any need for infrastructure repairs. Those of us that love Lansdowne are extremely lucky that a couple of local guys, local heroes, really, Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy, came together with their other partners to form OSEG. We're lucky to have them running our Red Blacks, our 67s, and we're fortunate they are the guardians of our cherished Lansdowne district. I actually got to know Roger Greenberg quite a while ago when both Roger and I were asked in 2002 to raise $3.6 million for the Ottawa Hospital $100 million legacy campaign. We went past the $3.6 million and actually raised $10.6 million. I've since worked with Roger on 4 other major campaigns. Mayor Watson, I'm sure you will recall the Ride the Rideau and the Ride, which raised $14 million for the hospital, which was co-founded by both Roger and me in 2010. Now, I'm sure most of us in this room know of the philanthropic gifts that Roger, John, Bill have given our city. Certainly, I also know that Roger, not only does he open his checkbook to literally hundreds of charities, but Roger rolls up his sleeves and gives of his time to ensure the success of many of Ottawa's major charities. I don't think you can walk into any hospital or long-term care home or higher learning institute in Ottawa without seeing a plaque with the family names on the wall. So it was no surprise that they set up the OSEG Foundation, of which I'm proud to say I'm a founding member. The foundation helps low-income families get their kids into organized sports, have some fun, and learn invaluable life lessons that come from playing sports. It's so important for these kids and for all of us to have that kind of support system in place. It's what good people do to build great cities. And it's one small example of what those good people, Roger, John, and Bill, have done for our great city. They've earned our support, and I urge you to support OSEG by accepting this recommendation in the report to help them make it through the pandemic. And will be ready to help us all recover by throwing a great party in my backyard and yours, TD Place in Lansdowne. We all know what great entertainment and a greatly needed diversion the Ottawa Red Blacks will give Ottawa once CFL football is back. I agree with Mr. Mayor that this is a strong case to support the OSEG position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for the great work you did in the ride. I've never seen so many people in spandex in all my life.
Yes.
Rides. They raise a lot of money for our Ottawa Hospital. Appreciate your feedback, and thank you for your time. Next, Jim Durrell, needs no introduction, followed by Linda Bordelot and then Alex Mateus. Is Jim on the line here? I'm told he is. I don't know, Jim, if you're on mute. Carol tells me you're there.
Yes, he is there.
All right, so Jim, if you can hear us, if you can turn your camera and mute button. Carol, do you see him?
He doesn't have his video or his audio on, but we'll try and assist.
Hi, can you hear me now?
There we go. We can hear you, Jim.
There
we can see you.
Yeah, look at that, eh?
Miracles of technology. You didn't have this back in the day. Anyways, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, my friend.
And I won't be that long, Your Worship, and I thank you and members of council for this. It's a memorable day, actually, in my life, because 35 years ago today, Mr. Mayor, I was elected the 53rd Mayor of Ottawa. And and I say that only because it's a great time of reflection. And like all mayors, when you are elected, you inherit a lot of good things from your predecessors, and you inherit a lot of other issues that and when I was elected mayor, one of the problems that we inherited was Lansdowne Park. It was becoming, and this is not a dispersion on my predecessors, because I handed on the same problem to future mayors. And it was the decay of our park versus the priorities that we as council and mayors all faced. And back in the late 80s, Your Worship, the biggest issues we were facing was sewer separation, interestingly enough. And it really took a lot of our attention and our focus. And today, of course, you're on transportation. But the capital demands of running any city are enormous, as we know, and the demands far exceed the ability to fulfill them all. And Lansdowne Park became a forgotten sister, and it continued that way. And I think the previous speakers, including staff at the city, have enunciated very well the state of decay that occurred. And we're so fortunate. And the biggest thing that was missing, frankly, from it all was not the desire of you, council, or previous councils to solve it. It was money. And that money could only come from the private sector. And so with council's wisdom and vision, we were able to finally find two people, actually a partnership, but certainly led by John and Roger, that were prepared to make an investment in our city. We all know, and I think the previous speakers, Mr. Mayor, have enunciated it far better than I could, the passion with which they spoke about the variety of their industries and the effect that Lansdowne Park and OSAG has had on them. So it's the people who, you always hear cynicism at times like this about, well, they're big money guys, and so they're just doing this to line their pockets. I think Robert Merkley said it well. You can't travel anywhere in this city, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and not see the Greenberg family in one way, shape, or form, or the Ruddy Foundation, that haven't made our city a better place. They're tremendous community leaders. In a city the size of Ottawa, even though we're not a small city, we don't, our business leaders are few and far between, largely because of the economic structure of our city. And so we are blessed to have Roger, blessed to have John, blessed to have that partnership. And is this going to solve all of our problems? No, this won't. But it certainly is a major step in the right direction. And so I encourage you to support the recommendation. I congratulate the city staff on what I thought was a very well documented reason to vote for this. Pretty good, eh? Under 5 minutes.
Under 3 minutes, Jim. Thank you. That was well said, and it was nice to see that history that you brought us through. We have a question from Councillor El Shantiri for you.
Okay.
Mr. Darrell, I just want to reach out and say thank you for your service to our city. I must admit, you were the first mayor I voted for since
very
I became
wise, Eli.
citizenship. So I'm a strong supporter of your vision, and also for OSAG, it seems everybody think of it just as a dollar and cents, but more is the community memories and the support for the community in that time. As I said to Aaron, the previous speaker, her effort with OSAG and to help the victim of the tornadoes in 2018, that was remarkable to see. So whether it's 150 and Canada's game or the 100 years between the sun, you're making memories in those areas, and you're raising children, especially with the new Canadian, with the hope what this country has to offer. I'm not sure if any more we can say about the memory and the contribution to this community that place Brain. And someone said it in his backyard, but I think it is in all our backyard.
Correct. Well said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
A happy anniversary, Jim, and hope there's a cake waiting for you at home. Take care.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Linda Bordelot, followed by Alex Mateus, and then Dr. Naleen Bagarva. So Linda, I saw Linda earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It certainly is an honor to make a delegation in support of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group and their investment in Lansdowne Park and the City of Ottawa. I make my submissions both as a community member. I'm in Councillor Dean's ward, proud of that, as well as in my professional capacity as a partner with Pearlie Robertson here in Ottawa, and the fundraising efforts that the firm and myself have worked on with the OSEG Foundation. The impact of the Lansdowne development really is immeasurable when you talk about community spirit and it being the hub of the community. I have just 3 areas that I wanted to touch on in the short amount of time that I have. The first is the impact of having a CFL back in the City of Ottawa, and in particular, the Red Blacks, because it certainly is a different type of football experience that we enjoy in our city. I'm a declared super fan of the Red Blacks and a season's ticket holder. I can tell you that this team has really impacted the community in a number of ways. One of it is really to bring back that idea of a hub for the community at Lansdowne Park and being together in a stadium setting, cheering for a sports team. It has an incredible impact. I just wanted to mention one particular game, and that was 2 days after the Parliament Hill shooting, which occurred on October 22nd of 2014. 2 days later at TD Place, the Red Blacks played the Montreal Alouettes. So the city was coming together after a completely traumatizing event in the city. It was unbelievable to see the spirit of those people in attendance and the lineups to thank the emergency service workers, to thank the police officers who were there at the game. I think it really gave an opportunity for the city to heal in a hub like that. So I think we're so fortunate to have that venue for a variety of reasons. But certainly football in itself provides that opportunity to come together. And then walking out of the stadium after a game, I can't tell you how many times groupings of people would marvel at, this is our city. So it really instilled a sense of community pride to walk out to a beautiful hub of restaurants and bars, and to enjoy the spirit of the game afterwards. So I think that's it's an incredible feat, and one that we really have to support in its continuation. The second area that I'd like to comment on is just the entertainment venue. I'm a music fan, and I've been to the outdoor events, City Fest, as well as the indoor events at the arena itself. And it certainly gives all residents of the city of Ottawa with different means the ability to come in to the center of the city and enjoy music. And I think that has an incredible value on its own. So it's important to keep that in mind, and emphasizing the importance of the revitalization. The last area I just wanted to touch on is really the charitable events. And those are the ones that I've been involved in with my firm. I've been to all of the Red Blacks women's training events. So this provided a great fundraising opportunity in support of youth and girls in sport. And it involved just a women's only event. And I can't tell you how many times I was asked by my male partners or people in the community, men saying, hey, we want to be part of this. Unique to have a women's only fundraising event. So you're on the field learning the basics of football, and coming together in a great environment. So I put together a number of female lawyers and people outside, women outside of my firm, to participate in that. And I think we've been really successful. And I assisted in organizing one of the last ones, and I hope to do it again in the future. You know, we've had the gourmet on the gridiron, just a chance to connect with the players, and a number of other charitable events that the OSEG Foundation has been really impressive with. I'm chair of Run Ottawa, chair of the board of directors of Run Ottawa, and I really look forward to developing a stronger relation with Ottawa Race Weekend and Lansdowne Park. I think once we move beyond the virtual events and we can get into physical presence of others in these types of sporting events, I look forward to showcasing the running community at Lansdowne Park as well. So in closing, I would just like to thank Roger Greenberg and all of his team for the amazing work they've done at creating that community hub that Lansdowne Park is. So thank you for the time today.
Oh, thank you very much for your input. And we have no questions, so we'll bid adieu, and thank you very much, Linda. Next, Alex Mateas, followed by Dr. Nalin Bagarva. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for letting me share my connection to Ottawa and OSEG as well. My name is Alex Mateas. I am born and raised in Ottawa and an offensive lineman for the Ottawa Red Blacks. 5 years ago, I got the chance to play football professionally, and more importantly, in the city that I grew up in, which is the city that has given me everything that I have today. Not only did I get the chance to play football for a living, but I also got the chance to learn how to build deep roots within the community and use football in a different manner than just on the field. A little connection to Ottawa. When I was 5, my dad started a soccer club for my sisters and I, which meant that in the winter, most of our weekends were spent at Lansdowne Coliseum. So on the weekends between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m., you could catch me either playing soccer, eating way too much Kettlemans, or I used to pick a toonie out of an old vending machine under Frank Clair Stadium. I never got it though. But my childhood was spent traveling across the city from practice to practice. And I've had the chance to compete for the Takahashi Dojo in judo. I played basketball for Dave Smart. And I've also had the chance to compete for Ontario in the Canadian National Championship. But throughout that whole time, something kept on bringing me back to football. Whether we had a pro team in the city or not, it was pretty clear that the football culture and legend was true and was alive in Ottawa. And all the magic happened at Lansdowne. Football is a very special game. When I'm on the field, if I have a minute to look up in the stands, or if I wait until after the game when everyone's on the field, it's pretty clear to see that everyone is part of our fan group. Everyone, from all ages, races, and genders, everyone has the chance to come to TD Place and enjoy football or all the other attractions that come with Lansdowne. Personally, I moved from sport to sport because I kept on getting bigger and bigger. It's probably not hard to tell, but I love to eat, and football has made that part of my lifestyle. But it doesn't matter what size you are, you can find success in football. Whether you're, large and tall like myself, or if you're, a little more compact and stocky, you can be aggressive, you can be passive. There's a position for everyone. There are 60 plus, and we can find one for you. I'm very grateful and lucky that I've had the chance to find football. It's given me an opportunity to grow and to build a connection with our community. Every single time on game day, when we run out of the helmet, I notice the kids who lead us out. They lead the charge, holding the flag, and it brings me right back to when I was a kid. We didn't have a professional football team in the city, so we didn't get the chance to come down to Lansdowne, every summer every weekend in the summer. But there was a chance when an international soccer tournament came to Ottawa, and I remember standing on the side of the field, asking the players for a little blade of grass, which I then put in a Ziploc bag and kept on my dresser drawer, or on my dresser, which was right beside my front door. And I wouldn't have had that opportunity to dream about playing professional sports if I didn't have that opportunity at Lansdowne. On top of being an opportunity for kids to dream and to learn, it's also a great party, and I love playing football, but my buddies that I grew up with at Parkwood Hills, Sir Winston Churchill, they'll all tell you they prefer having a beer with each other than watching me play, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Away from football, OSEG and the OSEG Foundation are leaders when it comes to providing kids with opportunities to play sport. And sport has given me everything that I have, so it can give everything to our youth in this city. When we all wear the red, and the black, we're representing the same team. There is so much more to come with the Red Blacks, OSEG, Lansdowne. The potential has just started, and I strongly request for your support so we can come back bigger and better than ever. It has been a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Alex. And you reminded me, I completely forgot about the Coliseum building. That's another blast from the past, right at Bank at Homewood there. So great. Thank you for your time. Next is Dr. Nalin Bagarva, followed by Raul Tomar, and then Ken Craig, and then Cyril Leader. So, Doctor?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Nalin Bargava. I'm the former president of the Ottawa Dental Society, former president of the Ottawa Girls Hockey Association, former board member of United Way Ottawa, the chair and creator of the Maharaja's Ball, the chair and creator of the Fury for Heart Gala, and the co-founder of the Strathcona Tigers after-school sports program. Over the last 25 years, I've been involved in planning of many different special events in our community and was named Citizen of the Year in 2010. Thank you, City Council. Along the way, I've been fortunate to cross paths with OSEG and its predecessors many times. If I may, I would like to share 5 of those instances. Number 1, the Maharaja's Ball. In 2005, the city of Ottawa lagged behind many other jurisdictions in Ontario in cardiac arrest survival rates. The main reason, one of the reasons, was a lack of public access defibrillators in our city. The Maharaja's Ball was set up to address this shortcoming. We in the Ottawa Dental Society set up a minor hockey mouthguard clinic. Local minor hockey players paid for their mouthguard and at a reduced rate received a free ticket to the Ottawa 67s game, courtesy of the hockey club. The funds raised were donated to the Maharaja's Ball, and the Ottawa 67s were one of the first sponsors of the Maharaja's Ball. So what can we measure? Well, the ball went on to raise $85,000, and that was donated to the Ottawa Paramedic Service, who were able to install 25 machines right here in Ottawa. As well, the ACT Foundation received some of the funds, and they were able to start a grade 9 defibrillator training program, which lives on till today. In later years, the ball went on to raise close to $1 million for local charities here in Ottawa, including CHIO, Briere, and the Sens Foundation. What can't we measure from that? Number one, sports franchises can build brand appeal in the fundraising gala world quicker than anything else I can think of. Two, the local dentist community was proud to donate to that event and feel like they too were part of the city. Three, the local Indo-Canadian community and the organizing committee that staged the Maharaja's Ball could walk away feeling that they had contributed to our city and they had the right to call themselves proud citizens of Ottawa. Event number two, the Ottawa Lady 67s. One of the issues we have with young female athletes is that they drop out of their sport in their teen years. In hockey, the boys have the prospect of playing in the NHL. In the girls' world, we have no such thing. So in 2014, we in the Ottawa Girls Hockey Association approached the 67s and asked if we could use their name and their brand. And the idea was to field an intermediate AA girls hockey team right here in Ottawa. That's the highest level of girls hockey in Ontario for girls aged 17 to 20. Permission was granted. So what can we measure? Well, no money changed hands. So you could say, well, that was a failure, or you could say it was a success. But you can't, because if you measure things by dollars, there's no judgment there. But what can't we measure? Overnight, so many girls now had something to shoot for. One day, the hope was to eventually play for the Ottawa Lady 67s and be a Lady 67. So we think this has kept many girls in the sport. In fact, 12 of our Lady 67s players have gone on to play NCAA or CIS hockey. Event number three, Fury for the Heart. In 2017, the Montfort Hospital was trying to raise $2 million to buy a cardiac CT machine. They approached me about staging a gala at Stonefields Manor. What we did is we approached the Ottawa Fury Soccer Club and said, would you like to participate? The idea is guests would come and test their soccer skills against the Fury players in the afternoon on the lawn, and then enjoy a 4-course dinner with them in the Stonefields barn. So what can we measure? That event raised $50,000, and the Montfort Foundation eventually was able to buy their cardiac CT machine. What can't we measure? The organizing committee was able to enjoy the feeling that comes from participating in something and belonging to something greater than yourself. The Fury players were able to connect with the community and vice versa. This led to many from the gala coming to Fury games, forming their own new little community in the stands. The Strathcona Tigers. We know from United Way Ottawa that if your child is not involved in 5 to 9 hours of activity per week, supervised activity, they have a 50% greater chance of getting arrested. In our community, it costs $100,000 to arrest a youth and incarcerate them. So the math is simple. Just keep our kids busy and it's going to save us a lot, all of us a lot. So in 2019, we approached the 67s. We wanted to have a gala called Talk Hockey. So kids in minor hockey could buy tickets and they would enjoy a lasagna dinner plus an evening dinner with the 67s coaches, players, and management.
Doctor, if you could just wrap up because you're
sure. So there's things in life we can measure by money, but there's things that we can't measure, such as bringing people together, building community for everyone. So these things you can't measure. And in fact, they're priceless. So all I have to say is good on you, Jose. Thank you.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much. And thank you for your advocacy on so many different causes, particularly women and girls in sport. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next is Rahul Tomar, followed by Ken Craig, and then Cyril Leader, and then Janine Rittichtrot. Apologize for that. Rahul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, hello everyone. My name is Rahul Tomar. This is my first time attending a council meeting, and I thank the council and OSEC for providing me with the opportunity. So, a little introduction and background about me. I'm a fourth-year computer science and a business minor student at Carleton, and I'm currently working as a co-op student in Ford's upcoming line of electric vehicles. We're working on them. I came to Ottawa in 2017 to pursue my bachelor's, and I chose Ottawa because I heard really, really good things about the city and its people. I read some articles that said the people are really nice and welcoming to the people of all cultures. So during my second semester, yeah, I guess it was second, I started an association of students. I came along with the Canada India Center of Excellence at Carleton and the Indian High Commission. Our goal was to help international students from India from the culture shock and to make this city feel like their home. And we have been organizing events each month for students from all three campuses across Ottawa since 2017. However, we do have two major events each year that we organize on a bigger scale. These two events are Holi, which is celebrated in March, and Diwali, which is celebrated in November each year. These are the most widely celebrated festivals amongst the people of Indian origin in India and worldwide, of course. During these events, we almost have an attendance of 500 plus, which is mostly international students and some of the local Indo-Canadian community. The students attend these events to enjoy the delicious Indian food and to get back with their culture and to enjoy some dance performances and cocktails, of course. So we require large venues each year to organize these events, and I want to share some fact with the respected council about the venues that we use. So back in 2019, in the March of 2019, to be specific, we organized our Holi event at the Horticulture Building at Lansdowne, and we were billed about $2,000, which included everything with cleaning and the venue fees. The capacity of the building was around 350 patrons. I don't remember it exactly on the top of my head. I'm really sorry about that. And the low rental cost that we were charged helped us to bring down the ticket prices down to 15, which included food, colors, DJ, and everything. And whereas this year, the venue at Horticulture was unavailable due to overbooking and there were some issues again. So we had to move our event to EY Center where we were charged about $18,000 for the exact same thing. The only difference was we were moving up to a capacity of 500 instead of 350. And because of this, we had to charge the students $40 for the exact same thing that we did in 2019. And because of that, many of our students couldn't attend the event and they complained to us about it. And also EY Center was a bit far off from all the three campuses, whereas Lansdowne was in a central spot. So I feel like the city should be able to provide the international students access to central spots such as Lansdowne at low prices. Most of the international students already pay thrice of the domestic tuition fees each year, and that's why they are on a very tight budget and a very little room to spend on things like events and celebrations. Secondly, I'm aware that there is a bit of shortage of STEM, the science, tech, engineering, and mechanical professionals in Ottawa right now. It's not like that we have a less number of STEM students here, but the demands keep on growing each year. I also feel I'm a bit afraid that not all STEM majors stay in Ottawa, that after they graduate. Ottawa has great job opportunities for us, but I feel like we can make Ottawa even more attractive for international students and the STEM majors in the future. If I take myself as an example, I'm an international student and a STEM major. Often I go to the cities like Toronto and Montreal to attend some of my cultural events. I feel like the number of international students grows in Ottawa and the number of events of interest should grow as well. It's not like the city is not making any efforts in regards to that. In fact, the city is getting better at it day by day. I was really happy and excited to attend the India Day organized by OSEG's Ottawa 67 at Lansdowne. It was organized in Feb this year, right before the lockdown happened. I've never watched a hockey game in person before that night. It was a wonderful experience for me and for the other students who attended the event. And the event was attended by over 600 STEM students. Most of them were international who watched hockey that night. I think the city needs to do more and more events like this to introduce and integrate the international students in the Canadian culture. That's everything from my side. I again thank the mayor and the council to hear me out and to provide me with this opportunity.
Oh, thank you. And we have a question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Tolmar, for being here. I just wanted to say I'm hopeful you can reach out to my office and we can have larger discussions about this. I used to go to Carleton and was the president of the student union there. And we used to push on international tuition fees all the time, and space for students on campus and off campus. So I'd love to talk more with you, and so I'm hoping you can send a note to my office, and then we can meet separately to have a discussion about some of those aspects. Thank you for being here.
Sure, sounds good, Sean, and thank you for offering that. I'll reach out to your office separately. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Next is Ken Craig, then Cyril Leader, then Janine Rittichot, Tammy Laverty Hall. So Ken Craig, where's Ken? Let's see. Oh, there he is. Hi, Ken. I think you're on mute. If you can just unmute yourself, and you've got 5 minutes. You're still, oh, there you go.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor Watson. And I want to thank everybody for giving me this time to speak. I'm a very, very strong supporter of OSEG. I've been doing this. I've been a concert promoter for 41 years and always have been in Ottawa, except for a small stay at McMaster University booking shows. But born in Ottawa, which I really like a lot of the speakers that I'm hearing that are very localizing their speeches. And I feel very much like that also. And born and raised in Ottawa. And I remember actually at Lansdowne Park, and I was 6 years old. And my dad was in a very big band at that time called the Staccatos. And they played July 1st on Canada Day, right on Lansdowne Park, for the one time the Queen came and actually went to Lansdowne Park and for July 1st. And I really enjoyed actually my area councillor, Scott Moffat, who had a picture up earlier of a Lansdowne Park older photo. And because I've been doing shows there from the very beginning when I was 17, and it has progressed so much. And I was also on the renovation board back in the early years when the renovations were going to start with Lansdowne Park. And I wanted to say, if it wasn't for Lansdowne Park and the Ottawa Civic Center, I don't know where my career would have went other than possibly having to move to Toronto or another city. But I've always stayed here because of my passion for this city and because I've been able to work here because of Lansdowne Park. And way back, even going back to Councillor Leeper, if he's still online, I remember doing the very first show Bruce Springsteen ever played here, Mayor Watson, in January 24th, 1981, Councillor Leeper. Tickets were $12.50, by the way. And and it was one of the first sold out shows way back then. And it just shows you the history, especially of the Ottawa Civic Center. And just in that month, when Bruce Springsteen, Councillor Leeper, played the Ottawa Civic Center on January 24th, in that month alone, also Rush played to a sold-out show, Styx played to a sold-out show, and Bruce Springsteen, January 24th, 1981, played to a sold-out show, and again, at $12.50 ticket. So if he does come back, which we all hope he does, and most likely we'll play, a football stadium, hopefully doing outdoor shows. Not sure if the ticket price will be $12.50, but hopefully Ottawa gets included on the routing. And so as everybody knows, I've been in the business for 41 years, started at Bass Clef Entertainments, been with in the business the entire 41 years as Vice President of Live Nation, that I resigned last year as Vice President of Live Nation, now an independent promoter. I'm working with Jerry Seinfeld mainly now, doing arena shows in North America with him. But I'm an independent promoter, still bringing shows in to Ottawa, and especially Lansdowne Park, as my forte is outdoor shows. And that's something that Lansdowne Park needs to realize too, and the councillors. Lansdowne Park, just so you know, has held the 3 largest stadium shows Ottawa has ever had, which of course was the Rolling Stones that I was luckily able to produce and promote back on August 27th, 2005. And it's the biggest show in Ottawa at 43,216 paid tickets. The second biggest show, of course, being Pink Floyd in 1988. And yes, Councillor Leeper, I see you getting excited there. I'm sure you were at, hopefully you're at that show. But Councillor Tierney, I see you with a smile there, because we all remember those events, because thanks to OSEG and the renovations and the professionalism of their staff under Mark Gowdy, it's a fabulous stadium to bring shows back. And if we all recall, the shows that do well here, especially in Ottawa, we're a big country market, we're a big classic rock market. And why do we need Lansdowne Park? We have Blues Fest, fabulous event, professionally run by Mark Monahan, but there's still some shows that don't want to go into a field or they want to be able to play a stadium. Why? Because their audiences are older. So as we go to the future and as COVID hopefully goes away, we get a vaccine, we bring back major shows to this city, which are very important. Our market is those shows like the Paul McCartneys, the Eagles, AC/DC returning, as we all know. Hopefully everybody got that AC/DC new CD that came out yesterday. And because I'm sure they will start a reunion tour. And I'll close up, Mayor Watson, that again, OSEG is a fabulous place to work. My office that promoted and produced the After the Storm concert under Kevin Duffy out of the Live Nation office is a great place to gatherings, like everybody said. And the sports and the entertainment business, because of OSEG and because of TD Place, the sports and the entertainment industry came together in 2017 because of that venue when we did the Grey Cup with Shania Twain as the halftime show. And if everybody recalls, it snowed that day, that they weren't even calling for snow. And if you recall, Shania Twain came out onto the field on a sled and actually made the ABC Good Morning America and CNN News. And again, that year with the NHL Classic Rock that Mayor Watson brought up earlier, the halftime show of Bryan Adams, again, 2 great Canadian artists, 2 great classic rock events in Canada. And I thank everybody and the councillors for always supporting Lansdowne Park and the site, and the OSEG and their fabulous management. And I hope to be working with them quite a bit in the next 7 to 10 years as I stay in the business to bring bigger and better shows to this market. Thank you, Mayor Watson.
Thank you, Ken. We love your enthusiasm, and you brought some of the biggest shows. Maybe you can do the Donald Trump rally exile tour, bring him up to Ottawa, see if you can fill the stadium. But it brought a lot of memories back to people here. I know Jeff was grinning ear to ear hearing some of those, and Matt Luloff's looking for a booking agent for his band. So lots of enthusiasm about music industry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Watson. And just very quickly on a fun note, is I've actually been saying that over the last couple of months, that if President Trump does lose the election, I think the biggest event that I could probably produce in 2021 is to bring President Trump on a speaking tour like Barack Obama has. And just the last point, Mayor Watson, if it's okay, if I have 10 more seconds, is the important part of the arena part of Lansdowne Park is because our market is considered a B market. The arena with the fabulous curtaining that Roger Greenberg and Mark Gowdy has put into the arena has given us a capacity in that arena of anywhere between 2,000 and 8,000 people. And it's the perfect size, mid-size venue for our market in the music industry. Thank you, Mayor Watson.
Very flexible. Thank you. Okay, so next we've got Cyril Leader, and then Janine, and then Tammy. So Cyril is well known to us all. Where's Cyril?
Mr. Mayor, you have Keith Igla have his hand.
I'm sorry, Keith. Did you have a question for Ken?
I had a very quick comment, Mr. Mayor. Ken, I just wanted to thank you for bringing back a very real memory for me. I was at that concert with Springsteen at the Civic Center. It was absolutely amazing. And if you can do anything to get him to come back, I'm all for it. Thank you for bringing that very positive memory back during some very trying times. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. And yes, Bruce Springsteen has been in Ottawa 5 times since January 24th, 1981. So Ottawa has always been on his routing. So if Bruce Springsteen does tour, I know we have a very good chance, because a lot of acts, Mayor Watson, as you know, a lot of acts, they go out and they'll do 40 shows, 60 shows on a tour. Well, there's 300 cities in North America that are going after these big acts, like the Coldplays and the Paul McCartneys. But you know what? With the fabulous venues that we do have in this city, especially the football field and the arena with its different capacities, Ottawa, and I will always do my best, as Mayor Watson knows, and we graduated Carleton University together, Mayor Watson and I, and along with Steve Herman, who works with Live Nation. It's fabulous that we're going to have these shows in the future.
Cyril, over to you. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Thanks.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before a committee today. I appear before you virtually, of course, in a personal capacity as a longtime resident of the city and someone who spent the better part of my professional career in the sports and entertainment industry. And I recently served as co-chair with CFL Commissioner Randy Ambrosi this past spring on a committee that was studying the financial impact and the social impacts of COVID on the professional sports industry. So I'm here today to support OSEG and to speak in favor of the staff report that's in front of you. No doubt that this report in front of you is a significant request, and decisions like this require a council and committee to make careful and thoughtful analysis. You know, I asked myself when I saw the report a number of questions to sort of arrive at my own conclusion, and proposing that the committee maybe ask yourselves these same questions that I went through. You know, are the circumstances that brought us here today warranted, and were any of them within OSEG's control? And of course, COVID-19's had a profound impact on all businesses, on all residents, on everybody, and it's something that we're all dealing with. And they are entirely outside of OSEG's control. And I've been in business a long time. I've come through 19% interest rates. I've come through the financial crisis in 2008, 3 recessions. Nothing has been as difficult to deal with from a business point of view and a human point of view, human capital point of view, than managing through COVID. The second question I asked myself is, many businesses are affected. Almost all businesses have been negatively affected. Does this industry been more affected than another, as the sports entertainment industry? And of course, the answer to that is yes. There's no other industry that's been more adversely impacted than the sports and entertainment industry by COVID-19. The third question I asked myself, have OSEG been good partners, and have they contributed their fair share along the way that brought us to this point? And have they done their fair share during the pandemic? And the answer to both parts of that question was yes as well. They've been good partners in Lansdowne. The initial projections, I believe, were $56 million of contributions, and they've committed more than double than that at this point. They've carried the project through the pandemic. This has been not easy for businesses, again, particularly in this industry. So they've been a good partner all the way through. The fourth question I asked, is the request in front of you that they're asking for, is it reasonable given the circumstances? And again, I believe the request is reasonable, it's creative, and it's responsible given the circumstances. And the last question I ask myself is, are the partnership and the people behind it, are they committed to Ottawa and its well-being, not just through the short-term crisis, but will we be there in the future as well? And I believe the answer to that is a resounding yes as well. Roger Greenberg, John Ruddy, Bill Shankman, John Pugh, and the entire OSEG team. Now, they've demonstrated their commitment to the city and to this project a number of times. And I know these gentlemen well personally. I know them to be very committed to Ottawa and the city and its future. So in summary, it's unprecedented health and economic issue that's kind of brought this year. No industry's been hit as hard as the sports and entertainment industry. You're working with a great group now at OSEG that's been committed to Lansdowne in the past and will be continued to be committed to that project in the future. And I believe the request and the solution is reasonable in the circumstances. And on that basis, I'm asking the committee and council to support the staff report in front of you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Cyril, very succinct. And you bring an interesting perspective, having been in this business for a long time. I see no questions, so we appreciate your time and your input. Next is, I apologize, Janine, I keep butchering your last name.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, you've been saying it correctly all along, and you're one of the few, if I may say. So thank you for that.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Janine Richot, and I am here to speak about the positive impact of the OSEG and City of Ottawa partnership in our community, and the importance of ensuring that the partnership plan will continue in a way that allows Lansdowne to thrive in a post-pandemic context. I am the co-host and co-creator of Mouchoir, a Red Blacks podcast. You met my star co-host earlier. I'm also a member of the OSEG Foundation Community Cabinet, and I am a Red Blacks season ticket holder and have been since day one in 2014. I'm actually a reformed Winnipeg Blue Bombers fan, having grown up in Manitoba, but now completely converted to the Ottawa Red Blacks. Midway through the 2019 season, we learned that one of our seatmates, Brian, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. From day one, he and his son, Jeremy, occupied the seats behind me, and we became friends. The news of this hit our section quite hard. As the season wore on, Brian was unable to attend games, but he watched every single one on TSN. Before the final game of the season, his son reached out to me to ask if I could help. He wanted to get our section on the TSN broadcast so that Brian could see us one final time. I immediately reached out to OSEG's CEO, Mark Gowdy. He sprinted into action and got his media team to reach out to TSN on our behalf. Midway through the fourth quarter, Jeremy got a text from his mom, excitedly telling him that we had all just been spotted on TV. Not only did they see us, not only did Brian see us, but famed TSN announcer Chris Cuthbert saluted Brian and told viewers his story. This meant the world to him and to Jeremy. Brian has since passed away, but not without realizing the strength of the Red Blacks community. Brian's story exemplifies OSEG's impact. Mark could have easily decided that he was busy with 100 other things that a CEO should be focused on that day. Instead, he treated Brian and Jeremy like they are family. And family is precisely what OSEG and the Red Blacks have given us. Since 2014, this team has united the citizens of Ottawa. In our inaugural season, despite a 2-16 record, we sold out every single of our 9 home games, packing the stadium with over 24,000 fans. In our second year, we made it to the Grey Cup after the Miracle on Bank Street play that got the whole city erupting in celebration. What we couldn't take home in 2015, we took home in 2016, 40 years after the last Ottawa football team won the Grey Cup. The Red Blacks got it done in their 3rd year as a franchise. The city exploded in the streets of the Glebe on a cold, gray, and rainy day. When else would we come out on a day like that, except for a victory parade, coming together to proudly celebrate our team? In 2017, we extended our family and welcomed all of Canada to these same streets as we put on a Grey Cup festival for the ages. This festival was about so much more than football. We showcased our city as diverse, inclusive, and vibrant. And this family atmosphere extends far beyond football in many ways. I know through my podcast just how important the citizens of Ottawa are to the Red Blacks. Whether they are marching up front and center in the Pride Parade or raising funds for the Ottawa Food Bank, players and coaches have made Ottawa a central part of their lives. It is my own deep love for Ottawa that led me to enthusiastically accept an invitation to sit on the community cabinet of OSEG Foundation. As a passionate advocate for girls and women in sport, the work of the foundation to make sport inclusive for all children speaks to my soul. The OSEG Foundation is taking concrete steps to achieve sports parity in our city. This matters. This is community building. This is inclusion, and this is family. 2020 has been a difficult year. The COVID pandemic has wrought havoc on every facet of society and on our economy, but I believe that it is the strength of our community that will pull us through. I do not want to imagine a community without what the Red Blacks and OSEG bring us. I do not want to imagine an Ottawa where girls are relegated to second-class citizens when it comes to sport, where local businesses cannot thrive in the heart of the city, and where Ottawans cannot gather to celebrate that pride. I hope that you will consider these values as you continue your deliberations on this subject today, and I thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Well, Janine, thank you for sharing that beautiful story of your friend Brian. That was very, very thoughtful of you to talk about Mark's compassion. Thank you. Next is Tammy Laverty Hall, followed by June Creelman and Peter Hudson. Tammy, I think the last time I saw Tammy was on a patio at Lansdowne.
I think I saw you at Joey's.
Okay. Hi, Tammy. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
How are you doing, Mr. Mayor? Always nice to see you. So, Mr. Mayor and candidates, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of OSEG and share my history and experience. I see so many familiar faces, including Riley Brocklington and Diane Deans, two very special people to me and my family. Football, sport, community, team camaraderie, and alumni traditions have been part of my life since I was a young girl. My father, Ed Laverty, an Ottawa Sports Hall of Fame inductee, pioneered the Ottawa Nepean Touch Football League to its 50th year, establishing a sports community for men, women, children, and creating job opportunities and revenue streams for the city of Ottawa and across Canada, provincially and nationally. I've been playing touch football since I was 13 years old, which provided a solid foundation for women in sport. And I was really privileged to grow up with such an indelible example. Riley Brockington was a huge support in us getting the fields at Hung Club in Paulinka, named after my father, now the Ed Laverty Fields. It's a big, very special part of our lives. Another big part of my memory and influence came from Lansdowne Park and the Ottawa Rough Riders. My parents went to every game for decades. We attended as kids into our adulthood. I was Miss Ottawa Rough Rider in 1991, and I was also an Ottawa Rough Rider cheerleader for 7 years, an experience that helped shape my life and establish friendship for 30 years and counting. Joanne Polak was the manager extraordinaire during my time there too. And when our CFL team folded in 1996, when I was there, so did the magic that team sports create when it brings 20,000 people together to chant for the same mantra. I witnessed many attempted resurrections without success because the heart of the city was not a priority without local owners that understood and cared about our traditions. OSEG brought this magic back. They stepped up to bring back CFL football, and with their thoughtful execution of the bustling local restaurants, shops, and stores, they completely revitalized Lansdowne and brought an energy and trendy aspect Ottawa's lacking for years. Back in the day, all we had, Mr. Watson, right, was the Villa Deli, which was great, but we've come such a long way, and I'd hate to see it go backwards. They did this while preserving the historical landmarks like the Horticultural Building and the Aberdeen Pavilion, where I was just there on Sunday at the Farmers Market. I also lived in Los Angeles for 10 years, and I personally saw how AEG Live did the exact same thing with LA Live, essentially revitalizing the area that surrounded Staples Centers. So we used to go to the basketball games and the hockey games, and no one would stay because there was nothing to go to afterwards. This is exactly what they've done here at Lansdowne. OSEG's not only brought back CFL football to our nation's capital, including fielding a team of players and coaches that won the Grey Cup in 2016. And trust me, as a cheerleader, I watched the Ottawa Rough Riders find new ways to lose all of the time, screaming at the top of my lungs, okay? They brought back the heart of our history that ties our city back to 1876. Every game is drenched in tradition, giving homage to history, good causes, and good old football. And that's very, very important to me. They've taken the opportunity to honor CFL legends on the field. They honored my father and Stephen Dean of Nakatha at center field before a Red Blacks game to honor their work as community builders in sport. And I was also given the opportunity to sing the national anthem at this game after their dedication. What other organizations create such special moments and memories for people to take home? A few years later, I was back on the field with the young girls that I coach with my husband in touch football, as once again, OSEG and the Red Blacks create an opportunity for kids and girls in sport to run in the field, run out of the helmet, and be part of an incredible sports experience. And I know firsthand the impact that this had on my girls and for me. Janice Barisi and the OSEG also helped me set up the non-for-profit I established in my father's memory that benefits youth in sports. They've also created an alumni association for past and present cheerleaders, connecting decades of women to once again perform on the field and share stories and memories. I've been on the committee for the last 2 years for the women's training camp event that takes place with OSEG at TD Place, again, establishing a great foundation for women in our community to be involved in sport and football. The Ottawa Sport and Entertainment Group, the owners and the management, some are my very close friends and I've known for many years, including Randy Burgess, Janice Barisi, and a man I used to work for and have great admiration and respect for, John Ruddy, have made a huge difference and impact on our society, and no words or monetary value could describe how they restarted the heartbeat of our community that was missing when we lost our team. It's been an extremely difficult year for so many people. We have a long road ahead of us with the pandemic, as we all know, but we also have so much to be thankful for. And OSEG and the revitalization of our sports community, Lansdowne and CFL football is one of them. After all, we all need something to cheer for, don't we? Being in real estate, I've also sold some of the condos that surround the TD Place area, and I can tell you that the value of all of those properties have continued to soar. They've created a platform and community which will only continue to provide a people-friendly place to live, to work, to play, to enjoy music for years to come. So whatever funding needs to be approved, reserve fund released, or partnership needs to be extended would unequivocally have my 100% support. Thank you for your time, and go team.
Great, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Tammy. You brought up it was like another walk down memory lane. I completely forgot about the Villa Deli.
Yeah.
The Avenue restaurant down at Bank and Second.
It was great. Yeah, I think my old picture was on the wall back then. Thank God that big poofy hair is down, but you know, it was great memories and great days. We've come such a long way, so let's continue to move forward.
Great. And Councillor Brockington has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and good to see you, Tammy. Thank you for your presentation. Just to my colleagues, if there's a family in Ottawa that knows local football, it's the Laverty family. So Tammy knows what she's talking about. Tammy, I just one question during your years as a cheerleader. I'm not sure if you were able to travel across Canada to the other football stadiums, but can you just talk about, in a couple sentences, what Ottawa's stadium looks like now compared to what you've seen across Canada, and how it's a benefit now to the city of Ottawa?
Oh yeah, my gosh, yeah. We actually did get the opportunity to travel. One time a year, we would either go to Toronto or Calgary or so forth, and I traveled with the Grey Cup caravan that Ann Holtz put together, and we went to Grey Cup for 7 years in a row and represented the city of Ottawa there. And, you know, I remember the Sky Dome, my God, John Candy days, Wayne Gretzky, you know, some real special days. And I think we even went to Shreveport when we expanded and we got bottles thrown at us. So yeah, you know, compared to back then to today, it's just night and day. And what I will say from my personal experience, cheerleading on that field, coming out from the south side, waving to my parents up in the north side stands, they've revitalized it in a way that still retains the tradition of what Lansdowne Park represents. You know, you've got the Aberdeen, you've got the horticultural building, you've still got Lansdowne. And when you drive by the other night, you see the lights shining. Even the Touch Football League has been playing there, and some of the proceeds are going to OSEG. It has this magic about it, but it still retains that history. So I would say the way they've revitalized it, you know, obviously renovated it, made it a lot safer, right up to code and stuff, is magnificent. It provides a great place on the south side to have a social. If you want to go and really watch a football game, you stay on the north side, right? But it really is pivoted and given a great opportunity for not only a social and a connection, but revitalize and retain the history of what's important to our city and our team.
Thanks for coming, Dan, and please give my best to your mother and brother.
I will, Riley. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks a lot, Tammy. Nice.
Welcome. Thank you for the time.
Next, we have June Creelman, followed by Peter Hudson, and then Brian Delaney. June, how are you? Welcome.
I'm good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councillors. So I'm June Creelman. I'm here on behalf of the Glebe Community Association. I'm another born and raised in Ottawa person, and I actually had former Rough Riders quarterback Russ Jackson as my principal. So that's probably a distinction not everybody has. I've been an active community volunteer in the Glebe for more than 25 years. And, you know, I've been very involved with the Lansdowne file. The GCA, as you know, is a completely volunteer-run organization, and Lansdowne is located in our community. And while we know it's a citywide facility and destination that everybody enjoys, we see it every day, and we're probably more committed to it than almost anybody else. The GCA does sit on a working group that Councillor Menard organized with OSEG and the city, and we have tried to collaborate with them, with our partners. We've been in conversations recently, but we had no heads up about this. So we were very surprised when this report came out with recommendations that were going to be affecting us well into mid-century. So a baby who's born today will be through university before the changes that are being discussed today will take effect. So we were very surprised at that. And while we've heard from hundreds of people this week, and our board has taken a position, we found it helpful to separate out some of the short-term issues that are due to COVID from some of the longer-term matters, and to talk about what needs to be decided today versus what might be delayed and have a bit more time to think and reflect upon. So in terms of the short-term request for financial relief due to COVID, we think the city manager's recommendation to allow access to the reserve fund is reasonable. We agree OSEG could never have predicted this. So we support this part of the staff report. That being said, given the value that the teams have, and so many people have spoken to how much they enjoy the Red Blacks and the 67s, we are concerned that the agreement does not require OSEG to maintain the teams past 2021. So when after the pandemic, there's no commitment to keep the teams. So should we help them through this? Let's have a little bit of a commitment to keep the teams going. But we support this. And we would mention, and it is a matter for another day, but there are many other city partners, many other musics and sports and retail businesses that might need support. So in your budget deliberations, not today, perhaps consider those other needs as well. But I'd like to turn my attention to the longer term considerations. As you know, this agreement, this master agreement, took years to negotiate, and it is a very long-term agreement. Parts of it are for 30 years, parts of it are for 50 years. And here we are 8 years into the agreement, more than 22 more years to go for even the first one to come up. And we're already talking about changing the terms. We would ask the committee to defer any changes to the long-term agreement until there is proper time to reflect and consider on these impacts. And there are 5 reasons that I'd like to bring to your attention why we would ask you to reject any changes today, not forever, but maybe today. One is the audits, which several people have spoken to. Is it enough that a city audit is released the day before a council meeting? You do not have that information today to consider. The public has not seen it. Why pass a major change just before an audit? So let's wait for the audits and see what they have to say. And I have no idea what they're going to say. The second is, why decide right now? We're still in COVID. We don't know when we're going to be out of it. We don't know what the post-pandemic world is going to be. Am I 1 minute, did you say?
1 minute.
I'm going to speed up. Okay, COVID, is it fair to make projections today? Do we have enough assumptions? But perhaps the most important thing for me is, can we be sure this is in the public interest long-term? It says in the report that OSEG will make $252 million in additional profit by extending the agreement for 10 years, whereas the city will get no return on its investment. The city invested $210 million, all of the land, operates the urban park, and it's going to get no return for another 10 years. I think we have to discuss, is that the best thing? And have we had enough time and information to reflect on that? Fourthly, I just mentioned there's a contradiction in the report. Why have a working group and a planning study and make changes before that working group has provided its recommendations?
If you could wrap up, June, because you're...
Okay, Bob, what's the rush? What's the rush to do this right now? Let's take our time, get it right. Maybe these are good, maybe they aren't, but we can't tell right now in this time frame with this amount of information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for being here, June, and thank you for speaking to the report as well and getting specific into the report. It's important that we have that discussion because I think a lot of the other things that have been mentioned by other speakers, we all enjoy. We all have a good time doing those things, but what's in the report is what's important to speak to, so thank you for doing that. In terms of the next steps here, am I hearing that what you're suggesting is to say approve some of the pieces in the recommendations, but then have discussions and consultations on the other ones, either through the working group, or do you mean open public consultations? I just want to clarify what.
Yes, we did. Our position is approve the short-term recommendation for short-term financial relief, delay any of the others, and I ran out of time, but a full public process for longer changes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you very much, June. Next, Peter Hudson, then Brian Delaney. Excuse me.
My hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. June, are you still there? June Creelman?
That's okay. If
Okay.
she's gone.
I didn't see your hand there. Peter Hudson. Is Peter Hudson with us?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm still here. Sorry, I got cut off by your system.
Okay, June. Councillor El Shantiri had a question for you.
Sorry about that.
Eli?
That's okay. June, thank you for your presentation. And the $4.5 million you make reference to, the city allowed the OSA, you know, that's their money. That's not a city money, correct? Like your understanding, it is their money being put aside for the future. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding, but it is legally reserved for only life cycle purposes, and they're asking for financial flexibility to use it in another way, and we support that.
Thank you. I just need to clarify that. Thank you so much, Julie.
Thanks, Eli. Mr. Hudson, you have 5 minutes.
Mayor, sorry, I put my hand up after Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, June. If you are still here, I think the Glebe CA has sent a letter to the city with respect to its position, and in that there are questions about the further information that we should have on hand before voting on this. Can you just give us an idea of what are the missing financial pieces of information that you feel need to be on the table in order to make a proper assessment of the implications of this renegotiation?
Well, we wonder if all the benefits and all the costs are fully there, what will market rents be in 2050? We know the city is paying debt servicing of $6.9 million. Some of the financial statements we've had have had information redacted, so we're not even really sure what the numbers are. So I'm sorry, I'm not the best financial person. There are others who are better than me, but we feel that the whole portrait has not been laid out clearly what the city has put in, including its investments in the urban park, which is very much part of Lansdowne, OSEG's profits versus ours. So, and unredacted information and financial statements that would help everybody make good decisions.
Thanks, June. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, June. Mr. Hudson, apologize. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Peter Hudson. I'm the founder and CEO of HTG. We are Canada's foremost provider for logistics for large sporting events. For 31 years, we've supported events across the country with a strong focus on working with major international and national championships in the cities that host them. I'm here respectfully requesting that our city assist sports and cultural organizations in general, and in this case OSEG, get through this pandemic, which has decimated the world of sports events, entertainment, and cultural gatherings. While no sector of the economy has been insulated from the effects of COVID, it is encouraging to see many businesses and institutions slowly reopening. We need our schools, restaurants, retail, and other industries to continue to recover and move towards normalcy. Unfortunately, sports events have been completely shuttered since March, and it seems apparent that this will inevitably continue for the foreseeable future. No industry can take a 1 year plus closure of their business and survive. It's completely unprecedented. Our company does not do business directly with OSEG. However, many of our clients rely on OSEG and others to provide facilities, marketing assistance, sponsorship, and other support to execute their events. TD Place was recently to have hosted the World League Volleyball Championships, Skate Canada International, as Terry Sheehan spoke to earlier. These events showcase our city to the world, generate significant tourism dollars, and make our city a more vibrant place to live and work. The economic activity generated by the Lansdowne site and the events they support often create jobs where they're needed most: drivers, hotel room attendants, restaurant and retail workers. All of these sectors have been disproportionately affected and need every opportunity to quickly scale up when we're able to. If there's ever a role for government to assist, this is it. We need to help all affected groups, or our previous investments in these sectors will be diminished. The pandemic will pass. It is important that businesses who, through no fault of their own, have been closed will be there to employ, entertain, and inspire our residents and visitors. As mentioned previously, we do not do business directly with OSEG. However, we value the charitable work they and other groups provide in our community. To support these efforts, we were proud to have joined as a founding donor of the OSEG Foundation and have witnessed the opportunities provided to youth, particularly those in need, helping them develop healthy minds, bodies, and community. While still a relatively new foundation, this builds on and benefits from years of philanthropic leadership from those requesting your support today. The city has a solid track record of investing in sensible partnerships within the sports and entertainment space. The IAF World Juniors, Women's Worlds, NHL All-Star Weekend, Outdoor Game are all examples of well thought out and profitable collaborations with the Ottawa Senators. Lansdowne has proven to be the same in the past and can continue to do so in the future. We hope you see clear to support this request specifically and open to work with other sports groups, cultural entities, and entertainment groups if they should need your assistance moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. I see no hands up, so I appreciate it. Next is Brian Delaney. Mr. Delaney here. Brian Delaney.
I don't believe so, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Next is Clive Doucette. Is Mr. Doucette here? Clive Doucette.
I don't see him either, Mr. Mayor.
Andrew Peck, Executive Director, Glebe BIA, followed by Steve Ball, Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association. Is Andrew with us? Oh, there he is right there. Hi, Andrew. The floor is yours for 5 minutes. Just unmute yourself there. I think if we can unmute Andrew. All right, can you hear us, Andrew? We seem to have an issue with Andrew's sound. Can you hear us, Andrew, to give us a thumbs up if you hear me? You can hear me. We can't hear you, we see you. So maybe Carol, can you help us out here? Maybe what we'll do is, Andrew, oh, I hear something. Andrew, no, we still can't hear you. So maybe what we can
try and promote him to panelist. We'll see if that works.
Okay, so did you hear that, Andrew? We're going to try something here. Just hold on for a moment. Maybe in the interim, Carol, we can have Steve Ball, who I see just popped up on the screen. Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can hear you.
And we can hear you. So you've got 5 minutes as president of the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And June will be happy to know that I also had Russ Jackson as a principal about 100 years ago at high school. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have read the report by Councillor Menard, and I've spoken to OSEG management concerning the situation brought on by COVID-19. As a representative of the hotel industry, I can tell you that by no means are we out of the woods yet. In fact, we're far from it. The hotel industry has laid off approximately 80% of our staff, and we've had to let go many close friends and associates. And to give that perspective, that represents about 5,000 people that we're very much looking forward to having back working with us again. Hotels have done what we can to cut our fixed costs, but we're still facing substantial utility bills, insurance premiums, and in some cases, the insurance premiums have gone up 200 and 300%. We still have our property tax issues and our ongoing operating costs. And all of this is when demand for hotel rooms is forecasted to be in the single digit occupancy levels up until midsummer of next year. So as what was reported by Mark Gowdy, I'm sure OSEG has gone through the same tough exercises. When there's no product, there's just no business, and then there's no revenue. So I think it's important in my role to point out just how critical Lansdowne Park has become as a key tourism asset for our community. One that we're all proud of, and it will become a very important part of our COVID recovery plan. Hotels look forward to the return of football players and hockey players, even some of these rock stars, providing they don't trash the room. It might surprise you that economists have suggested that to reach full economic recovery, it will not happen until the tourism industry is fully recovered. And in Ottawa in 2019, that represents about $2.2 billion worth of economic impact. So I think it's critical that we do whatever it takes to ensure that OSEG remains healthy and engaged in the long-term sustainability of Lansdowne Park. Our position as the accommodation industry is that we need governments to be flexible and we need them to be creative. So I would encourage the city to be open-minded and willing to support any business in every way possible. OSEG is clearly a company with strong community ties. It has an ownership group with experience and expertise, and clearly, as we've heard today, totally committed to delivering a great product for years to come. Lansdowne has become what we consider critical infrastructure for our industry, and it needs to be nurtured and it needs to be supported. OSEG events attract tourism and drives hotel traffic. They fill restaurants and retail shops, and not just in the Glebe, but all over town. They create airline travel and they support thousands of direct and indirect jobs in Ottawa. So when reviewing this proposal from OSEG, please consider all the positive impact Lansdowne Park has across the whole city, both from a business perspective and from the entertainment they provide. I would also like to encourage council to think about the big picture. As a community, we need to prepare for recovery ahead of other jurisdictions. And we need to work closely together to make sure when it's safe to do so, that we hit the ground running with major events and attractions. Competition will be fierce among cities for the travel business once the economy opens up. And Ottawa will need to come out of the gate with all guns firing. I can tell you firsthand in our industry that capital is not easy to come by right now for hotels. And I suspect that's the case for other industries that are suffering. Certainly banks have been completely inhospitable towards the hospitality sector right now. So when the city can assist a business like OSEG through this crisis, particularly when it doesn't involve a cash outlay, I strongly recommend it gets high consideration. By supporting the staff report, you're actually helping many other businesses recover, including the hotels I represent. We are all interrelated in some way, and we are all part of the same community. And I have no doubt the city will do the right thing, and I'm proud to show off Lansdowne Park every chance I get. So thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon.
Great, thank you, Steve, and thank you for the great work you do with Ottawa Tourism, obviously with the municipal accommodation tax and the work you did with us as co-chair of 2017. You put a lot of hours into that. I see no hands up, so thank you. Is Andrew Peck on the line? We're having a technical problem with Andrew on his end, I believe. Is Andrew there?
Me now. Hello?
Yes, I hear you. There you go. And I can see you.
Yay.
You got
Perfect.
5 minutes, Andrew, welcome.
Ready to go. Thank you. So first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of Finance and Economic Development Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Andrew Peck. I'm the Executive Director of the Glebe BIA, and I'm here in support of the recommendations made by city staff in the recent report regarding Lansdowne. Our view is that these are important steps to ensure the future sustainability and viability of a valuable city asset in public space. We know too well that citizens worldwide are struggling to overcome the impacts of COVID-19. Likewise, many of our businesses are suffering, particularly in the sectors hardest hit by the public health and the economic crisis before us. This is our reality. It has therefore necessitated a sobering review of operations in the immediate, short, and long term, an exercise in survival to navigate a still very uncertain future. Here at home, across the country, governments at all levels have also had to adapt and mobilize to assist where they can, to support communities, and to help alleviate hardship. We also hear this from our colleagues in our regional organizations across Canada and internationally. This is the lens through which we look at the current situation. Since reopening in 2014, Lansdowne has reaffirmed its value as a beloved playground and leisure and entertainment hub for millions of people from near and far. Lansdowne is steeped in a rich history and is a valuable city asset that has been cherished by the citizens of Ottawa for more than a century. Its great lawn, its businesses, the Aberdeen Pavilion, the Square, TD Place, events and programming. Lansdowne is a place made for people and community. It is also the only gathering place designed to effectively accommodate very large crowds in our downtown core and is a popular tourism attraction. When combined with the whole of the Glebe, a traditional main street, and the beauty and green space that characterizes the broader neighborhood, our area provides a quintessential national capital experience in the heart of a city, one as unique as the Rideau Canal that surrounds it. Lansdowne's draw provides tremendous economic benefit to an area populated by hundreds of local businesses, employers that depend on customers from outside the immediate trade area to prosper. It adds to the vitality of the neighborhood, and it's a social, economic, and cultural hub that has had a positive impact on the city as a whole, and one we want to see thrive for another 100 years. The Glebe BIA has worked very closely with both the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group since the relaunch of Lansdowne, conferring and consulting with one another in order to find innovative new ways to deliver programming and experiences that are second to none and promote the area as a destination for the benefit of the local economy. Our own success as an improvement area is in part attributed to these fruitful relationships, an association based on trust and of leveraging each other's strengths. But trust is ultimately what has informed our work, and there's never been a reason to question it. And this speaks volumes. OSEG has been an incredibly valued partner and major local employer, one we appreciate for its many contributions, their willingness to collaborate, of supporting each other's initiatives, and building momentum. Their commitment to the city should be embraced. Our association with OSEG has been productive beyond measure, and our shared passion and sense of purpose is rooted in a desire to benefit audiences and serve the community. For this reason, we have every confidence in their ability as a stakeholder and partner to help us recover, rebuild, and reassess, to renew. Moving forward, we cannot overlook their expertise, their operational experience, capacity, and business acumen. They are flexible, they possess a proven track record of excellence, and understand how to create and operationalize a vision. Again, this is our experience, but we've also seen this through their teams in programming, their work on major regional, national, and international events, their foundation, and how they've navigated the impact of COVID-19 to date. This is a significant body of work and success. And this is to say nothing about their ability to create experiences for fans that bring us together and bind us as a city. The key recommendations made in the report by city staff are prudent mitigation measures for a partnership that has accomplished so much. This is about affording Lansdowne and OSEG a fighting chance to get through the worst of this so that we can build a more substantial foundation in the face of catastrophic challenges. Business decisions that will preserve the integrity of a good partnership, a joint venture, and responsibly serve the interests of the city as we look to recover. We can't turn away from this moment. Prior to the pandemic, commercial environments were already in a fragile state. Now we're at a tipping point. The moment we find ourselves in necessitates action and leadership. We therefore appreciate the city's initiative and OSEG's commitment to see this through. We're there to support in any way we can. We look forward to the day we can return to events big and small, festivals, games, concerts, programming, and the buzz of activity that Lansdowne is known for. And the Glebe is also known for. There have been many successes. We need to build on the momentum of the last 7 years and come together as a community for something we all know and agree is special. Thank you very much.
Wow, 1 minute early. And today, you may know, Andrew, that we proclaimed the first ever Business Improvement Area Day in Ottawa is today. So
yeah,
thanks
thank
to
you.
your executive for the great work you do. And Councillor El-Shantiri, who's our liaison and leader on the Council of BIAs, has a question for you. Eli.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrew, for coming out today and to speak. Just, I mean, we all know all the businesses in the city. They're having a hard time, to say the least, to be able to stay in business in the time of COVID-19. But if I can ask you, Andrew, since you've been around prior to COVID and when Lansdowne was nothing going on there, have you seen a huge difference in the last 6 years of operation at the Lansdowne Park? Like your business community, the businesses around there, have you seen the difference before and after? That's what I'm interested in.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the area is, the economic impact is tremendous. It's generated, since the beginning, 20 million people, 4 million last year. That increase, that spending helps. Like I said in my letter, businesses depend on traffic from outside the local trade area. It's added to the vitality, the activity, the sense of community. Absolutely, it's been. I can't even imagine doing what we do, without having that as a part of the overall neighborhood. It's value added. It's what it brings, collectively in terms of a traditional Main Street experience, and also what Lansdowne has as an attraction. So, I mean, we've had tremendous momentum, and we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish, and we wouldn't have been able to accomplish it if we didn't have the partners and the stakeholders that we do with the city and with OSEG and with what Lansdowne has done over the course of the last 6-7 years.
Well, Andrew, if I may, as the council who's involved with the BIA in the last 15 years, I just want to say thank you to your leadership and to your organization for always working together with the Ottawa Coalition on BIAs, and your leadership really much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Next is Catherine Callery, followed by Dr. Chantal Lucier, and then Alison Trowbridge. So Catherine is with Ottawa Tourism. I know we received a letter from Michael Crockett, the president of Ottawa Tourism. And Catherine, the floor is yours, if I can see you on this.
Yes, I'm right here.
There you are.
Thank
Hello.
you very much.
We've got 5 minutes, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, councillors, city staff, and of course, members of the public via YouTube. My name is Catherine Callery. I'm the Vice President of Destination Development at Ottawa Tourism, and I'm pleased to share our support for OSEG's interest in finding ways to make their operations more financially viable during this really highly trying time for anyone who relies on the gathering of bringing people together. We've had several points of interaction with OSEG over the years. They've always proven to themselves to be good partners with strong community mindedness woven throughout their initiatives. We found them to be good corporate citizens with an interest in doing good things for Ottawa as a whole. OSEG also volunteers its efforts with our Tourism Development Council, where there's a fiduciary duty to offer advice for the betterment of Ottawa's tourism community as a whole. So they're very much an integrated member of the tourism community. OSEG's track record is impressive. Since 2014, this site has welcomed over, well, everyone's been saying it, over 20 million visitors to Lansdowne. So professional, amateur, national and international sporting events, multi-day festivals, stadium events and concerts, arena shows and more. But this year has pulled the rug out from underneath anyone whose work depends on gathering people together. And it's forced businesses to look at extraordinary measures to remain viable. And OSEG is not immune. No one can be. OSEG has already invested over 150 million in this site, and they're still prepared to invest another 40 million over the next few years to get through the impacts of COVID. And we believe that they've proven their capacity to stage successful events and attractions before, so they'll be able to do it again. Last winter, they introduced the new Christmas market at Aberdeen Square, which was a great success, attracting thousands of people, supporting all kinds of Ottawa area vendors and makers. Think of the many Ottawa musicians and festival operators like City Folk and artisans and creatives that have also been impacted positively by showcasing their craft and their talents at OSEG run events. It's not just sports and athletes who get lifted by OSEG, but let's go there for a moment and talk about the sports side of things. For our part at Ottawa Tourism, we've worked with OSEG to promote events, whether those visitors come for the sport teams that OSEG owns and operates or takes in special events or multi-day tournaments. Many of these have been strong visitor generating events, such as like the NHL 100 Classic, the Grey Cup, the Canadian Figure Skating Championship, the Tim Hortons Brier Davis Cup, and the Youth Sports Basketball Championships, and Volleyball Nations League. I could go on and on. And now there's also new soccer and basketball franchises that are coming into the mix. So when the pandemic is in our rearview mirror and all of this activity gets to start up again with OSEG's leadership, this will bring shared economic benefits. You just heard Andrew Peck. It will bring it to the Glebe, but it's going to bring it to the rest of the city. Before that was Steve Ball. He was also talking about that. Economic benefits from what OSEG does at Lansdowne spreads throughout the whole city. The ability for OSEG to continue to host those major events is hugely beneficial for our shared community asset, that is tourism, and our local economy. And this will play a key role in the post-COVID recovery for the broader community. OSEG is a big part of the resilience of our community once we get to the other side of this pandemic. And for this reason, we're pleased to provide our endorsement of these strong community partners to engage with the city on creative solutions to weather this crisis, including the use of the reserve funds, including the striking of the working group, including the extension of their lease, and so on. This seems, especially in these times that we're facing today, to be a straightforward way for the city to be able to support an important economic community player without leverage to its citizens. This is a vibrant site for Ottawans to be proud of. We're proud of it, to showcase it, to visit it, to show it off to visitors. Let's help get OSEG in its desire to keep it that way. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Catherine. I see Councillor Dudas has a question.
Hello, Catherine. Thank you very much for presenting today. I had just a very quick question. I know that with the Ottawa Tourism, and I'm talking prior to COVID, and probably now as well too, you do active marketing in other jurisdictions to attract tourism to our city. Do you also focus on entertainment opportunities that are happening at Lansdowne in some of those external marketing endeavors?
Oh, absolutely, Councillor Dudas. Thank you for that question. It's a big part. Events often provide time-bound reasons for people to travel to Ottawa right now, this weekend, as opposed to any other time, as opposed to putting Ottawa on a bucket list and saying, yeah, we'll get there someday. Oh no, that event is happening this weekend. We've got to go. So absolutely, in our marketing efforts, we do a lot of work with our event promoters locally, including OSEG, to use those events to our benefit to bring in more visitors into town. Obviously, right now, that is not possible to do. We're looking forward to a time when we can do that again. We do know from this, from forecasting and kind of being kind of ear to the ground with the industry, that when the pandemic, as we go through the different stages of the pandemic, it will be, the return of tourism will be more like a dialing of the switch as opposed to a flicking of a switch. It'll be dialing it up. So you're going to talk about regional tourism to start, and regional, provincial, and then growing to national, and then eventually welcoming our international visitors back. But that's going to take a number of years. I think it was Steve Ball who said it earlier, this is not something, or maybe it was, anyway, I'm not sure who said it earlier, but this is something that is going to take years to recover from, not a matter of months.
And as you mentioned, Catherine, it's going to take years to really bring people into our city. But in the meantime, you've been having a lot of success with things like the rural tourism endeavors and that stay vacation type ideas. Do you see that, OSEG in the next year to come, and Ottawa Tourism and all the partners, including BIAs, that you can start to look at opportunities for intercity tourism and to bring more life because of that site?
Yes, absolutely. You know, as mentioned, we are going to see more and more sort of regional and drive traffic as we get through this. Ottawa is very well positioned between the two most populated cities in Canada to allow for that drive market, regional market. We have a big market that is very close in to Ottawa. So once these restrictions start to lift and we're able to start seeing travel restart again, we're definitely going to be seeing that intercity travel and exchange and events. And what OSEG does is going to be a very important component of bringing people back and having that time-bound reason for people to come and visit Ottawa again, you know, at a certain time.
Thank you, Catherine.
Great. Thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate it. Next is Dr. Chantal Lucier, followed by Alison Trowbridge and Peggy Rafter. Dr. Lucier, are you?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
There you are. Welcome, bienvenue.
Merci. Mayor, councillors, and everyone present here today for this important meeting. I'd like to say thank you for your time. I'm honored to be able to be here to express my full support for the Ottawa Sport and Entertainment Group and for the OSEG Foundation here today. As an entrepreneur and as a woman in sport, I'm grateful for the positive impact that the OSEG group has had on the professional sport landscape in this city, in the community, and honestly, the overall feel of our city. The revitalization of this property in the nation's capital has made Lansdowne truly one of the must-go-to places for tourism, business, and leisure, drawing people to its spaces literally 7 days a week, day and night. As a mental performance consultant, I've been blessed to play a significant role in shaping the Ottawa sporting community by supporting excellence in sport for the last 14 years, including in the NHL, the NFL, and of course, the CFL. One experience that stands out is getting to work with the Ottawa Red Blacks in 2018. I'll never forget many moments of working behind the scenes with these phenomenal athletes and coaches, as well as many moments of excellence out on the field. The night we won the Eastern Finals at home is a night I will never forget. Lansdowne and TD Place for me has become synonymous with excellence, team, and community. It's worth noting too how excellence on the field actually brings a mindset of excellence off the field, bringing profound benefits to our community. For example, the Red Blacks and 67 players invested over 6,800 hours just last year in community service by visiting schools, guest coaching in youth sport, visiting CHIO, helping in flood relief, and so much more. To me, this is the ultimate win-win-win. These returns on our investments cannot be diminished, for they are the very core of what a thriving community should look like. Engaged citizens offering the best that lives in them in service to others. Impressively, it has been mentioned today, TD Place houses over 35 businesses and employs well over 3,500 people. But what is less often talked about than the economic return, or even the final score in a game, is the genuine impact of so many moments in between. And I'd like to very quickly tell you 2 moments that hold a very special place in my heart because they include my parents. After one of the Red Blacks game in 2018, when I was working with the team, my mom and I went on the field to see the players who always graciously take time with their family and friends, and of course, speaking with fans. After one game, player Jonathan Rose saw me and came over, giving me an opportunity to introduce him to my mom. The kind words he said about me and the impact he felt I had on him and the team, in turn, gave me and my mom a very special kind of joy and gratitude. You see, this is what sport has the potential to do. Sport opens community, which in turn makes authentic connections a possibility. This is why sport has the potential to transform us all. And when people feel actually valued, appreciated, and connected to each other in real ways, they want to stay and contribute in the city that they live in. The second story I'd like to share very quickly is about father-daughter moments. Because while my mom was the one taking me to football games, my dad was the one who enjoyed going to Lansdowne with me to enjoy the farmer's market, to go catch a great movie or a great meal, food, wine, spirits. Sadly, he's recently passed away, and obviously there are no words that can express how much he has missed. But one of the great memories I hold dear is spending last Christmas with him. Of course, you guessed it, at Lansdowne Place, enjoying the outdoor Christmas market. We had such a great evening that night, enjoying some hot chocolate while enjoying the fireplace and browsing the quaint shops, taking selfies and laughing by the big Christmas tree, and then of course enjoying a great dinner at one of the restaurants on site. And you know, last year my dad was already experiencing reduced mobility, so to be able to actually park indoors and enjoy these really special places together, as you can imagine, is absolutely priceless. So while we will miss my dad more than words can say, going to Lansdowne during the holidays is a family tradition. That is the power of places that a city can give, the feeling of community, of belonging, of being home. As has been said, 2020 has been a very difficult year, and more than ever, we need to remember that for many of us, sport means community. Football is family, and the Lansdowne Christmas tree, well, that's both our personal and our collective family tree. TD Place is home, and I could not imagine this city without it. Thank you for your time.
Great, right on time. Thank you very much, Doctor. No questions for you, so we appreciate your feedback. Next is Alison Trowbridge, followed by Peggy Rafter and Lisa Billow and Clark Hill, all from Acorn, Canada. So the first is Alison. Alison there? Alison Trowbridge? Oh, okay, how about Peggy Rafter? Is Peggy there? Okay, Lisa Billow from Acorn, Canada. Lisa, I'm told, is there. Is Lisa Billow, B-I-L-O-W.
Hello?
Hello, there, I hear you, Lisa.
Hi, it's Peggy Rafter. I am with Lisa.
Okay, are you both speaking at the same time now?
No, Lisa will go after I do.
Okay, so, sorry, you're Peggy, right?
Correct.
All right, I'm just trying to find you on the screen here.
I'm under Lisa. I'm on the same computer.
Okay, I don't see your picture, but I hear you, so go ahead. You got 5 minutes. Thank
you. Thank you. Hello, my name is Peggy Rafter. I'm an Acorn member and have been a resident of Nepean neighborhood of Manor Village for over 30 years. I find it difficult to stomach how the mayor and the councillors of this committee are tripping over themselves to come to the aid of a large corporation that pays $0 a year in rent to the city of Ottawa. When just last week, me and my neighbors were at Transportation Committee asking many of these same council members to come to our aid, to come to the aid of low income and working class tenants. It is frustrating to me that when we were here last week asking for help and flexibility to save our homes and families from stage 3 of LRT, we were turned away with very little thought of consideration. I came to this neighborhood of Manor Village because I was fleeing an abusive relationship with 2 children, and it was what I could afford. I was quickly welcomed into this extremely tight-knit community that I still live in today. The neighborhood really embodies the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. People watch over each other's children and everyone knows each other. There is such a sense of safety here. We never worry about the kids because someone always has an eye on them. Even the older kids, they always look after for the younger ones. Over the past 30 years, this community has become my life. I've been on the Manordale Woodvale Community Association. I've been a baseball coach. There is such a sense of togetherness here. We've been through tornadoes, fires, and power shutoffs together. We've welcomed babies and attended funerals. We've had neighborhood potlucks and charity fundraisers. We help each other dig each other's cars out of the snow. Everyone takes care of each other here. No one watches from behind a curtain. but we all come out to help each other. If this community is destroyed, all of us will be lost. I've raised my kids here. I now have my grandkids here. I pay $11.33 all inclusive for a 2-bedroom townhouse. I will never be able to find anything like this in that range again, not to mention the community and family that I'll be torn from. If I am forced to leave my home, I will not be able to afford even a 1-bedroom apartment in a high rise. This will be detrimental to my physical and mental health. I have an autoimmune disease which affects my lungs and legs. I need to be able to step outside my backyard and go for a walk. I need to be able to get up and move, go up and down the stairs to do my laundry. It keeps me wanting to move and be busy and have all the kids over to play. It keeps my mind busy. This would be totally taken away if I had to leave my home. I need these people and I need this place for my health and my sanity. Why does this need to be destroyed? For traffic? We know there are other options for the track and the station. Options that would not cause so many unnecessary heartbreaks. If you vote for city staff's recommendations, it will say the City of Ottawa values convenience and traffic over our lives, because this will destabilize families. People will end up on the streets. Our community is the kind of community
Point of order,
that
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, we have a point of order, Councillor Luloff.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if the witness can please speak to the report that's in front of us. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. You'll have to speak. I've given you a fair amount of latitude, but to date, you haven't addressed the issue that's before us. We're not dealing with your homes today.
I understand that, Mayor, but I'm asking that you reach out to Acorn to meet with leaders from the community to discuss our concerns before making the decision to destroy our homes and lives.
Okay, but this is a report on Lansdowne. So if you want
I understand that, Mayor, but we've reached out to you.
We'll go on to the
Okay.
next person. Okay.
We have reached out to you, Mayor. We're just asking for a meeting.
Okay, but this is about Lansdowne. So we're going to go on now to the next speaker, Clark.
Sorry, I have a question, Mr. Mayor. My hands.
Okay. Councillor McKinney has a question. Who would you like? Is it to Peggy or Lisa?
Was Peggy the one just speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Peggy. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
Peggy, as you know, we deal with many different issues, and the council, we have to pull them apart. We can't make a decision about one thing based on something
I understand.
else. I know. But I understand why you're here today, and I understand the frustration. But I just wanted to kind of explain that, if we want to move forward with one thing, it can't be based on how we feel about something else.
Okay.
However, I did want to ask you, Peggy, we did have a lot of people here today talking very eloquently about their experiences at Lansdowne and their memories of Lansdowne. And I just wonder how often you've been able to visit Lansdowne Park since.
As a child, I was there all the time. Absolutely.
And since it's reopened, Peggy?
I have not had the chance, but I mean, today people are talking about how it helps the communities. Well, we're just asking for help for our community.
No, I completely understand that. And just want to note that, that Peggy, who's been asking for some help to keep her housing, doesn't have the opportunity necessarily to visit Lansdowne. So
correct.
But thank you for being here today, Peggy. It's not easy.
Catherine. No, I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Billow, please, and if you could stick to discussing the report before us.
Hello.
Lisa?
Yep.
Go ahead on the report, please.
My concerns are also about my community in regards to this report. I do find it frustrating that city councillors are rushing to come to the aid of a large corporation when just last week working class tenants were asking you to come to our aid in our fight to save our homes. And we were also met with echoing silence. It's frustrating that you're bending over backwards to give $4.7 million to a large corporation that pays $0 in rent a year, but you will not move an inch to help us save our homes from demoviction due to stage 3 of the LRT. Mayor, you haven't been willing to meet with us, answer our phone calls or our emails before making the decision to destroy our homes. That tells me a lot about where the priorities are and what you think of low income and working class residents of Ottawa. Here I have a 2-bedroom townhome. My rent is $1,075 plus utilities. My husband and I are working class, and he is currently enrolled at a part-time program at Algonquin College. And if we're forced to move with the current rent being high, we would not be able to afford to stay in Ottawa. We would be forced to look outside of Ottawa. Some 1-bedroom apartments are more expensive than what we are currently paying now.
Sorry, again, Lisa, we did have a point of order and I ruled on it. You have to speak to the item that's before us. So if you want to speak about Lansdowne, continue. If not, we'll have to move on to the next person. And just to clarify, the 4.7 or $5 million is not city money, it's OSEG's money. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Clark Hill from Acorn, Ottawa.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, my hand was raised.
Right, okay. Catherine, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Lisa. It's Councillor McKinney.
Hi, Councillor.
Again, I just want to make sure that I acknowledge what you're saying. I know it can be very difficult when you're worried about your housing, when all you need is a bit of help. And it's not, you know, nobody is looking to attach blame to that. This is a something that all levels of government, everybody has to put together to ensure that we're providing people with housing. But again, just, you know, and I know that you can look at a $4.7 million, you know, allowing a corporation to come in and access that, and it can seem unfair. But again, we do have to look at these issues as separate. And I'm going to do that on both. But I just want to ask you also, Lisa, I think the point needs to be made. I'd just like to know if you've been able to visit Lansdowne and take in any of the concerts or sporting activities, you or your children, since it's reopened.
I have, yes.
Okay.
And it's I think it's wonderful, and it's a beautiful community, and I've had amazing experiences there. But again, I think the focus should be on community, and just, you know, what we're trying to preserve here as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I appreciate that, and I can assure you that your community is not forgotten, and we'll be looking at that on another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Billow. Next, excuse me, is Clark Hill from Acorn, Canada. Mr. Hill, 5 minutes on Lansdowne.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. My name is Clark. I'm from Acorn, and I just want to go. I understand there was a point of order here of sticking on subject, but it kind of is on subject, and it's kind of in parallel with the money allocation, I think. And I think what we're trying to get across with this whole LRT diversion, let me just emphasize that this LRT version I'm talking about was a cheaper, less cost to the city. So in a relation, if you have less money.
Mayor, like there has to be another point of order, Mayor.
I think, Mr. Hill, you've heard that I've ruled that you have to speak to the issue. You had an opportunity to deal with your issue last week at the appropriate committee. We're now asking you to speak on Lansdowne, or we'll have to move forward. So do you have anything to comment on Lansdowne? Have you been to Lansdowne?
Well, I'll talk on Lansdowne, sure. I mean, I understand that OSEG has a good opportunity here to bring Lansdowne back up, and it needs to put 4,000 people back to work. So that's very important to me in the aspect that it creates no more homeless in Ottawa. And this is where I was getting at with the point to Manor Village. If 300 people come homeless, along with these 4,000 other people at Lansdowne, it will certainly increase the homelessness in Ottawa. And this is my main concern, is the homelessness. And we got 12,000 homeless already in Ottawa. We don't need another 4,000 from Lansdowne or Manor Village, right?
Just to be clear, the 12,000 figure is on a waiting list. It doesn't necessarily mean they're homeless. They're spending more than 30% of their income. So we're off topic again, so we'll have to bid adieu. Councillor Dudas has a question for you, though.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Hill, and I do appreciate you coming today, but I wanted to ask if you were aware that in the report for Lansdowne on page 38, first paragraph, it specifically speaks to the fact that, you know, if this report is approved, that going forward, we will be able to look at potentially adding affordable housing at Lansdowne as one of the sustainable and long-term options to bringing a better, you know, site to this. So I just wanted to clarify that much in line with what you're discussing, not exactly to your current situation, but it does bring in the conversation about affordable housing in a key downtown community. So I just wanted to point out that.
Yes, that's right. They're absolutely related. I mean, generating revenue into the city, what Lansdowne will definitely help affordable housing, but we haven't seen any of that trickle down into Ottawa yet since 2018. It's increased, as a matter of fact. It went from like 8,000 to 12,000. So something's got to be recognized here.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Joel Harden, MPP Ottawa Centre, followed by Chris White. Mr. Harden. Is Joel here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. We can see
Thank you, Mayor.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to thank members of council, folks from OSEG, and all the folks who've contributed to a rich debate. I've been popping in and out and taking in a lot of what folks have had to say. And I have to admit, I want to begin on a note of just saying, for my friends from Acorn Canada who are just presenting, I actually think, with all due respect to how the meeting's been facilitated, what they were raising is very pertinent, in that, you know, we have a situation in which a large, property owner in the city, OSEG, that has a partnership with our city, has asked to utilize a $4.7 million source of funds within its existing contract. And what I understood my friends from Acorn Canada saying is, you know, they wished that organizations they're from had that option. I think it's an absolutely pertinent question for us, living as we are in this pandemic with all the stresses that has brought to bear on people. And I really hope we, after me, look at that seriously. I'm a neighbor of the Lansdowne development. I live on the other side of the canal in Old Ottawa South, and with our kids, I often have occasion to wander into Lansdowne for a lot of the great events. But I'm also an affluent person, and I have the means to live in the heart of the city. And I definitely want to make sure that Lansdowne remains viable. We have to also make sure, I would think, in your deliberations on this subject, that kind of generosity, that kind of access to capital extends to other people in the city. We heard from our friends at Acorn Canada. In the time that I have left, I want to put squarely in front of you concerns that have been brought to my attention here as the Ottawa Centre MPP by a number of small businesses who have been emailing me constantly since this announcement has been made around OSEG's interest in accessing this pool of capital within its agreement with the city. I was contacted in particular by a gentleman whose name is Roy Junie, who operated a spa in Barhaven called the Carte Blanche Spa. And Mr. Junie used to be a tenant of Trinity Group, Mr. Reddy's Trinity Group. And what he was told back in March was that he would have to continue to pay full rent through the pandemic and would only be seeing a deferral. And I wish I could say that Mr. Junie's experience is unique, but it's not. A lot of small businesses in this city have been absolutely buffeted by the fact that many of their landlords, and not all, but many of their landlords, including in this case, Mr. Ruddy, who is asking you for special help today, they have been told by Mr. Ruddy and other major landlords in the city that they had to pay full rent. I think it's absolutely shameful, to be honest, that we haven't had the urgency to look not only at the needs of our major businesses, which are important in our city, that is before you today with what you're considering, but with people like Mr. Junie. Mr. Junie's family, his livelihood, they had sunk significant amounts of money into a very, very viable organization in Barrhaven, and they had to close it. They had to close it. And that's not a unique experience. I wish I could say it was. At the legislature, on your behalf, I've been working really hard to try to get access to capital for small businesses beyond what we've been able to get from the federal government, which is welcome. But we need to do a lot better. There's a lot of small businesses in the city right now teetering on a knife's edge. I spoke to Carla Briones, who's an entrepreneur in our city, who said that upfront help right now, exactly like OSEG is asking you to get access to that $4.7 million pool of capital, upfront help right now, according to Ms. Briones, would make the difference between people choosing whether or not they want to jump off of bridges in this moment. That's not hyperbole. That's what she said to the Standing Finance Committee of the Ontario Legislature. And it shocked me to know that entrepreneurs and families are going through gut-wrenching moments like that. So I would beg you to consider, as our friends from OSEG are asking for access to that capital, if you want to actually help OSEG to a certain extent, that's fine. But maybe through a social entrepreneurship model, through a social responsibility model, you could take some of that capital and help so many of the other small businesses in Ottawa Centre and across our city that are struggling right now. I think it's, if I have a minute left, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that reminder. I think we're duty bound to consider not just the needs of large property owners, but also small ones. They matter just as much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Harden, for your presentation. And I hope when you were advocating for the small business, you just don't talk about the one individual in certain area, because I think all the small businesses, that 6,200 of them, need our support, and we need to work together to help them to ride the storm we have right now. And ironically, I'm not sure if you had that chance. I know you're a busy person to read the report, because that report itself is making a recommendation for opportunity for social housing as well. So again, Mr. Harden, I hope you would look at the whole picture, not just the one business didn't receive the help in your own riding, but there's other businesses across the city are just equally suffering. I know, and I said it before, if 40% of our small businesses survive the pandemic, that's that's something is reasonable, because I can tell you a lot of the business not going to be able to survive. But thank you for your comment. I wish you would focus your help on all the businesses across the province and across the city as well. Thank you.
Mr. Eli Shelter, you know how much respect I have for you and for the work you've done for your community. And you know we have family friends in common through the Lebanese Canadian community. Small business is integral to my life, to your life. You absolutely have my 100% support. Anything I can do to help you advocate for the role you play for the city, I'm here.
Just to confirm, Joel, you realize the money is OSEG's money. It's not Ottawa money that they're wanting to draw down.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I understand they're asking for access to a pool of capital that was part of an arrangement and that they've been paying into that pool of capital. What I'm inviting the members of the committee to consider is perhaps we can reimagine how that pool of capital is utilized right now, so it's not only available to OSEG, but for other small businesses, as Councillor El-Shantiri just mentioned. So many are suffering right now.
Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Joel, for being here, although I think this might be a bit unusual having a provincial member of parliament speaking to a municipal council, but always appreciated, and your work is appreciated. I think just for clarity, you are speaking about a reserve that is dedicated for use at Lansdowne, something the city does not have access to. But I wanted to just point out, and once again, it was in the report and a lot of information is contained in this. If OSEG defaults, the city of Ottawa itself will see between $4.5 and $12 million in annual expenditure from our city budget, which means we can't allocate it to other things. And that could be just the tip of the iceberg. Those are conservative numbers. So once again, we're talking about allowing them to tap into their own reserves to keep them alive a little bit longer, and then talk about potential measures that will keep the site more viable, including the affordable housing we've discussed, and supporting our local businesses. When on the flip side, our own taxpayers will be on the hook for between 4.5 and 12 million. I just wanted to clarify that point, because I think that this ongoing relationship between ourselves and the province, and yourself as a representative of the province, it's essential that we get these numbers right and it's clear to our residents.
Well, thank you, Councillor Duzes, for that. I agree with you. I'm here because I wanted to be here. I absolutely care about small business and I value the work you do and the work that this council does. But I guess I'm asking all the smartest lawyers, all the smartest council members, all the smartest staff in this moment to reimagine how that pool of capital could be used so it could help not only our friends at OSEG, but so many others who are suffering right now.
Thank you. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for being here. PP Harden, it's nice to see you, and for being at the meeting that we held just 2 nights ago with over 200 residents that expressed concerns about this deal, and not just on the 4.7 million. The concerns that were being expressed there, as you heard, were also on the amount of rent that Ottawa was supposed to share in the future that could go to affordable housing, and the amount of base rent that would be brought in by some of these larger corporations that Ottawa could then use, which we are eliminating today potentially with one of our clauses. And so I guess my question to you is, given that we've seen small businesses struggling across the city, we've seen affordable housing challenges right across the city, we see poverty rates going up and the struggle of so many people, what can we do to better focus on those challenges that the city has right now with the province, with yourself, with the rest of the MPPs in this province? How can we better focus on those things rather than what we're doing here today, which is essentially giving a break to one of the largest corporations in our city? What can we better do to work together?
Well, thank you, Councillor Menard. Thank you also for your leadership and facilitating that meeting. I did take in as much of that as I could. I will only say this through an anecdote. When I walk over the bridge towards Kettleman's with my son towards Lansdowne, I often run into a gentleman you may have seen too. His name's Marcel, and he's homeless, and he's often pushing a cart with a number of plastic bags. And he told me he sleeps in the trees around the Lansdowne market a lot of the time in the middle of the night because he's afraid of going into our shelter system. I've been trying to get him to go to the shelter system. We've been doing our best to see if we can get a home for him. But you're right. I mean, we are moving at breakneck speed here to help a very well-established, very successful, very financially lucrative developer in our city. It's an important organization, OSEG, absolutely, and all of its partners. But where are we for Marcel, as I guess the point you're raising? Where are we for all of the other needs that Councillor McKenney has highlighted in the advocacy around our housing and homelessness emergency? So I know, like, I come from a family of business, and I know there's a huge social responsibility at the heart of successful businesses. And I'm asking OSEG and the city staff and all of you talented folks at this table to get together with as much pace as we've seen in the last 4 days to reimagine how these funds could be used to not only help OSEG. And I know the mayor has just met with Finance Minister Phillips, who was recently in our city, and I'm glad he was. And I hope that, those conversations can be leveraged to figure out how we can get the province to play a much more active role with upfront money, not announcements about deferrals to come later, but upfront money for small businesses and for housing providers so we can make sure that everyone gets safe through this pandemic.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris White, followed by George Hanna, and then Anthony Caracata. So I saw Chris on the screen just a moment ago. Chris, are you there?
I am here. Am I audible?
Yes, I'm just trying to see if oh, there you are. A nice backdrop there. It looks like a big purple Barney dinosaur. How are you, Chris? The floor is yours.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor Watson, and thank you, councillors, and thank you. Hello to everybody watching on YouTube. And thank you for this opportunity to not only comment on what Ken Rubin called today in the Ottawa Citizen, the park that held so much promise, not only comment on that, but also reflect on 10 years. It was 10 years ago, actually on November 19th, that I took my little Trilele, and don't worry, I'm not going to play it, and went down to City Hall to comment on the proposal for Lansdowne. I happened to be actually the last applicant. And as Mayor Larry O'Brien sang along with my anti-Lansdowne song, council proceeded to vote through the agreement. So this is very interesting for me now to observe what has happened over 10 years there. Now, I just want to say before I go any further that I always like to try to remember to acknowledge with this symbol that we are on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. I take that very seriously, and I believe there are a lot of obligations that go with that statement. So I'd like to make that acknowledgement. And I also acknowledge my own ancestry, which is Black, White, and Mi'kmaq. We invented a term for that called Afro-Métis. Now, I've had a lot of community involvement, as some of you know. I'm the co-founder of the Ottawa Folk Festival. I was the artistic director for 16 years. I have 2 radio shows on CKCU, Special Blend and Canadian Spaces, Canada's longest running folk radio show. I have a show on Facebook called Canadian Faces that is a gathering of artists on Sunday evenings on the Canadian Spaces Facebook page at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm just saying that in case you want to tune in. All right. So I've dedicated my life as I look back, and yes, I am writing my memoirs in case you're wondering, like everybody else. I have dedicated my life to creating opportunities and spaces and events and occasions and channels for people to connect with one another and to connect specifically with various types of artists, musicians and other artists, and for those artists to connect with one another. So that's been my life work as I look back, as I contemplate my memoirs, and as I think about the beautiful potential that Lansdowne offered and still theoretically could offer with only some more community voices added to the mix. Now, here I am going to ask you to all, I know it's been a long day and it's not over yet. Take a minute to think about the meaning of a phrase that we've all become more familiar with recently, and that phrase is systemic and structural barriers, systemic and structural inequity, systemic and structural inequality. Those terms, which I've come to understand more deeply because I'm a member of several minorities, for one thing, and just because of my family background of communicators and community builders, I have come to understand that phrase to mean, by definition, that what is going on here right now, for example, is influenced by systemic and structural barriers and inequity. By definition, I'd like to see anybody's hand that does not believe that to be the case. Because by definition, you can't see it. That's what it means. It's having its influence.
Chris, if you can get
Mayor
back,
Watson, am I still on track?
You're not speaking about Lansdowne, so if you could speak to the report.
Well, here, this is my segue, okay? And I'm so happy that Joel Harden set the stage here, as it turned out, for me to talk about the fact that when we're making decisions of this magnitude, the only way we can address the inevitable injustices and mistaken decisions that will get made.
1 minute.
The only way we can do that is to deliberately invite more voices into the discussion and to have more conversations. So I'll just use my remaining time, and thank you again for this time. I'll use my time to just echo some questions that June Creelman very wisely raised earlier. Why not wait for the audit? Why not wait and hear from the working group before making this massive, especially on the long-term decisions? How can we ensure that this decision is in the long-term and even the short-term public interest? Why not have a full public process for long-term changes to this agreement? Why make long-term commitments now of all times in the history of the world? Why make long-term decisions now that will impact into 2054? These are the questions that I raise, and I ask you to look at that through the lens of the inequity and the barriers that are definitely part of this. So we have to work against it if we want to be sincere in our desire to create a better community.
George Hanna, then Anthony Caracata, and then Natalie MacArthur. So George, the floor is yours. I think I saw George on the screen.
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. Okay, we can hear you and see you. The floor is yours for 5 minutes on the Lansdowne report, please.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Watson and FEDCO committee members, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to stand before you in support of one of Gabriel's best partners, the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. As you know, Gabe's has been in business in Ottawa for over 40 years, and I can honestly say our community is a better place because of OSEG's commitment to Lansdowne and the people of our city. Since our first pizza parlor opened in 1977, we've grown to 38 franchises, primarily in the Ottawa-Gatineau region. Our growth strategy was based on 3 things. Number 1, quality product. Number 2, exceptional customer service. And number 3, giving back to the community. I think of OSEG as a kindred spirit in that it too has prioritized these business tenets. And we've seen on event days at Lansdowne, it's a formula for success that works for their business as well. OSEG has staged hundreds of quality events in its 6 years of operation. Their customer service levels are unparalleled, and their investment of time and financial resources in the community has been incredible. Like so many other businesses, OSEG has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. They are a live event company at a time live events are not permitted. They are an experienced destination at a time when people are encouraged to stay home. And they are an organization that helps our residents feel pride in their city at a time when they are prohibited from practicing their craft. It's a very deep hole in our culture, in our local culture. We need OSEG to emerge from the pandemic in a position to help us all regain our footing and start feeling good about ourselves. When Gabe's first contemplated expanding our business and establishing a more lifestyle brand, urban lifestyle brand, which turned out to be Crust and Crate, Lansdowne was the location where we wanted to be. We shared OSEG's long-term vision for a vibrant Lansdowne district where people from all over the region and tourists could experience the best of what our city has to offer. As you know, OSEG was on track for making that vision a reality with increased visitors and expanded event offerings, established sports teams and new teams coming to TD Place, and a plan to make Aberdeen Square more welcoming for performers and day-to-day visitors. All that was put on hold by the pandemic, as was OSEG's ability to embrace the community with its community service initiatives. Their players and coaches are community ambassadors for physical and mental well-being, so that's a hard loss for us all. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak in support of OSEG. They've been a very good partner for Gabriel Pizza and an important thread in the economic, social, cultural fabric of Ottawa. I, for one, will be ecstatic when we'll be back at Lansdowne, having some fun, hopefully eating some pizza again, and encouraging FEDCO and City Council to provide the necessary assistance to ensure they are able to weather the effects of COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Great, and thank you, George. Many of you know, certainly Councillor Brockington, that George is the, it seems like lifelong chair of the Lebanese Fun Festival at St. Elias. So thank you for that great festival. Next is Anthony Caricatta, followed by Natalie MacArthur, and then Angela McEwen. Anthony, I don't know if
you hear me? Am I on?
I can hear and see you. So you've got 5 minutes. Welcome. Bienvenue.
Excellent. Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and my fellow community members on the call. As you know, I'm Anthony Caricato, a resident of the Glebe. In fact, I live on 5th Avenue, 3 blocks away from Lansdowne Park. And my partner, Sarah, and I frequently visit the park and are big fans of the sports teams that play there. I'm also the chair of the Glebe Community Association's Lansdowne Committee, which is a committee of residents from our neighborhood committed to Lansdowne's success. In that capacity, I sit on the Lansdowne Community Working Group, where I represent the Glebe, along with representatives from Old Ottawa East, Old Ottawa South, the Glebe BIA, Councillor Menard, and of course, Mark Gowdy and his colleagues from OSEG. COVID has created a precarious situation at Lansdowne Park, and we are all very aware of the real devastating impacts this public health crisis has for everyone involved with the site. Given the nature of this pandemic, we don't know how long it will last and how much worse it could get for Lansdowne. It is with that frame of mind that I read the report before us. If we break down the recommendations being considered today, they boil down to 3 main asks. Extend the partnership for 10 years, negate the city's portion of the retail rent and maintain base rents at current levels, and give OSEG permission to access approximately $4.7 million of the capital reserve funds. The last recommendation in the report is to establish a working group to explore options to improve the Lansdowne Park partnership and position it for continued success in a post-COVID environment. The way I see it, if the report is approved as is, the city is giving away all of our cards before we know the full story. Let me be clear. I agree with the need to give OSEG access to the money they have paid into the life cycle funds. It is obvious that bridge financing is needed, and this is a simple way to give them access to money without asking the city for money. I can also see the need to remove the participation rent and the city's provision to terminate the retail lease without clause. Additionally, I 100% support the creation of a working group that will have the important task of examining options to improve Lansdowne Park for the future. It's the first ask, extending the partnership for 10 years, that I'm hung up on. And so the question becomes, is this a must-have or a nice-to-have? I do want to recognize that OSEG and their partners are not coming to the table asking for a bailout. If I understand it, they're asking for a short-term lifeline to stay on their feet and some flexibility in the agreement so they can access the life cycle fund they have been contributing to so they can continue to pay the bills for the years ahead and get back to a break-even scenario. After all, this is a partnership and we have a responsibility to support each other. And that is what I see in this report. I see a list of asks, not an ultimatum. So far, I have not heard from OSEG partners that they are threatening to walk away should they not get everything they are asking for. In fact, I heard the opposite. I heard a deep commitment to this partnership and to our city. If they are threatening to leave, I encourage them to say that today. But my read of the situation is that they have made their asks and are willing to negotiate like partners do. Partners work together. They do not give each other ultimatums, and I have not heard that ultimatum yet. With that in mind, I propose the following amendment to the report, which I believe is a reasonable solution that will improve the report and achieve the same outcome. Hold back the 10-year extension so the city retains some cards in their pocket should the financial situation deteriorate further in the unpredictable year ahead. When OSEG returns to FEDCO in a year from now, we will have more information before us to determine if the 10-year extension is required. If we play this card now, what does the city have left to help OSEG a year from now should the situation change or get worse? What I'm therefore proposing is that we don't say no altogether to the 10-year extension, but we hold off on making this decision until next year when the long-term situation is better understood and we have more information and a clear picture of OSEG's financial needs to be successful. Furthermore, a year from now, we will have the benefit of some of the analysis from the proposed working group that can weigh in and determine if a 10-year extension is necessary. Extending the terms of the partnership can and should be appropriately considered over the next year by the working group tasked with conducting this review. Extending the length of the partnership now, in my opinion, is premature with the information we have today. Furthermore, as I said earlier, it leaves the city without any cards to play should the situation deteriorate further. I will conclude by saying that the benefits of this partnership are evident and Lansdowne Park is an asset to our community. I'm not questioning the value that Lansdowne adds to our community or OSEG's commitment to our city. That is obvious. I'm questioning whether or not the report is reasonable and measured response at this time. Like many of the other presenters we heard today, I support providing flexibility to the partnership because I want to see it succeed and flourish. But let's not rush to make such a big decision without the benefit of additional information we can continue to get in the year ahead. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, sorry, we're just a little over time there. Councillor Luloff has a question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Anthony, for representing your community so well. Your passion for the glebe is palpable, certainly, and I really appreciate you coming out to speak on behalf of your community association today. Through my reading of the report, what I understand is that the 10-year extension is going to put OSEG in a better position to deal with their private creditors, so that they don't have to come back to the city, for more money or be placed in a position where they're unable to get the credit extended that they needed to get through this as well. But that's not what I want to ask you about. How do you feel we might be able to improve this sponsors group? What kind of membership are you looking for as a member of the community to ensure that we get the most out of this sponsors group?
Great, thanks for asking me that. It was part of my presentation, but I obviously ran out of time. I would kindly offer that the composition of the working group be improved by adding some retail experts and others who have deep experience owning and managing a retail site like Lansdowne. There are some other great examples of this kind of partnership in other cities, such as Granville Island in Vancouver or the Forks in Winnipeg, that I think we can learn a lot from. So including some of those voices on the working group would make it better. I also believe the working group could be enhanced by adding some members of our community, like myself and others in Old Ottawa East and Old Ottawa South and across the city if they're interested, so that we can weigh in and offer ideas to improve the partnership and make the park better more generally.
Yeah, I think that's a very good suggestion. I think that it's important that we speak with groups that have managed large sites like this, so that we can share best practices. Perhaps there might be something, you know, that's there to gain from their input and from input from the community. So I appreciate your ongoing commitment to the glebe and the work that you do on behalf of your community. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor.
Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for being here, Anthony. I agree with much of what you said. There's a couple of pieces that I think we need more exploration on around the 10-year piece. The participation rent certainly needs review, and how those groups are composed in terms of the sponsors group and the working group. I'm just wondering, when was the first time you heard about this proposal that's before us today?
About a week ago, I was on Twitter around 10 o'clock at night. I think I read Councillor Leaper's tweet first and then started doing some digging. So a little over a week, I guess.
Okay. And is this the type of thing that you think should come to our working group that has OSEG, the city, community associations, and others on it?
Ideally, yes. It could have come up on many occasions since August, I guess, when it first started being discussed between the city and OSEG. If I read the report correctly, sounded like conversations started in late August. So would have been nice for sure that, you know, we have a working group for exactly this reason to, you know, discuss and work and make things better for Lansdowne Park. So yeah, I would have liked to see, or at least been informed about it a little earlier, and maybe we could have had some of these questions answered there without having to come to the table today. But nonetheless, it happened the way it did, and here we are, and we're trying our best to just make sure that this is a reasonable and measured response at this time.
Okay, thanks very much, and thanks for your submission and your work along with the GCA's work on this. Thank you.
So Natalie MacArthur from Invest Ottawa. Is Natalie on the line? And then it'll be Angela McEwen and then Joe Wood. Is Natalie?
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Tony. Natalie, are you on the line?
I'm not, I don't believe she's on.
Oh, sorry, that's cut out. Okay, Natalie MacArthur. No, okay. Angela McEwen. Is Angela McEwen there?
Hi, hello, yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, hello, Angela. You've got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for allowing me to present on this very important issue today. I'm an economist. I've worked as an economist for the past 12 years, and I've been resident in Ottawa for 8 years now. So I didn't know Lansdowne before this current iteration, but as you might know, I'm from Saskatchewan originally, and any CFL fan knows that there are no bigger fans of the CFL than Saskatchewan residents. So I definitely appreciate having the Red Blacks here in Ottawa, because then I can go see my home team, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, play. And so I agree with most of the presentations that have come before council, speaking to the value of Lansdowne, the value of sports and art and music in that. But I'm quite troubled that very few of them actually spoke to the content of the report. And it was only the people speaking to affordable housing that were questioned on whether or not it was relevant to the council today. And it is relevant because, as others have pointed out, the report itself speaks to affordable housing and the need of affordable housing and offers that as a carrot for the long-term benefit of the issue, which, as you might recall, was also offered as a carrot initially and never materialized. The housing that is there at Lansdowne right now is absolutely not affordable. So I just wanted to point that out. As an economist, I have experience evaluating public-private partnerships, which is what this is. And I find the way that the report before council, I've read it very carefully, the way that it's constructed is quite problematic. And the three options that are available and the way that the cost benefit analysis has been done leads us, I think, to a specific conclusion that we might want to make that would be favorable to OSEG. But it's leaving out a whole bunch of costs and benefits in terms of the other side of the equation. And so I am quite concerned, especially that this is being rushed through and that the audit is only being presented the day before the overall council vote is, and it's not giving people the opportunity to read the audit, but also that we're making these long-term decisions before we watch the pandemic play out. So there will be a vaccine by next summer, quite likely, and a year from now, we'll have a much better idea of what the recovery will look like for retail and for arts and culture. And so I'm quite concerned that the deadline for extending the loan is 2 years from now, that council is making these long-term decisions before we have all the information that we could possibly have available to make the best decision, both for OSEG, for Lansdowne, and for the city. So the three options that we have here, the third option is that OSEG defaults. And as others have stated, OSEG is not suggesting that they will default. That option is actually not on the table right now. And when we consider the possibility that OSEG defaults in the report, the cost to the city does not consider the possible benefit to the city or alternate arrangements where you could have a not-for-profit manage the retail space, what the benefits are. And so the other thing that I find quite problematic is that city staff repeatedly said that this doesn't cost the city anything, but extending the deal for 10 years with the current rent of $1 a year on public property actually does cost us something. We're foregoing the benefit that we were promised in this partnership, the financial benefit there. And foregoing rents and foregoing other options, that actually does cost us money. And they've also talked about how OSEG has contributed so much more to the project. Well, that's actually why you have a public-private partnership. It's supposed to be that the private partner takes on that risk. So there has been risk other than COVID that OSEG has had to take that on. And they've talked about that. They've talked about the cost of energy use in the north side stands. They've talked about it took longer than expected for people to use the space and for it to become profitable. And so that is why they've had to put that money in. But that money is not them taking on extra costs. That's actually considered equity, and they're guaranteed an 8% return on that equity. And so that's an investment for them. The reason they make that investment is because they expect to make a profit in the long run on it. And the reason that you structure that is because then hopefully they will make decisions that are actually create that long-term profit. And so I think if we think about the level of investment that OSEG has in this facility, both financially and in terms of their relationships in the community, there's very little risk that OSEG will default on this, especially within the next 2 years. So my question is, why don't we take the time to do this analysis properly, to think about locking ourselves into such a long-term deal when we don't have all the information available? And to do an analysis that actually takes into consideration other alternatives and the full cost and benefit, rather than just some of the costs and benefits that provide you with a very skewed outcome in terms of recommendations and what the cost to the city would be if there were a change in management of the whole Lansdowne Park. Just one last comment as well. A lot of the commenters before talked about the value of the red black to the city, but the report and the agreement specifically states that they only have another 2-year commitment to the city. So the alternative is not that the city would be responsible, or that OSEG will be responsible for the red blacks from now until 2054. And they've only promised another 2 years. So that cost is also skewing the analysis.
So I missed where you're an economist at.
That's not relevant.
Oh,
I'm an economist.
You don't want to say for who? No, okay. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and thank you very much for an important point that I don't think has been made often enough today, which is that foregone revenue is real revenue. It is a real cost to the city when we forego revenue. This is not entirely without transfer of costs back to the city. It may not be writing a check to OSEG today, but foregone revenue is real revenue that we won't have. I wonder if you've had a chance to take a look at the partnership in depth enough at this point to understand its financial performance up until COVID hit, its anticipated financial performance, and then its odds of actually contributing back into that the life cycle fund, its capital reserves, when things return to normal under a renegotiated deal. I'm afraid that, you know, if financial performance continues along the lines of its financial performance pre-pandemic, that it's going to struggle to fill that reserve back up again, so that we won't have capital expenses that need to be done where we're back at this table again. Have you had a chance to explore any of that, or is this report, does it even have anywhere near enough information to begin asking those questions?
Yeah, it's the latter. This report doesn't have near enough information to be able to answer those questions. I certainly do think that it's reasonable to allow OSEG to borrow from this fund temporarily to manage the costs. The short-term recommendations in the report, I think, are reasonable. I don't think we have the information present to understand what the risk to the city is and what the risk is to the life cycle fund itself when we do that. When we're thinking about what their future profitability will be, others have stated we actually don't know what a post-COVID world looks like. We don't know what the future for retail space is. So many Canadians have moved to online shopping for retail that the retail spaces that are currently there may no longer be viable after COVID. And so there may be a switch in business model, which is one of the reasons I'm concerned that they want us to give up the right to rent if that retail portion is sold to another person. And so I don't think that's good management. I don't think that's prudent on the part of the city to be making changes like that right now when so much is uncertain. And so much of the financial information is not publicly available for us to be able to make an analysis of that.
And that is concerning. I mean, it's future prognosis. We just cannot tell from the information that's in this report. The reserve fund into which they're looking to tap is, I think, $4.7 million. How long is that actually going to be of assistance to them? It seems like a small amount of money given the size of the operation. Do you have any insight into whether that's going to be sufficient to ride out the pandemic or not?
I mean, I think that's a question to ask the partners themselves. What they've indicated is that is certainly the case. And the reason that they would need the other elements of the agreement is simply to get more investment funding when they're up for renegotiating their loan 2 years from now. And so that certainly is something that we need to be prepared for 2 years from now. But for right now, I think we need to deal with the question in front of us. The immediate question is, will that $4.7 million be enough to get them through? And what else could be done creatively to make sure that this space continues to be such a vital part of the city?
Does a lot of this look like positioning for that refinancing in terms of making this as attractive a framework as possible so that they can refinance 2 years from now?
Yes, that's absolutely my read of the situation. And my read of the situation is that it's being pushed through so quickly and with so little oversight because there was such pushback originally. And so I feel like possibly there's some hesitance to get into a big fight again. But democracy is messy and it's difficult and it's challenging and it has to be transparent. And so when you have citizens coming to you and asking for more transparency about huge financial decisions like this, I think it's really important to provide more transparency rather than simply to tug on heartstrings about how much we all love football, because we do all love football. That's not why I'm asking these questions. I'm asking these questions because I'm concerned about the long-term financial sustainability of that area and what implication this decision will have for the city 50 years from now when most of us won't be around.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Menard, please, a question.
Thank you, and thanks for being here, Ms. McEwen. It's very nice to have an economist with us to speak about these. Some of these there's complicated financial transactions, and all the information isn't actually there in the report. So I did want to go through a couple of things. We've been told by a few folks that there's not any cost to the city on these all of these recommendations. But when you look into the details, there certainly is. So Clause B, you've rightly pointed it out. Clause B is the retail 50% net profits that we were to receive and the base rents that we would receive as a city. That was part of the deal originally. We gave them $1 a year for 30 years to rent the retail space, the stadium, and the arena. But after that time, that 50% was supposed to come back to the city, and that was part of why they signed that deal. And so in looking at the calculations and what we'd be giving up, just on Clause B alone, it looks like it's more than $10 million. And it looks like it's going to be done regardless of there's a transfer or not of that retail operations in terms of participation rent. So my concern and I guess my question to you is, you know, are you seeing the same thing when you look at Clause B in terms of the cost to the city? It's cost that it's funds that we would have taken in that we're no longer going to receive, a cost to the taxpayer. Are you also seeing that?
Absolutely. When you do a cost benefit analysis, you have to take into account what your opportunity cost is, or what you could have been doing with that land if it hadn't been with OSEG. So we gave use of that land to OSEG to build this because that was our part of the partnership. Repeatedly through the document, it talks about how we don't have equity in the partnership. We have a significant amount of equity in the partnership. We own that land, that's public land. And our return on giving them that land to use was that we would have these financial returns down the road once it had become profitable. And so there is a huge cost. It's just simply not being accounted for in this report. And that's very problematic.
I have two other quick questions for you. One is that in looking at the financial statements that the city, OSEG, and the Lansdowne Partnership files, it appears that there is money being made, but after depreciation, after the write down of assets, there's an operational loss on those financial statements. But if you don't take those, generally you're seeing either a break even or a bit of a profit made before all those other write downs occur. And so those write downs that have been occurring have been going into equity for OSEG. It's an operational loss, and it then gets back into equity and is supposed to earn 8%, not compounding, but it earns 8% on their equity. I'm just wondering, in terms of the financial instrument, I mean, that process, is that something that is viable? Is it something that we should be looking into in terms of this extra equity that's going back into the deal, and how viable it is in the future?
That's a great question. And I think we would need more information to be able to answer that question. I think what it does speak to, though, is that we do have to be clear if we're trying to help them manage through a pandemic, and we want to help them manage their cash flow costs, right? We want to actually help them be able to make ends meet in real terms. And we're less worried about what their actual profit line is when you include depreciation. And so the data that we have available to us should be, is this $4.7 million that they're going to be pulling from this fund, is that going to be enough to help them manage their cash flow costs through the recession, and not not worry as much about the depreciation and how that accounting lines up?
That's a good point. The other one I wanted to make, the other piece I wanted to raise with you, the last one, is around the difference in today and what the waterfall produces versus what would happen with the recommendations. So today, based on what we have as a steady state, we have a $0 return to the city at the end of the waterfall. With the recommendations in front of us, it looks like, and I'm going to clarify with staff, but it also looks like we'd have a $0 return at the end of the 10-year extension for the city itself under the waterfall. But the return to OSEG would be for their $40 million that may be invested, and that depends on operational losses. It may not get there, but for that 40 million, it appears their return at the end would be to the plus of 252 million. So for putting in 40 million now and adding that 10 years and the other recommendations that are in there, it appears that that 40 million will work out to, with the 8% interest, et cetera, to another $250 million at the end of that 10-year extension. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Right. So this is quite common in public-private partnerships where the private partner has been guaranteed some return on their investment, but the initial project is sold as the private partner is taking on the risk, right? And so they should be rewarded for that risk. But what happens is what happens here, where the football team is so important to the city that we're willing to go to extreme lengths to prop up that private return and not consider what it's costing us. And so effectively what these changes, the 10-year change, the change on rents, effectively what that is doing is ensuring that there is a profit for the private partner in this. And it's at the expense of a return to the city. And we have to keep in mind that once the deal is done, there will likely be significant maintenance and capital upgrades that will be required to the city. So there will be a cost to the city to bring all of that up to date. And so we will actually likely need that revenue in order to maintain the site as it goes forward at that point in time.
Thanks very much.
So that's the problematic part, is that we're making these decisions to guarantee the profit at the expense of foregone revenue.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll yield my time now.
Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you. Just a short follow-up, and thank you for being here today, Angela, because it's very insightful to hear your perspective from an economist perspective. I really think I wanted to ask very similar questions to what Councillor Menard Councillor Menard asked, but I've been trying to understand the value, and maybe you can't monetize that value for us, but I would really like to know as close as possible what this is costing, because we heard at the beginning this morning, we heard lots of statements from officials saying that this is not costing the taxpayers a dime. And I look at these statements and I agree with those who say foregone revenue, or time equals money. So if you extend 10 years, there's a value to that. So how would we go about monetizing what the value of this ask is?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And certainly it must have value to the private investors, or else they wouldn't be asking for it, right? And that value is the return that they expect to get on the investment at the end. And so we certainly can make guesses about the value, but again, because of the long-term nature of the agreement, because we're locking ourselves in the middle of a pandemic instead of waiting till we know more, any estimates are going to be highly uncertain. But just all that we know is that we certainly would be losing significant revenue when the agreement is over.
Conversely, we can't sort of estimate the lost value to the municipality as well, because there's so many unknowns currently at this time in the middle of a pandemic and 30 years out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deans. Next, we have Joe Wood. Is Joe Wood here? You can just unmute yourself there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Yes, it was very gratifying to hear all the testimonials we had today to the value of the OSEG and the sports teams and so on. And as a member of the Lansdowne committee that's been working with OSEG to try to help with suggestions, I feel quite clear that there's no one who's spoken here today who doesn't want to see Lansdowne succeed. And that the main obstacle here is the speed with which this is being done, the uncertainty of some pieces of it, the fear that not enough is being considered. Let them have the short-term loan, but then let's take some time on the rest of it, because getting an auditor's report one day before the meeting of the full group, who will already have your recommendation in hand, is not enough time for real good due diligence. At least it wouldn't be for me. I'm not someone who understands economics very well. So I think the smart solution is to today go ahead and give the short-term help that they desperately need, and then start a process with the groups to look for solutions, give enough time for people to really understand the implications of the longer term, if that is needed around the loans that will be due for OSEG in 2 years. Surely we could be doing this with much more information in another year. I think that fear that people from the old Friends of Lansdowne would actually try to block this thing, you can see is not true. We're just trying to make sure that it's done in the most profitable way for the city. So that's all I have to say, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woods.
Mhm.
Next is Frank Johnson. Is Mr. Johnson here?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you for
Thank
participating.
you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm a business owner. I have lived and worked in the glebe for 35 years. And while running an oceanographic company, one of the community projects we undertook was the rescue and restoration of Irene's Pub as a venue for live music and a local gathering place. And we have to admit that that business has benefited considerably from the rejuvenation of activity at Lansdowne. So thank you for all your reports and for the undoubted enthusiasm for Lansdowne. We've heard that several times today. Steve Kanellakos and others clearly identified that some of the other options you considered and then moved on from. But what my concern is about one issue that has been mentioned, but may not have been thoroughly examined. And that is something which has been hinted on several times. It's the prognosis for the retail component of the park. We have all heard that COVID-19 has precipitated the proposals that are before us, and there is no doubt that nearly all businesses and families in the city have been impacted by COVID-19. To some, the damage has been irreparable. We've lost friends, and we've known people who have given up in despair. There are others, many other business owners that are considering ways to get out of what was their livelihoods, their dreams, and it's now a millstone. Notwithstanding the extreme burdens that are faced by OSEG, there's no doubt that any perceived preferential treatment for Lansdowne would create consternation in the general public. And even the alleviation of terms of the P3 could be considered in that way, as we've just heard, whether financially or assistance in kind or a postponement of benefits to one partner or the other. But to get back to the real concern I have, big box retail at Lansdowne was already in difficulty before this pandemic. The demand for large stores and cinemas is in decline, and we need to admit that the pandemic has made that decline terminal. The excruciating challenges of the pandemic for the hospitality and entertainment industry, and I know them only too well from my connection with Irene's, has been amply elaborated for us today, but we should distinguish between the two enterprises. Retail, as currently configured, is not a major tourist draw at Lansdowne Park. Retail is not a major draw for the tourist at Lansdowne Park, nor will it boost the post-COVID recovery of that park. Long before COVID-19, we had an example thereby of how a local development company faced such a challenge of declining business. Minto owns the award-winning, or what was then the award-winning community asset called Fifth Avenue Court, and it decided to demolish it and replace it with housing. This was done to improve their bottom line, and that, as we've heard today about Lansdowne, is paramount for any viable business. So my question is, does the partnership recognize the terminal condition of the white elephant that it has in the retail components at Lansdowne? And is FEDCO willing to recommend to Council a similar drastic change in course to that which was enacted at Fifth Avenue Court? And if it does, what are the alternatives? Could we even contemplate the demolition of grim, empty buildings that stymie the development and potential of public spaces at Lansdowne?
1 minute.
And we know that the stress of COVID isolation and an abundance of green space is necessary for mental and physical well-being. Will the city expand the public green space and write off the loss of retail components and focus on sports and entertainment? And that's my question. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Councillor Menard has a question to you.
Yes, just very briefly. Thank you, Frank, for being here and for all your service with Capital Ward and small businesses in our area here. You've served a lot of patrons very, very well. In terms of the retail at Lansdowne, what would you suggest? What is a change? Because there's going to be a working group formed potentially, it looks like. So what would you suggest that could have been better and could help improve the situation?
I think you have two options and one barrier. The two options are you either get rid of it completely and just turn it back to green space, or you do what we were promised in the first place and reproduce a Grenville Island type small business, much more vibrant, much more interesting for the tourist activity. The barrier to both of those is actually making the decision to do something about it. And that's something we will do now.
Yes, I recall some talk of an urban village, and that certainly would help. Thank you.
Next is Brian Tansey, followed by Su-Ling Ching. Brian Tansey on the line. Is Brian there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Mr. Tansey, you've got 5 minutes, and thank you for your input. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Is Mark Gowdy still around?
He is.
Okay,
he's listening in.
That's fine. So I wanted to start by thanking Mark for bringing it all into a very clear position for me, position of understanding, because we're in a complex situation. And Mark said the other night when we had our 200 people meeting with him that I think he actually was quoting somebody else, but he said the name he put on the process that resulted in Lansdowne was an irrational exuberance. So let's say that that's a pretty good, that pretty well brings it together, that how did this deal get made in the first place? Well, let's just say on the positive side is it resulted from an irrational exuberance. Okay, so now that makes me think of a couple of teenage boys going out for a couple of beers, and one hands his beer to the other one and says, here, just hold my beer while I try this. And then this, whatever it is, and it doesn't work. So here we are, we're 8 years later. We've learned we're all adults now. Can't blame it on irrational exuberance, not the next stage anyways. It's pretty obvious to me, I've waited because I'm in number 40 here. It's pretty obvious that we need to wait for the audit. It doesn't even make sense that your committee, FEDCO, never mind full council, doesn't have a copy of this audit before, 2 weeks before. This does not fit. In fact, it makes me think something funny is going on here. How come the only full council is getting the thing a day or two before they meet? and you've already made your recommendation, as Joe Wood said. Second thing is that in the short term, I don't have a problem with this. I live near Lansdowne. I do enjoy the site with, especially with my youngest grandson. It's great, but it's really not what we were promised. And it's obviously failing, as Frank Johnson has just said, as a retail. It was failing before COVID, pretty obvious. You can see all the places closed and failing. So yeah, when you project forward, where are we going to be? Well, it's obvious we should not make any long-term deal until we have the audit and we have the working group working and looking at all the possibilities, including what Frank Johnson has just talked about. And I just don't understand the rush. There has to be something else to explain the rush and the fact that the team that's supposed to be getting this stuff months before didn't get it until last week. Why? What is the rush? That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next is Su-Ling Ching, followed by Miranda Gray. Su-Ling is the president of the Ottawa Board of Trade. And there she is. Hello, Su-Ling.
Thank you, Mayor Watson, and to City Councillors for the opportunity to present. The Ottawa Board of Trade is an independent, not-for-profit, non-partisan organization with a mandate to advocate for businesses in the Ottawa region. Our businesses include all sectors, all sizes, and represent a broad range of employers. Our mission is to create prosperity by cultivating business and community growth. It is to that end that we are pleased to comment in support of the proposed changes to the partnership agreement between the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, as well as the establishment of a working group to explore ways to improve the partnership moving forward and for the benefit of the Ottawa region. The Board of Trade supports strategies that create and enhance community amenities and culture, economic growth, and tourism assets. The City of Ottawa attracts global, national, and regional attention as the capital of Canada and a cultural and economic anchor in Eastern Ontario. Our collective effort to optimize this unique position is paramount to ensuring a sustainable strategy to grow community prosperity and economic growth. Public-private partnerships are a valuable tool for cities to advance their economic agenda while engaging local business leadership and private investment. In Ottawa, the city's opportunity to work with OSEG, including the local business and community leaders Mark Gowdy, Roger Greenberg, and John Ruddy, is an excellent example of how well a 3P can work, as demonstrated by their success to date. I won't go into the litany of data that has been provided already around what they have provided, including supporting businesses, jobs, economic support for our community causes, as well as our cultural base. We are fortunate to have a major community and destination asset like Lansdowne Park to contribute to the cultural and economic fabric of our society. It is a credit to our city leaders that they've been able to leverage the expertise, ingenuity, and resources of a willing private enterprise partner while alleviating the pressure on our limited municipal resources so they can be focused on other areas of city building. During this pandemic, businesses, governments, and organizations have been called upon to do their part to control COVID and contribute to the economic, mental, and physical well-being of our community. We have been asked to adhere to restrictions, redeploy limited resources, redesign workforces, and accept decision and policy making in good faith, as we all recognize the severity and time sensitivity of doing the next right thing amidst extraordinary change and uncertainty. Many businesses and organizations have fared well, and in fact, some are thriving in this climate. However, across the board, businesses that are in the events, restaurant, retail, and tourism sectors are bearing a disproportionate burden of our fight against COVID. The Ottawa Board of Trade has been advocating at all levels of government for targeted support and investment for these industries, including flexibility, funding, the reduction of red tape, and increased promotion because of their importance to our economic recovery. Lansdowne Park has been a thriving part of our our Ottawa community, as well as an important economic driver. OSEG has proven to be a valued partner who have adhered to the terms of the agreement. They could not have predicted or stopped the impact of COVID to their business plan, and they are to be commended for their response to date and their fair and proactive approach to sustainability. The request for a change in the partnership agreement and assistance in creating a new path forward is a simple and smart decision for the city and our stakeholders. It is imperative that we do what we can to preserve the partnership, optimize the investments we've already made in Lansdowne, and ensure we have a home for our sports teams and key events well into the future. Lansdowne is a cultural and economic hub that we cannot afford to lose. We thank the City of Ottawa Council and staff team for your ongoing collaboration and support, and gladly offer our assistance as we work together to build a global iconic city. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you very much, Sue-Ling. See no questions, so I appreciate the Board of Trade's perspective. Next is Miranda Gray, followed by Toby Sanger. Is Miranda on the...
Yes, so Mayor, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. You can speak up a little bit more, and I'm just trying to find, do you have video as well, or are you just on audio? Oh, there you are. Okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead. Can you hear me, Miranda? Miranda, can you hear me? You might be on mute. I think we might have lost Miranda. I see her, the box there with her name on it. So maybe we'll just go to Toby now and then come back to Miranda. So Toby Sanger. Toby, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. And I want to thank council members and the mayor. This has been a long meeting, and I appreciate everybody lasting through it. Just to introduce myself, I'm a neighbor of Lansdowne Park. I've lived in Ottawa for most of my life. I've enjoyed Lansdowne Park when I was young, and I'm a frequent visitor there. I live a few blocks away. And I'm also an economist. I've worked as an economist for over 30 years. I attend sports events, football, hockey, soccer, music at Lansdowne Park. I shop there about once a week and particularly enjoy the city-run aspect of it, which I think, and I wanted to congratulate the city. The urban park aspect of it has certainly exceeded expectations, and I think it's been a tremendous success. So the city has done an excellent job on that. However, the retail side, I think a number of people saw this coming. It's largely, there's a lot of big box stores. It's been a disappointment. It's been a disappointment in terms of what it offers to the people of Ottawa and the neighborhood. It's not particularly imaginative in any sort of way, mostly chain operations. And I think it's been a disappointment financially as well, as Roger Greenberg and others have admitted. There have been a number of closures, and its future is certainly is uncertain with changes in the retail landscape. My concern, having gone through this report, is that trying to push through some long-term changes, extending the agreement for 10 years and extending what was a sweetheart deal in terms of rent to the OSEG partners for 10 years, partly under the cover of the pandemic, which is a short-term, yes, it will have some effects over a few years, but it's a short-term event, and not dealing with some of the more serious longer-term problems with that part of Lansdowne Park. I'm also very concerned that councillors and the public are not really being presented with a fair and objective look at the different alternatives. Essentially, the report says that there's two alternatives. There's one, make these changes, or OSEG will default, because it's got there are three options there, but the first one basically says that OSEG will certainly default. As others have commented, I haven't heard OSEG the partners behind OSEG, who certainly have deep pockets, talk about defaulting and put considerable equity into the project, I think that that's unlikely. So essentially, I don't understand why this report to the city is claiming that that is the alternative. I also take exception to the way that some of this has been presented, pretending that public funding or taxpayer dollars are not going into this or costing taxpayers a dime. I mean, as we know, hundreds of dollars of public funding has gone into the refurbishment of Lansdowne Park. And then also, I think it's quite disingenuous to claim that additional money is going there, and to count the property tax revenues against the cost of the loan. We all pay property taxes for a wide range of public services, and to count that as revenues against the cost of the loan, and to pretend that taxpayer dollars aren't going into this is misleading. The report doesn't adequately look at the costs and different alternatives. As far as I'm concerned, previous people have talked about this. A number of the other presenters, I think they made some very wise suggestions. That yes, we can deal with some of the short-term problems, but let's not make some longer-term changes to the deal just to deal with that. And I really do think that councillors and the public deserve a fair and objective look at the different alternatives, rather than what really looks like a selling job on this, to push through this particular set of packages of changes which were proposed by Roger Greenberg early on. I do think. Pardon me.
Sorry, your time is up. You can just wrap your final thought up there. And
okay. Yeah. I am very concerned that basically more public funding will go into to support the very wealthy private backers behind OSEC, who, I mean, some of them are billionaires, right? While we're not funding other services, including some of the homeless people that I also see when I visit Lansdowne Park.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think we have Miranda now. I think I see Miranda. If you can just take yourself off mute, the floor is yours. Can you hear me, Miranda?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours. Okay. Just speak up a little louder.
My name is Miranda Gray. I live in Orleans, but I lived in the Glebe throughout the 90s. I speak against the recommendations as presented in bulk for approval by...
Do you have another monitor on it? Because we're hearing feedback.
Yes, I know. That was my question. If you could switch me to just phone.
Okay, I'll have to ask Carol for that. Carol, can she just the phone? She wants to be just on the phone because there's an echo.
Is this better, Mayor?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
All right, let's start that again. My name is Miranda Gray. I live in Orleans, but I lived in the Glebe throughout the 90s. I speak against approving the recommendations as presented in bulk for approval by the full council. I do appreciate all the work of OSEG to move Lansdowne Park to a new vision. The significant investments have been a gift to the city, the people of the city. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the ground has shifted underneath us. COVID is not a short-time event. It is a break in continuity. Already people refer to the before time. A new normal is not here, and we do not know how much of the old normal will return. Our city will lose many small businesses due to COVID. We may lose some malls, and we might lose professional sports teams as well. I'm sorry for those losses, but no individual business is too big to fail. We cannot save everything. I have heard the fond memories of sports glories and mega concerts of the past. However, we are considering today a 365-day city park operation, not a 100-day days a year special event facility. I cannot support a vision of Lansdowne dependent on revenue generation. It needs to remain a people place. All the elements added to the park by OSEG and the city during redevelopment, which are most successful, are not revenue generating. The mayor highlighted several of them in his opening remarks: the Great Lawn, the skateboard park, the apple orchard, the community garden. I would like you to consider the recommendations and vote on each separately here and again when it comes before council. So here are my reasons on each part of the recommendations. The recommendation to extend partnership is premature. Councillors need to receive and absorb the audited statements. One day is not enough time to do a proper review of the documents and to gather community input. So this recommendation should not come to council until after the November 20th meeting. It should be considered after the Ottawa budget for 2021 is considered. Realistically, this would be in January. Defer this item for now. Consider it after the budget forecast for the next few years has been discussed. The scope of the recommendation on base rent is too broad. This matter has been brought forward as a COVID issue, but the recommendation does not freeze base rents for a specific period. It is open-ended. It would be wiser to remain flexible by freezing the base rents for a few years and then re-examine the status as COVID recovery continues. Vote no based on how it is currently written. Consider it again if it is amended to be a short-term freeze until the end of 22 and can be re-examined at that time. I oppose the recommendation to remove the city's right to terminate. It is not in the city's interest to reduce its rights in the partnership. A partnership must benefit both sides and give both rights and responsibility to both parts. This recommendation restricts future city leaders, so please reject this recommendation. It is premature to grant access to the capital funds which are set aside for the maintenance of the site. The arena and the stands are nearing their end of life. Those funds will be needed to keep the venue viable. I urge you not to approve this measure until you have considered the timing of those repairs to the buildings. My worry is the city will need to lend money to do those repairs if the fund is spent now and not replenished before that need. Please confirm the buildings will not require significant repairs before the repayment period ends. I will also point out that during major repairs, parts of the site will operate at a loss or be unavailable for a period of a few years. So vote no or defer until you have further information. On the last item, yes, of course, you should have a working group. But the problem is the residents most impacted by the site are underrepresented in the proposed makeup. Public consultation is required for all changes to this plan. This particular report came forward with no public consultation, so that should not continue for the next rounds. Please reconsider the makeup of the group before approving that recommendation. For the last item on receiving the reports, well, it's fine, but you need to make sure the reports have been through all the lenses of city planning. How is this project serving the poor and radicalized people of our city? Most of the large events at the site are for traditionally white and rich sports fans. I may be white and I may be well off, but I am not a sports fan. So I am not sure why all this stuff is focused on maintaining sports. If it's a citywide facility, it needs to be open to all, not just those who can afford season tickets to professional sports teams.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much. And a lot of people today have spoken about their experiences at Lansdowne. I've certainly had positive community events there. Certainly enjoy many parts of the site, and I think we're all in agreement on that piece. I'm just curious because you're in Orleans, Common Glen, I think, and I'm wondering what your experiences has been. When's the last time you're at Lansdowne? What your experience was like there, being from eastern part of the city?
So my last experience there was probably 10 years ago, and I took a young man to see a hockey game. We came by bus and went home by bus. It was an unpleasant experience because it's more than an hour to Orleans to that site if you can get on a bus. And at the end of large events, you cannot get on a bus. There was a crush issue, so we had to wait. And because of delays in buses, we waited more than an hour. And eventually we ended up with very drunken people left at our bus stop. So it was not an ideal experience. If we had driven, which would have been another opportunity, it would have been quite a bit more expensive, or we would have had to park quite far away. So the concern for me is it's basically not practical for me to go there based on being not a car-free person and living in Orleans. So to me, it's not really a citywide facility. None of the retail would attract me. There are other high shops I would go to. Whole Foods seems to be the one that survives, but there are 1,000 grocery stores and quite a few natural food stores. So I'm not going to go there regularly.
Okay, thank you. Natalie MacArthur from Invest Ottawa is next. Hello,
Good afternoon.
Laura,
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Watson, and thank you for your patience with accepting my opportunity to speak today. I'm going to center my testimonial just around the kind of work that we do at Invest Ottawa with the knowledge-based economy and a recent opportunity that we had to host an event at TD Place in February of last year. So following on from our last conversation at FedCo in October, we recognize that the City of Ottawa has a long-standing reputation for excelling in the tech industry. For decades, Ottawa has been a global leader in the telecommunications technology industries, and our capital city is one of the hottest and most diverse tech hubs in North America, with expertise in SaaS, artificial intelligence, automotive vehicles, 5G, cybersecurity, digital media, biotechnology, and more. Now, despite the stark realities brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Canadian digital economy remains remarkably resilient to the current crisis. Due to the increased demand for digital services and the ability of many digital economy employees to work remotely, the COVID-19 crisis has actually led to an increase in the digital economy's share of total employment. Between February and June of 2020, employment in the Canadian digital economy jumped from 10% to 11% of total employment. Because of this resilience and expected growth in influence, ICTC forecasted that employment in the digital economy will continue to grow to over 2 million by the end of 2022. So recognizing the continued industry growth and how the demand for specific technical and business skills outweighs supply, the candidates market persists. And this creates a competitive environment for current employers. As a result, Canada and Ottawa requires a proactive talent strategy to recruit a high caliber share of top international graduates, experienced hires, and increased homegrown talent retention. Place branding and networking events are very effective strategies that deliver these desired outcomes and impact. With these goals in mind, Invest Ottawa was delighted to participate in the first annual Ottawa 67's Networking and Recruitment Night at TD Place in February of 2019. This event connected hundreds of international STEM students with employers from the high-tech sectors for a 3-hour evening of recruitment and networking, including the chance to watch our iconic sport and giving attendees an opportunity to experience more of what Canadian life had to offer. The event itself began with a panel on effective ways to market and differentiate yourself from the competition, and was designed to empower STEM candidates ahead of their networking portion of the program. We had some top tech employers such as Ericsson, Sengen, Infinera, Ciena, Iversoft, Ross Video, Pronto Forms attend, and they had the opportunity to get acquainted with enthusiastic STEM talent eager to discuss career opportunities. The feedback from employers was exceptionally positive, and a number of employers are also open to participating in a future event post-COVID, of course. Events that leverage authentic place branding are not only essential in attracting international talent, but also retaining them. It's what expands our reputation as a great place to live, work, study, and play through word of mouth based on real life experiences. Culture is imperative with maintaining and building our city's attractiveness, and sport has a unique ability to bring these communities together. The work that we had the opportunity to do with OSEG has had the contributing effect, the trickle effect of really bridging all of these components And in marketing our place brand as a top destination of choice, it's certainly one that we've seen to be very effective. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It's good to have that perspective from Invest Ottawa. Appreciate your input. Next is David Fleming from Heritage Ottawa Advocacy Committee. Is David there? I see his name. You can just push mute, Dave, or unmute. You can unmute yourself, David. There you go. I hear you, I see you. The floor is yours.
Your Worship and Council members, thank you for, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and thank you to City staff for their excellent presentation on the propriety, on the financial aspects of this proposal, the propriety of which we commented on in our letter to the committee. Heritage Ottawa has been involved with Lansdowne Park for well over 30 years. We were instrumental in, on 2 occasions in saving the Aberdeen Pavilion from demolition and in saving it in the horticulture building as an integral part, or its integral parts of Lansdowne Live. Indeed, you will notice that on our letterhead that Heritage Ottawa's logo is a likeness of the Aberdeen Pavilion. Many will remember that the original Lansdowne Live proposal in 2008 did not include the horticulture building, and that the city had actually considered demolishing it. Despite efforts by Heritage Ottawa and the direction from the Province of Ontario's Conservation Review Board to have the city preserve the horticulture building in situ, Council subsequently agreed to the partial demolition and relocation of the building to meet the requirements of Lansdowne Live. The Aberdeen Pavilion and horticulture building comprise an integral part of Lansdowne's urban park. Any modifications to the Lansdowne Partnership Plan must not be allowed to reduce or in any way adversely affect the city's responsibility to preserve and maintain these important heritage buildings. And we look to the city to guarantee this. Heritage preservation does not preclude anyone from being an ardent fan of Canadian football. Today I'm wearing my Tony Gabriel's jersey, the same one that I wore during a presentation to Committee of the Whole on November 19th of 2010. I opened my remarks that way on that occasion with perhaps the most significant play call in Rough Riders history. Rob won fake 34 tight end flag, which was given on November 28th, 1976. Thank you for your attention and your consideration.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David, and continued good health to you. All the best. Next is John Dance from Old Ottawa East. Is John here? I don't see him. Do we have John here? No. Yes, and then our last speaker is Clive Doucette.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think he is there.
I am.
Sorry, is John here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, now I hear you. Okay, the floor is yours, John.
Thank you, Mayor Watson. Councillors, I appreciate this opportunity. I'm John Dance. I'm the Old Ottawa East Community Association representative on the Lansdowne Community Consultation Group. We support the thoughtful position of Glebe Community Association as outlined many hours ago by June Creelman. Most of us, residents, businesses, city staff, we can agree on 2 things. They're tough days, and Lansdowne's a very important park for all Ottawans. But what has been put before us on very short notice and no consultation are recommendations to extend for a decade a massive OSAG subsidy in the form of free rent in the heart of Ottawa. I suspect a lot of Ottawans, non-millionaire Ottawans, would like to have free rent for 40 years. The basis for staff's recommendation seems to be that the extension would save the city from having to operate the stadium and the arena. Yet no investigation has been done to see what other options exist to manage the stadium and the arena after the end of the 30-year deal. What's before Fedco is evidence that the deal approved in 2012 is a bad deal. Taxpayers were led to believe that the massive investment by the city would result in a fully restored stadium and arena, and the city would receive a real financial return on its investment. Both appear to be false. Yes, as GCA recommended, allow OSEG short-term relief in this difficult financial period through use of the capital reserve. But at this point, don't give away the arena and stadium for another 10 years, and don't make rental arrangements even more favorable to OSEG. One final point, the city and OSEG should better engage with neighboring communities and the public. We had no heads up on these rush recommendations before you. The proposed improvements to Aberdeen Square have had inadequate consultation. There was no consultation on the renaming of Aberdeen Square. Last year at this time, there was a rushed, no consultation proposal before Fedco to give OSEG control over the urban park portion of Lansdowne. There has been no community engagement with the strategic review that OSEG is underway for more than a year. This is no way to run a park or a city. It's time for some good governance and not to rush long-term changes to the partnership agreement. Thank you, Mayor Watson.
Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, John, for being here. It's always a pleasure to work with you on the Lansdowne committee that we formed, but also in Old Ottawa East in general. I guess I'm wondering, in terms of what we have with Lansdowne now, what is your feeling? I mean, we had these discussions 10 years ago, and do you feel that we got what was promised then? And then now to come back to this discussion, what is your feeling overall?
I feel that the urban park portion of it has worked very well. And I think the mayor referred to a number of the elements of the urban park that draw a lot of people. I think that's been really good. The commercial part has worked abysmally, has not contributed. It's great that it employs people, but those people would have jobs in businesses elsewhere anyway. The sports teams, they're really important, but do they have to be subsidized with free rent of the stadium and the arena? I think not. So yeah, I think Lansdowne's a wonderful place and we want it to be better, but not by more commercialization, not by less control of the city, and not by getting financial returns, and not by having OSEG get money and the city not.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
So, John, and last call for Clive Doucette. Is Mr. Doucette on the line? No. Okay, so we'll now go to questions from to staff. We'll go through Fedco members first, and then other members.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Deans.
Are you going to allow us to ask questions first to the proponent that came forward to
You can ask it either Mr.
Well,
Green.
I think we would like to have an opportunity to ask them and then to go to staff.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's all together.
Yeah, but I think what I'm saying is I don't want it just to be 5 minutes. We'd like to have 5 minutes to be able to question.
No, but you can come, we're on committee, so you can come back on the list.
As many times as we like. Perfect.
Yeah, we'll change the rules and sit here till midnight if you'd like.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go with Fedco members first to either Mr. Kanellakis. Do you want to just remind everyone, since you mentioned at the beginning and some members of council have since joined us, who's here to answer questions? I see Roger there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have Isabel Jasmine, Deputy Treasurer, Steve Box from my office, Jeff Cantello, our city lawyer, Dan Chenier for Parks and Rec, Wendy Stephenson, CFO, Jeff Sword, who is our business case consultant, David White, city solicitor, Roger Greenberg, and Mark Gowdy.
Okay, so up first, Councillor El Shantiri, please. Questions to any of those folks, and remember the 5 minute, and then we'll put you back on the list if you didn't get it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to city staff. Been listening all day and thanks to all the presenters who present to us their point of view. Mr. Kanalakis, I'm going to start with you, and I did mention it earlier to a couple of presenters. They keep making reference to the reserve fund we're allowing OSAC to use at this time. Can you, for the number 1,500, explain to us how that works?
Mr. Mayor, the agreement requires OSAG to contribute funds to that life cycle reserve to pay for the capital repairs for the facilities. And they've contributed, I think the number was 7.4 million or something since the beginning. Right now, the balance in the account is 4.7. This is money that comes out of their operations. The city doesn't contribute anything. It's based on a infrastructure engineering study in cooperation with our infrastructure services, where we identified what the amount required is to fix the infrastructure. And as Isabel Jasmine, our Deputy Treasurer, noted, is that it's not a straight line spend. It's not like, you know, every year an equal amount comes out to fix the repairs. It fluctuates. Some years you have very little repairs, and some years you might have a couple million. It comes out in spurts and spats. So what we're allowing them to do by adopting this recommendation, if it's adopted, is to use that money to help with their immediate financial situation, and then continue for the 1 year, and then continue replacing the money that they took in line with what the capital spending plan is and the infrastructure assessment plan is. And there'd be another one that's going to be done in another year that gives them the next tranche of spending that they have to do. So they are under the contract, as long as they're within this contract, are solely responsible for funding the life cycle plan. So they're basically taking 1 year out, and then they're going to continue funding it to meet all their obligations going into the future. They are required under the agreement to do that.
So in another word, if I understand you correctly, that money is obviously belong to OSAC, and what you're doing here, you're allowing them for a year to basically use that money, and then within a year or so will come back and replace that funding. But that money, whether we allow them to, it's not going to anywhere else. It cannot be going out if OSAC comes to the city general tax coffer. Is that, because that's what we heard some people saying, why don't we use that money for something else? I need that explained by you, if you don't mind.
No, that's correct. That money is within the purposes of the closed financial system for Lansdowne. So it's Lansdowne money generated at a Lansdowne operations, and it's for that purpose under a legal agreement.
My other question is, but let me ask you before I go to Mr. Greenberg. So some member of the small business, I was taking note, small business community have raised concern that staff's report could be bonusing. So my question is to the city manager, is this bonusing to OSAC? Like, I mean, how will you describe it in another word, what we are trying to do here? Because some people say we are rushing, we should take our time, we don't have to do it right now. I mean, obviously from a business perspective, if anything business need is a stability and a long-term plan to be able to continue their operation and their investment. From my understanding, I stand to be corrected by you.
Yes, we looked at that exact issue. Our legal services did, and this is not bonusing. And I'd like David White, our city solicitor, who was engaged in the last court decision that came down on Lansdowne regarding whether this was bonusing and whether this applies this time, to basically to give you a brief answer. David.
Put yourself off mute there, David.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Of course, the original Lansdowne case is probably one of the seminal decisions on what constitutes bonusing in the municipal context. And like this, and like it did in that instance, the question is, what's the deal overall? You don't kind of parse it out and look at individual components of it. So when we look at this is a relatively minor adjustment. of what is an overall kind of complex agreement, and really just to account for the changes that have taken place as a result of COVID, and really just to kind of facilitate the partnership moving forward. So from our perspective, no, this is not anything that's prohibited under the Municipal Act.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, you said we can ask the OSAG as well. So since I still have some time, Mr. Greenberg, you heard earlier some of the folks saying you're not obligated to keep the team beyond 2021. And being one of the few councillors still on council from the time early negotiation and what's been brought to our city and the overflow of the business of those teams being located in the park, what would you say to those residents? And I know you're not obligated, I understand that legally, if there's no business plan, you don't have to continue, but I like to hear from you.
Well, thank you, Councillor, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify this. When this was originally discussed back in 2010 to 2012, the city was faced with the prospect of building new south side stands and investing a considerable amount of dollars into the project, and correctly wanted to know, well, we want to have some kind of guarantee that the team is going to play for X number of years if we're going to be putting in a lot of dollars, notwithstanding that, as you know, the dollars are covered by the realty taxes that were generated by the development. And so we all agreed at the time that it sounded like a reasonable length of time to have an 8-year minimum time horizon for both the 67s and the Red Blacks. I'm not even sure if they were called the Red Blacks then. I think it was probably just the football team. So that was a fair arrangement at the time, and that's what we committed to at that time. I think it's clear today. I mean, the Red Blacks and the 67s are at the heart of the redevelopment. If we weren't, going to have those two teams there, then like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing the whole thing? So they're central, and they're a key part of our business plan. We have absolutely no plans to move them or consider relocating. We want to get through the disappointment that we had that you heard earlier about the team not playing, the Red Blacks not playing this past season, and 67 shut down. We're anxious that they get back as soon as we can under health regulations for both the players, the coaching staff, etc., and the fans in the stands. We want to get back and play as soon as we possibly can. It's core, it's central to what we're trying to do.
And what would you say, Mr. Greenberg, for some of the presenter ask why you want it today, why you're asking today for the 10-year extension on the lease, not wait another year or so? Can you explain to us why you want it today?
Absolutely. Councillor, we as I explained to you earlier in my remarks, when we appeared before this committee last year, the expectation was that we were going to have a cash flow break-even situation in 2022, and we were going to start generating cash and start getting back the immense amount of money that we've invested in this project. It's climbed, as you know, from the original expectation of $30 million to close to $150 million as a capital investment in what's been taking place. Those expectations have changed dramatically, and we're facing some serious challenges in terms of it's now a $40 million further investment, a swing of $55 million from what we expected. We have a major mortgage coming due in a couple of years. And so the balance that we had in 2012 when this agreement was struck, through no fault of any of us, but through circumstances that we find ourselves in today, that balance has shifted. It's no longer there. The changes that we're asking are ones that we feel are absolutely necessary to give us confidence to say, let's put in another $40 million into this venture, as opposed to not. And so we've come to you as our partner. We're asking you for help. It's very, very simple. It's very straightforward. And that's why we're saying, we've requested some what I consider to be modest changes. The city has studied it extensively. They presented you with a report that goes into all of the pluses and minuses. I'm not sure what there is more to study.
Okay. And Mr. Canalax, if we can come back to you, and you're recommending, I believe, 5 councillors or group of councillors to be on a working committee, and then can you explain that again? What is your expectation from the member of council on that committee? And if I have time, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we wanted to set up a oversight group that could deal with the way forward and look at all the options in terms of making this a sustainable site, including comprehensive public consultation. And so there's 2 groups that we're proposing. The first is a working group, which is doing the analysis and the hard work in terms of the crunching and pulling it all together, a typical working group of city staff and OSEG and possibly some consultants. And the second body we're looking, which will have the oversight for council, will be a sponsors group, which would be selected from a representative from South, East, West, Central, and Rural, 5 councillors with city staff that would receive the work updates from the working group, oversee that work, manage and help us with the consultation with the community groups citywide, and then bring that back as a sponsors group to council ultimately before the end of the second quarter. The clerk for the working group, I have not selected the working group or done anything with that. It's presumptuous to do that before council approves these recommendations, and I will do so after and advise council. The sponsors group, the clerk will be putting out a memo to council to see who's interested, and we'll bring back a motion back to council meeting, I believe on December 9th. I think it's the next meeting after the November 25th meeting.
But even with the sponsor group, Mr. Canalatis will still come back to FEDCO, our committee, and council for any recommendation. Is that correct?
I think the sponsors group is going directly back to council. If I believe Mr. O'Connor can correct me on that. That's what I believe the process is.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to our city staff, city manager for making himself available to go through the report again, to OSAG, and to the community member who come out and spend the day with us today. Mr. Mayor, I think is from a councillor who represented the business community. I have to tell you, anything we can do to continue supporting our businesses, our community. You heard from the Glebe BIA Executive Director, Mr. Andrew, how changed the revival of Lansdowne Park did to the community. So with that, I'll leave it at this point. I'm not sure if I come back for another question, but I'll let my colleague have a chance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be brief, and but first of all, Mr. Greenberg, I want to thank you for all the money that you have collectively put into this city project, city building project. I can tell you that I'm sure I will get some input from the 70,000 people I represent. But of all those form letters that have been coming largely from one area of the city, I think about 70% of the ones I got, 75% was from one particular ward. Not one of them was from Barrhaven. And I can tell you that the people that I represent love that place. They embrace it. I don't even know that they thought that they would as much as they do. But in the time since it's been open, because of the investments that you've made, and allowed us to make. I mean, let's not forget the fact that we did put a significant amount of money in for a purpose which we wouldn't have had you not proceeded. So I'm kind of stunned to hear about another 40 million. And what I hope that this doesn't do for yourself and Mr. Ruddy and Mr. Shankman is take money away from all of the things that you sponsor and have sponsored in this city. We could not have or do without. So I want to thank you for that. Take this opportunity to do that. I do have a question, and it's for others, for staff or for yourself. What would the impact be if the extension of base 10-year agreement for OSEG be on your return on investment? What would that turn into?
Mr. Mayor, maybe we'll start with, I don't know if Mr. Greenberg wants to take a shot at it, but Isabel Jasmine could maybe start it off in terms of the overall picture, then Mr. Greenberg can join, or Mr. Gowdy.
Yeah, so the overall impact to OSEG is that they don't have to contribute as much equity because of the cash flow improvements. So that reduces their equity contribution, additional equity contribution by about 5.6 million. The return on equity is increased by about 252 million, but the accrued interest is reduced by 55 million. So it's a better cash flow. It gives them an extra 10 years to recoup their investment, but it's important to note that they don't get it all back. It just improves the financial picture. And that's what they're trying to do, is improve the financial picture, because cash flow is one thing, but they're trying to refinance a $106 million loan. And that doesn't happen overnight. And that's what they're looking for, is more stability in the model. And to be able to refinance a loan or attract additional equity, that's what's required, that 10-year extension. It provides stability to the model.
By the lenders.
Yes.
Mr. Greenberg, do you want to comment?
Yeah, what I would say again is this is the items that we're asking to change now were items that we agreed to back in 2012 when we thought that the overall project was going to be much more successful than it was, and that our equity commitment would not be as significant as it's turned out to be. So there was a sense of balance, as I said previously, and a sharing of rewards. While it's true that these clauses were in agreement right from day one, everything that we're talking about in terms of the rents, et cetera, the participation rents, none of that was in any presentations that anybody talked about. The justification that we talked about were things that were going to take place in a much shorter term. These were things which the former city manager negotiated with our group that really were added bonuses for the city, which I didn't object to because I thought it sounded like a fair way of sharing the risks and the rewards down the line. Unfortunately, for lots of reasons that we know, lots of which were identified last year, now more with COVID coming up now, that risk parameters, that sense of fairness has disappeared. And so what we're asking for is a bit more time to be able to recoup our investment. That's why the partnership extending a bit longer is important. And we've asked for some other changes because the retail, particularly for the next couple of years, the refinancing attitude for in the mortgage markets for retail is going to be challenging. One point I would like to make, because some of the speakers spoke to this, the retail has been an outstanding performer at Lansdowne over the years. There's been a very, very small vacancy. When we've lost some of the tenants, some of the smaller tenants, we've mostly been able to quickly replace them. So in terms of the financial model, where the majority of the loss has come has been the stadium and the arena. The retail has done extraordinarily well. The teams are somewhere in between. But the big losses that have come on a cash basis have been investments that we've made in the arena and the stadium. So the concern, though, now, and remember, this is March, that the world changed. I was getting ready to cheer on the 67s to a record-breaking season and going into the Memorial Cup, and then that got taken away. And so all retailers that are struggling now, they're struggling only because of COVID. And once that's over and we get past it, and we will get past it, then my expectation is that these retailers will start to do well again. It's a struggle until then, and we don't know when it'll be. We don't know when the mortgage markets will recover. That's what's at the core of what we're asking for, is for some help to get us over the hump.
Mr. Mayor, I also want to, because Councillor Harder asked the question, also emphasize that under the scenario, even with these amendments, OSEG will not be getting and receiving the 8% return on their investment. They will not be, they'll be getting significantly less than that, and they will not be getting a return of their equity. So I think we have to keep in mind that we're throwing out big numbers there in terms of interest, et cetera, but they are leaving a lot on the table in terms of what the original business plan was when they signed up for this deal.
And that was my other question. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Jan, anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sudds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. First of all, likely for Mr. Kanellakis. Can you explain for us or clarify how we got to this point as far as the staff recommendations in the report? And I ask this question in that at the outset, I think some people may believe that these came from OSEG, these recommendations. So I just want to understand the process of how these recommendations came to be.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. The discussion first started with our preparation for the annual report that was going to come for the 2019 operations. And Mr. Greenberg alerted us that, you know, their financial situation has literally changed overnight, because, you know, it seems like, you know, we're in COVID now, but we forget, we go back to March 13th. So midsummer, we were approached to talk about the challenges that they're facing. And I had some long conversations with Mr. Greenberg about what's happening on retail, what's happened with the sports teams, what's happened with the cinema and the entertainment function and not being able to book anything, traffic on the site. And we started talking about, you know, whether there were any mitigation measures that could be done to address this. And as we started talking, we started looking at the options. I said at the outset from internally, when I listed out the options and the scenarios we looked at as staff, which was effectively, do we maintain the status quo? And what does that mean? Do we amend the agreement? And how far do we go in amending the agreement with respect to that? Do we terminate for convenience and start fresh? And what does that mean under the contract? What would it cost the city? And we also looked at, and I wanted to look at, even though Mr. Greenberg never mentioned this, what would a default scenario look like? Because from our perspective, the amount of money they've invested in it without any further help for them to have a little bit more time to get on their feet, we have to be responsible and look at that possibility, because I can't put myself in Mr. Greenberg and his partner's shoes, but there's a business decision they ultimately have to make about how much more money are they prepared to invest in that site without any possibility of return. And so based on that, and we're looking at the 4 scenarios, internally we landed in the notion that we have to amend the agreement, and then we started having conversations with OSEG, as partners do, about what kind of amendments would make most sense. And the ones we landed on are the ones that for us was not a cash infusion. We understood the scenario the city was in with all businesses in the broader community. And we felt that the best arrangement was to give them, and credit to Mr. Greenberg, they want time to be able to get on their feet. They want time to be able to, and they want to be able to reduce some barriers to attract more equity into their operations for the long term. And that to us was the best scenario, because the city was not in a position to invest additional dollars based on our own current financial situation. And I told that to Mr. Greenberg. So they were very forthcoming to say they're prepared to invest another $40 million over the next 5 years if they can get some help. And that was a critical piece, a turning point in the development of the recommendations that we talked about and mutually came to a consensus on.
Okay. I have to think then that what we have before us, as you've said, has been months of work, but were there other scenarios or options on the table throughout this process which were dismissed by yourself and your team, Mr. Kanellakis?
Mr. Mayor, the 4 scenarios I gave was because as I mentioned earlier, we had to work within the Lansdowne Partnership Agreement. That is the direction and the approval that staff, that council had given us when this was approved. Those are the parameters within which we work in, and the scenarios I gave you are within those parameters because there are specific requirements under each one of those parameters that would be exercised or would come due should we exercise them. So we didn't look at other broader scenarios in terms of going down the road of the future of someone else owning the site or running the site. We're working within the agreement to maintain the city's interests and protect the city from additional future costs.
Yeah. Okay, and one last question for yourself, if you don't mind, and that is, having spoken with Mr. Greenberg recently as well, I understand that the waterfall is an incredibly complex arrangement. And so in this most recent discussion around the agreement and next steps, was there outside expertise engaged on behalf of the city in analyzing that financial impact?
Yes, we brought in Mr. Sword, Jeff Sword, who I introduced at the beginning, was brought in. He has extensive experience with retail, the waterfall, and he was actually engaged. He was with another firm at the time, a big consulting firm, engaged at the beginning years ago when the contract was being developed, the agreement was being developed, and did the analysis. So he was best positioned to review the current status based on what the previous deal was and to look into the future. So he did that, working in great detail with Mr. Gowdy and looking at their inside detailed financial information, and with Isabel Jasmine to develop the spreadsheet and the analysis that we relied on to make the recommendations.
Fantastic. Excellent. Okay, thank you. And just one question as well then for Mr. Greenberg. I found it interesting, your comments to the last question from Councillor Harder around the retail in particular, and that it was doing very well pre-pandemic, that the vacancy rates, I think I heard you say, were quite low. I heard you correctly. So having said that, that's obviously great to hear. How long would you expect it will take for those vacancy rates to rebound and to see Lansdowne once again active from a retail perspective? It's a tough question.
Yeah, I know. What are they saying? Hope is not a strategy. So, if you will, I'd like to take a two-part to the answer. One is just to go back, because I realized that I should qualify my answer when I talk about how well it was performing, in the sense that it was full, but all of the tenants did extremely well during when we had an event day on, because there's a lot of traffic, a lot of people there. But as we talked at FEDCO last year, one of the significant problems that we have is that we're not able to attract enough 365-day activity for the retail, and so the retailers could be doing much better than they are doing right now. And that's a sort of and you always want to try to have a situation where you create the conditions for your retailers to do as well as they possibly can. So that's just a qualification on my previous answer. The next one, I can't tell you, because I just don't know when when there's going to be a vaccine, when people will be prepared to engage in mass gatherings. I can tell you that I'm participating with the Ontario Hockey League, and we just pushed back the start of the OHL season from September. It had originally been December 1st. Now we've just pushed it back to February 4th with a 40-game season. And, when we get asked the question, how confident are we about that 40-game season starting? I don't know. I mean, I certainly hope we will, but it's a real challenge, just because we don't know. You see how the situation changes almost week by week. So I have a very strong belief that with the amount of money being spent worldwide on trying to come up with vaccines and the progress that we've seen and the testing that's being done, that the time will come sooner than later that vaccines will be readily available and everybody will feel comfortable again in time. But I can't tell you that that's going to be next week, next month, next year. I'm not a scientist. I can't do that.
Fair.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate that candor. I think that certainly adds to the uncertainty around your operations and the agreement in entirety. So I appreciate it. I'll leave it at that. I'm sure my colleagues have lots of questions as well.
Thank you, Councillor Suds. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to actually pose my questions based on the many comments, claims, arguments that have been put out publicly, because I think it's very important that as we're having this conversation, that not just we as councillors, but the public have all the facts in front of them so they understand why we make the decision we make. So I'm going to put to you, say, Steve, if you want to direct these questions as they need to go. Some of the arguments we've heard out there publicly, one of them is being that the city has not looked at what a nonprofit running Lansdowne would look like, and that this would be a more favorable option than the current arrangement.
Right, Council.
Steve Kay, I think that was directed to you and whoever.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was off mute, but can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor.
So you have looked at it, and that's been an option. Why did you rule that out?
Well, we didn't look at it in detail because, as I said, I mean, what's correct is that we landed on this recommendation because we're still working within the partnership unless council directs us to open up that agreement or to terminate. I go back again to what the four options were. One of them was to terminate for convenience, which means that we would say to OSEG, you're out and we're bringing in someone else. But we can't see like the turmoil that would create and the costs of terminating, because we'd have to pay them at least all their equity that they have in there already. The hundreds of millions of dollars is going to cost, over $100 million to exit, then to bring in another partner without the teams and all the other management history of managing the site, to us was a write-off right from the beginning, because the city would be literally have to fund that till it got back on its feet. We'd actually have to go against the principle was we didn't want to put any more money into this site, operating money.
And my understanding that was tried by the city of Winnipeg, and it ended up tripling costs. And under this relationship, all the risk is taken by OSEG. The next argument that's been posed to the community and put out there was that OSEG leases spaces from the city for $1, but OSEG receives 8% return on the equity, and the city does not get anything back for its investments. Can you just speak to that, Steve?
Yeah. I'm going to ask Isabel to give a brief answer on that one. Isabel?
So it's important to note that they're accruing interest. They're not earning interest. They're accruing interest. They only get interest if there's positive cash flows, and they're not getting it all back. So it's really a spreadsheet exercise right now where we're calculating 8%. The effective, based on current projections, the effective interest rate they get is less than half of that. So that's one of the misconceptions. And sorry, what was the other? Was it just the interest?
It was about the interest, but I do have another question. It might be for you then, Isabel. The other argument that's been put out there is that the city has cited that the $106 million retail loan is a risk, but that this loan is secured by OSEG. Has it been secured by OSEG? Is it a risk?
So they have put a guarantee on it, but if they default, it goes back to the bank. And whoever it defaults to, they own the leasehold interests. So it would be so what we worked into the model, it would be in the interest of the city to take on that loan. Otherwise, we're giving up all the retail, which, as was mentioned earlier, was the more profitable part of the business. So like giving up that loan, but it's a cost. It's a cost for the next several years. It's a 20-year loan, I believe it is. And that is built into the cost of operating all of it.
Another point that's been put out.
Councillor, can I just interrupt for a sec? Because I'm, and I apologize, Mr. Mayor, if I'm not allowed to do this, but I just like to give a quick answer there, if I may.
Certainly.
Yep, go ahead.
I think the reason why we asked a number of our supporters to come out to speak to councillors today is to demonstrate all of the things which the city has received that are perhaps not monetary in nature, but they're experiential. They're what makes a community great. And so I just personally, I bristle when someone says, well, we haven't gotten anything from Lansdowne. Well, you're spending $3 to $5 million a year previously to keep the lights on in a decrepit facility. What do you have today? And what's happened in the 6 years since it's been open? I would suggest the city's received everything that it asked for and that it wanted in spades. So sorry, I just didn't mean to get a little emotional there, but I'm trying to get a little worked up when that's comments made.
Well, and I appreciate that. And that's why I think that when these points are put out to the public, that we have not just the emotional or the value, because everybody can get a different sense. We've heard from different people of what they've gotten out of the experience of Lansdowne. Personally, my family has benefited immensely. I can't imagine a time I would have gone there before OSEG took over the partnership, and that it's been revitalized. But I think it's valuable for us to put these questions to staff and to get the real information out there. So if I still have time, Mr. Mayor, I can go back on the list. I've got a couple more. Do I still have time?
Yeah, you still have a minute and a half.
Okay, I'm efficient. The other argument that's been put out there is that the city is losing out on the market-based rents of retail and 50% of the profit from retail cash flow. I'd really like to understand if that's the case.
Yeah, Isabel, Isabel presented that in at the beginning in the slides, and I think it's worth going back over that with some explanation, because I think some of the delegates that presented today have missed that analysis in terms of understanding that. It's a very important point. Thank you for asking. Isabel?
Yeah, so yes, we give up $3 million in net present value of market value land rent, about $3 million, $7 million of participation rent, but then we avoid 10 years of operating cost risk of $22 million, which far outweighs the loss of the market rent and the participation rent. And 50% of zero is zero. And so the forecast for that rent is extremely volatile. And we built that into the model to understand what is the risk associated with even getting that rent in the future. And that's what's built into that model, the net present value calculation, and what makes it a much higher net benefit to the city of a net of $12 million overall.
And that's why when I stated at the beginning of my presentation, which some of the delegations had an issue with, when I stated that no additional dollars are going into it, there's no dollars going into it. We're protected from the losses, and the net benefit is that we're not actually going to receive any cost share, any profit sharing. We're actually protecting ourselves against losses.
In addition to the immediate impact on our budget as a city of 4.5 to 12.5 million next year alone, if this fails, if we can't continue with this partnership, we're looking at what I think it's 118 million to 407 million based on the report over the term of the agreement for the city's impact. Maybe just speaking to next year, Steve, where would we get that money from? Where would you dig in to our city's budget to find that money?
Well, I think this is an important point, is that if we ended up taking over the site and we had to fund that site based on current circumstances, which now we're protected from because OSEG has been paying it and will continue to pay it for the next 5 years. Hopefully they'll stay with $40 million continued investment. The city would have to dig out of its base budget the amount of money. There's only two options. Raise taxes or cut other city programs to be able to fund the requirement to fund the Lansdowne operational losses. So those are the two choices council would have. as we went forward.
Thank you. I see I'm probably out of time. I can go back on the list. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been watching with a lot of interest today. I worked at Lansdowne Park for about 6 years, from 1998 to 2005, when I was with the Ottawa 67s. And to quote the staff report, I remember when it was an admission-only gated asphalt and concrete campus in disrepair. So we've seen a remarkable change since those days of Lansdowne. I have a few things I wanted to get clarity on. The first is from Mr. Greenberg. You touched a little bit on this. Well, staff have already touched on it. You touched a bit in your response to Councillor Harder, but I still want to get clarity. The challenges of renewing or refinancing the retail debt in the current market environment. Can you maybe succinctly explain what those challenges are and what the changes in this partnership agreement would do to put you in a better position to refinance?
Sure. There were 3 or 4 parts to the agreement, as I said, that I agreed to way back when I didn't think we had to worry about refinancing the debt, because I assumed with the way that the operations were going to work that we would have paid the debt out over the course of the 20 or the 30 years. There are clauses in there that we've asked to change that a normal purchaser or a lender would look at and would be very nervous about, and it would scare some of them away. The fact that it's a land lease is already one issue, but all of these other things that are unusual, and in particular, our hope is to be able to attract a pension plan or other institutional investors to come and take a look at it, or the lending market. And anytime you have clauses that are unusual, that diminish the value of the retail, it will scare some of those potential players away. So we're trying to remove those impediments that would increase the attractability of the retail, both for the lender and for prospective investors in the retail to come and help us out.
And the provisions that are in the recommendations from staff in terms of changing the agreement will put you in a substantially better position, or how significant are the changes?
It's hard to say how much better, but certainly better, because they were unusual concessions that we had made at the time.
Okay. I have a question for staff about Aberdeen Pavilion. I'm glad David Fleming brought it up earlier. As I understand it, any renovations or repairs to Aberdeen Pavilion would be the city's responsibility. That's my first question. The second one is, what kind of near-term upgrades or repairs might be needed to that facility?
And maybe I'll ask Steve Box if you could start off with that one, Steve.
Certainly, thank you, Mayor. The repairs for the horticulture building and the Aberdeen Pavilion are the responsibility of the City of Ottawa. And I believe for the Aberdeen Pavilion, and Dan Shin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, sorry, the most pressing repair is to the roof of the Aberdeen Pavilion.
And how would we fund that kind of repair?
Mayor, Steve is correct that in 2020, the city did some work on a structural assessment of the roof, and as part of the city's life cycle program. So the intent is to plan and execute on those repairs based on life cycle provisions at the city.
Okay. The last question I had, I'm not sure who would be best to answer this, but it's about a few delegations brought up the timing of the audit report that we'll be getting in a couple of weeks on the waterfall. And I want to make sure I'm understanding how that could affect our final decision at council. Is the intent in that audit report basically to verify the numbers that you've used as part of the forecasting to come up with these recommendations? Or, you know, what could there be in that report that would substantially change our process or our plans going forward? I'm trying to understand exactly what we should be looking for in that report in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the audit report, you know, I'm not at liberty to disclose ahead of the Auditor General what's in that audit report. We obviously have a draft copy of it. The Auditor General gave us until Tuesday to provide the fact check. There's the process to develop an audit, to provide the fact checks and the management responses, which normally are done separately, but he's asked us to do it simultaneously, and we're complying. So Isabel Jasmine has been the lead on that, looking at the fact check, and we'll be getting that to the auditor on Tuesday. The audit recommendations will be going to audit committee and then to council the next day. And I know there's been some discussion around, why don't we defer until we see the audit report? And our view is that the audit report will be fully hashed out at audit committee, and council can make that decision the next day if they wish to defer. If they don't think they have enough information, that's up to council. My view is that there's nothing in that audit report that would change the recommendations, or that we would change our recommendations for. And Isabel, you might want to talk about the scope of the audit, which was stated in advance with respect to, it's not linked to this particular these particular recommendations. It's not an audit as a result of these recommendations. It was on the audit work plan from before. Isabel?
Yeah, it's an audit of the waterfall, the processes around it. The fact that we haven't distributed anything from the waterfall yet, it's more of a forward seeking. And we did have external auditors review the waterfall completely, and we did make corrections based on that external audit, and that was reported to council in the last annual report. So corrections, we are working with fully reviewed waterfall pro forma numbers.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wrap by saying I did really, I found the staff report was a really clear explanation of this partnership and some of the challenges, the nature of city partnerships in general, and the balance of risk and reward. And I do think if this works out as proposed, the recommendations allow the city to improve their financial standing and OSEG to improve their financial position. So I'd say that's would be a good goal to strive for, and a real marker of success for staff and OSEG for finding a way to improve the agreement for both parties. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor. That's a good point. Next is Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire, and thank you, Councillor Gower. Some of the questions you brought up were some of the points that I was going to make. Indeed, the Auditor General's report will be disclosed on the 24th of November at Audit Committee, and then will rise to Council the next day. Just a couple of questions to staff, please, or to OSEG, whomever. Knowing that this agreement allows for OSEG to access the life cycle, the renewal funding that'll be held for future upgrades and renovations, how do we ensure that the money is returned and that fund is enough so that we don't get a crumbling stadium in the 30 years down the road?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start by asking Isabel Jasmine, and if whether Roger or Mark wants to comment on that, that's fine.
Yeah, it might be helpful for OSEG to also respond, because it's based on an external engineering report that reviews the state of the asset, and it has to be done every 5 years. So there was one that was just completed this year. By the time we get to the 3 years out, there will be another one that has to be done very shortly after. So the amount that's contributed has to be based on an engineering report and what needs to be contributed. In the time that they're talking about using it for cash flow, they are still paying for those items. So if there's something on the plan that's expected to maintain the assets going forward, they are still contributing for that expenditure. They're just not putting money aside to build up. That's being used for the cash flow. But what's in the life cycle plan that's been developed by external engineering experts is still being covered. And that will be worked into this agreement amendment too. Because we are changing the process, that has to be built into the change in the amendment agreements.
So Roger, Mark, do you want to comment?
Yeah, it's Mark. I'm not able to turn my camera back on. Somebody's going to have to give me
permission to do that, but I can explain. Isabel's got it 100% right, and I'll try not to lose you with fun with math here, but in that $40 million, it's going to be funded between now and 5 years from now. In this next period, OSEG partners are probably going to have to fund about $15 million in this year to get through kind of this fiscal year. It means that Roger will have to write a check for less than the $15 million. We would use $5 million from the Life Cycle Fund and $10 million from OSEG partners. In that $40 million over the next 5 years, what you're going to see in the next couple of years, or as we get through COVID, OSEG paying money to maintain the infrastructure themselves, and then starting based on the engineering study that Isabel referenced, starting to refund that life cycle report, and we kind of go back to the way it was in advance. The annual payments that we'll be making when we start again will be higher than they used to be, so that we can build up a balance in that fund over time, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. So I guess to staff, what is stopping OSEG from using this as a precedent, and how will we ensure and avoid taking money out of the life cycle renewal account again and again?
Because
built into the agreement to do that.
Mr. Mayor, because it isn't in the agreement to allow them to do that without council approval. So it would have to come back to council if that should arise again in the future. They are obligated legally under the partnership agreement to fund that life cycle fund based on the engineering reports. So if they need to use that money again in the future, it's basically outside of the permission or of the agreement that council has granted us, and we'd have to come back to seek permission. So you have authority over that.
Thank you, Mr. Kanellakis. Just another question with respect to the retail, and there was some question. I think Councillor Suds talked about the turnover. What was the turnover before COVID hit in the retail and in the restaurant? I've never worked in retail. Was it a regular turnover? Was it higher than you expected, lower than you expected?
So I'll give the broader answer, and then Mark, if you want to give the details. The broader answer is that the turnover that we had was what's normally expected in a retail environment, particularly with a new operation, a new facility that's hasn't found its legs yet. So my experience, it tended to be operators, some couple of franchisees that were not good franchisees. They just didn't know what they were doing. But generally speaking, it's actually, within the normal parameters for any new shopping center that opens up. And the measure of it is that in most cases, we are able to find a replacement fairly quickly. So for example, I'll just give one, PetSmart tried a new urban concept on Bank Street. It didn't take. Well, we found a new tenant to come in, and we're doing fit up work right now as we speak, and they'll be opening up, I hope, in February or March. So that's the normal real estate market. In terms of the percentage turnovers, the facts and figures, Mark is better suited to do that.
My final question.
I think what you see with some of the retail is it's at grade on the main street where some of the vacancies are. So last year we finished with 97% of the leasable space leased, so the 365,000 square feet leased. The year before was 98, the year before that was 95. We've dropped back a little bit from there. I think right now we're about 94%, and there's 3 leases that haven't been started but have been signed that haven't been announced as well. So we're going to be back up to 98% quite soon in terms of the leasable space.
Okay, thank you for that. And my final question or comment, anybody that wants to pick it up, is, yes, the residents of the city of Ottawa, with the investment that we made in what is a city of Ottawa park, what has been the analysis? What is the opinion with respect to any permanent impairment of the facilities? the retail environment that is there, the restaurant environment that is there, the sports environment that is there. We've been hearing, there was some comment that business wasn't so good before COVID, and you've answered that. But COVID has hit. It will change fundamentally the way people shop or entertain or go out to restaurants and such. What is the analysis with respect to any permanent impairment of the value of those assets and how they'll be used in the future and how they'll generate revenue?
Councillor, my view would be, because I think it's too early to make any assessments of that. You know, people have talked about, you know, the death of the downtown and you know, will everybody leave the downtown office buildings to want to work remotely or work from their home? I'd ask you as councillors, do you prefer this type of an environment to having your meetings at City Hall? I mean, we've all made huge sacrifices to get us going forward. I can tell you, I'm not too happy about spending. I'm in an 8x10 office here, and I'm not too keen about spending, you know, all of my days, you know, having my meetings. I make do, and we're making do today. But I think it's way too early to assess, you know, where things are going to be. I just believe that as a race, where we like social interaction, we like mass gatherings, we like whether it's sports or entertainment or it's concerts, whatever. And I'm hoping that that's not just wishful thinking on my side, because I have a lot of money, you know, invested in it. I truly believe that that's the core of what we are as people, and you know, and hopefully we'll get back to that. But if I you know, can I give you a guarantee, an absolute guarantee on that? Obviously not.
Okay, so Councillor, if you want to get back on the list.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you to staff, to OSEG, and to all the delegations today that provided information and context. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Conseiller Tierney, s'il vous plaît.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And it just feels like yesterday when we had the great debate on OSEG and Lansdowne and bringing it all back and fighting to elbow each other out of the way to see who can get in front of the photo op when we cut the ribbon. Interesting who is in those. But that being said, I guess I heard on the radio a few days ago, a member of council alleged that OSEG was asking for a $40 million bailout. And I think we've heard quite a bit today. I need it reinforced. Can you confirm to this committee that the public, that OSEG is 100% responsible for the $40 million required to operate Lansdowne over 5 years, and there is no change to the proposed agreement and obligations for them to absorb any operating losses?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Great. And again, a couple of other quick things that I just was looking at. Of course, it's been said again, but I'm going to send this clip to my constituents when it's finished. Will OSEG be required to replenish the life cycle fund?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I missed the last part. It broke up on my end. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries, Steve. Will OSEG be required to replenish the life cycle fund?
Well,
you kind of lost me there, Steve.
I said I'm sorry, I was clicking back and forth. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. They are legally required to replenish the life cycle fund under the partnership agreement.
Wonderful. This question might be a little bit more to Mark Gowdy and the gang. When it comes to, when you started this agreement, when it came to bookings and things, IATSE wasn't there. Has that, you know, obviously you have no bookings, so it really doesn't matter too much right now. But has that had a bit of an impact on your ability to operate or attract smaller shows to increase that revenue?
We expected that there'd be successor rights and that the IATSE would be part of the equation going forward. It's expensive. It is part of the challenge that we have when we're competing against places in the city that don't have the union contract associated with it. The city has its own IATSE agreement as well, and I know it comes into play when there's shows being booked on the Great Lawn.
Okay, wonderful. And that was a bit of a change from the beginning of the contract, obviously, too. So when it came, we had the discussion that was starting to come up too, and I don't want to, muddy the waters here, but there was a discussion about your ability as a booking agent to take on a little bit more. Would that have seen an opportunity to assist in making sure you guys were full every night? I think it's going to be more critical than ever when we get through this pandemic to start loading up those nights again. And I think that is probably a discussion we're going to have again as we go through this process. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yeah, well, I think it's debatable what it's going to look like in terms of the promotion environment. But we have an amount set aside in our plans for the future so that we can take risks on shows and that we can attract events to Lansdowne and to Ottawa that might not otherwise play in the Ottawa market.
Wonderful. So again, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think whoever has the distinct privilege of working in the working group, there's going to be a lot to get our heads around, whoever's on there, and there's a lot of work ahead. But thank you very much, guys, for the work you did.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley, please. And if your mic's on there, you're on mute, Alan.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfect. Okay.
I want to thank everybody that came out today. I found it very enlightening to hear all the presentations. I must admit that through part of the day, it felt like there was more commercials on this presentation than there is on my TV sometimes. But I found it very good to get not only the memories, but what people feel about Lansdowne. So I just have a couple of questions. First one's going to be to the clerk's office. I'm wondering, as they put the agenda together for the next council meeting, if it's possible for the audit item to go before the OSEG item, because I'm thinking of my colleagues that may not be able to attend the audit committee. And I think it is important that we have that information before us. So is that something that can be considered?
Mr. Chair, as you're probably well aware, the chair and the city clerk prepared the agenda for council, and I will certainly be working with the mayor and the committee chair from audit to see if that can be accommodated.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is going to be for Roger. First off, I want to thank you, Mr. Greenberg, and your partners for investing in our cities in a lot more ways than just OSEG. I won't go into all the examples of what you do. You've just got a huge presence here, and I appreciate that. I want to ask you a question, and the reason I'm asking you is because I think you are one of the few that can answer this question. And I want you to think about it not just from your personal perspective, but also of that of your partners in the context of Ottawa. I think it's a fair statement to say that there isn't very many people with your success in business and your access to investment partners as well as capital. And I'm just wondering, because you have that unique situation, if you could comment on some of the statements that have been made over the last few days about, we could just run an RFP and find new partners to come in and take this over and make money within the next 10 years out of it. I'd like to get your comment on that because I'm wondering, I believe you're in a unique situation. I'd like to hear from you because you're in that role.
I can tell you that you would never be able to attract someone who didn't live in the city to come into it and do this. As I said during my remarks, this was something special for me and my partners, John Pugh and originally Jeff Hunt and Bill Shankman and John Ruddy, because we're all from Ottawa. And this was a gift back to the community. So it was never premised on being a big money maker. We just hope it wouldn't be a big money loser. If this were another city that I had no emotional attachment to, I could speak surely for all of us, we would never have done it. So the people in Ottawa, Councillor, as well as I do. So if you think that there's somebody else in this city who'd be willing, who'd have the commitment and the desire and everything that goes on, it doesn't really make a lot of business sense. It's a giving back to the community. So, and I know the challenge of my answer is, I appreciate that some might see it as a very self-serving response. So I don't know how to really answer it objectively. I can tell you that the one question that I've been asked consistently since 2008 is, why am I doing this? And I don't know that I ever really have a great answer other than I love this city. And this city has been the source of our family business and our family wealth. So I would have a real hard time believing that there'd be anybody else who'd be willing to step forward with the risk parameters going forward that we have. We're already heavily involved emotionally. We're heavily involved financially. I just don't see it happening. And certainly whatever agreements that we have right now with the city, those would disappear. You'd be starting from ground zero in terms of anybody coming in.
Thank you. That's I just wanted to get that on the table because I would agree with you entirely. That's why I asked the question. I really don't think there's people that have your unique experience and ties to this city that would come in and put this together even before COVID. So thank you to you and your partners. It's been a long day, so I'll end my questions there, and just with a thanks to everybody.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Great, thanks. Excuse me, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm impressed with Lansdowne under the leadership of OSEG. I've enjoyed attending soccer and football games and was a really big fan of the Fury. And I'm really excited to see what Atletico Ottawa is going to bring to our city. I love the farmers market and the variety of shops that we have at Lansdowne. And I particularly love going to City Folk and having the option of catching a local band at Irene's or further down Bank Street under normal conditions, obviously. What used to be a sprawling parking lot is now a really vibrant space, and you can feel the electricity when you're there, of course, prior to the pandemic and certainly afterwards. So thanks to our partners that took the risk to build something better than what we had before. And I don't think that we're ever going to be able to please anyone with that space, but I've certainly enjoyed my time at the new Lansdowne under regular conditions. Just a couple of questions. How much did we used to lose year over year as a city before the OSEG partnership to operate Lansdowne was signed?
Isabel?
Yeah, so in these are 2010 numbers. It was approximately 3.8 million per year for operating and maintenance.
And that was paid for by by taxpayers.
Correct.
And so that was, so for every year that we didn't have an operating agreement, that's what we were spending year over year.
And if you inflate that to 2020, it's about $4.6 million.
So about $4.6 million what we were losing before that. And how many years did we not have a partnership where we were losing that amount of money?
I think basically in perpetuity, going back.
You have to ask Jim Dare of 35 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think he's still with us anymore, but
well,
okay.
In fact, it has an interesting history because at one point, the Central Canada Exhibition Association, the CCEA, ran it for the city for many, many decades, actually. It was Red Friel, I remember, and Red Friel's father and those folks that were running it. But it never made money and it never broke even for at least the last 30 years that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's important to remember. During that time, did we collect property taxes at all on the site? Did the city make any money off of property taxes at Lansdowne ever?
Is Wendy Stephenson on the call?
Yeah, I can take that. The pieces that are owned by the city would never collect property taxes because they're exempt from taxation. So essentially, no.
Okay, so if we were to approve this today and a major repair would be required for safety reasons, like let's say we find out that the north side is in rough shape or something like that, and we needed to make an emergency repair, needed to make a repair, and this is before the fund is replenished. How would that be funded in the interim, and what would that sort of look like?
So based on if it was a city capital requirement?
Sure.
It would be funded by debt.
And that would happen anyway, whether or not you know, we pass this today, right? Or it passes council. That's just the way that it would be no matter what.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, maybe we're misunderstanding the question from Councillor Luloff. Is the question, just to be clear, is the question that should the money, the recommendation that they access, OSEG accesses the money, and then if something happened, how would that be funded? Or is the question,
correct?
Is that the question?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, well, OSEG would have to fund that through their own sources should something happen after that.
Okay, fair enough. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for everyone for coming out today and speaking to us. I think everyone, myself included, really wants to see Lansdowne succeed. We all want that same thing. The question in front of us is how much do we provide? How much does the city give up, and what are the implications? And that's what I've been focusing on in reviewing this. And so I have several questions. And of course had, you know, a public consultation on this previously within my own community, but it was citywide in nature. People came out to it just 2 nights ago. And there was very, very good points made there. Thanks for some of you that did attend that. The questions I have for staff are around first the waterfall, and then I'll get into the retail lease. So with the waterfall, I just want to be clear for everyone. If council adopted all of these measures in front of us, I'm wondering how the waterfall specifically would change for the city. My understanding, and just please clarify this, is it wouldn't change for the city. We're expecting to get $0 at the end of 30 years under the waterfall, and we would still get $0 with a 10-year extension of the deal. Can you just clarify and confirm that?
Isabel?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of OSEG, what are they expected to get under steady state? So without the recommendations under the waterfall.
So without the recommendations, what would they be expecting to get?
Yes, so the return on the waterfall at the end of the.
They would be getting 216 million.
216. Okay, and then with the changes we're saying here, and so with their additional investment of 40 million potentially, it depends on how the operations go, but with that additional 40 million over 5 years, what would they then expect at the end of the waterfall? It would move from 216 million to
468.
Okay, for a $40 million investment for them, certainly that makes definite financial sense for them on their side. The city is in the same position when it comes to the end of the waterfall. On the retail lease, I just want to reiterate, we've heard from Mr. Greenberg, we've heard from staff that the retail financially does fairly well. The retail is valuable. On the retail changes specifically under Clause B, I want to make sure everyone understands, under the current terms, the city leases the retail lands to OSEG for $1 a year for 30 years. And at the end of that in 2045, the city would be entitled to receive market value rent as well as participation rent. Is that correct?
That's correct. And they would also have to take on the stadium operating costs and revenue risks associated with that. It's not just retail rent, it's the whole package.
The participation rent includes the retail piece and the stadium and arena. Is that what you're saying?
We take on the risks of operating the stadium.
Yes, the risks of operation. But that Clause B within the motion, I'm wondering the net present value of the cost to the city of giving up those elements just on that Clause B, because it seems like we're giving up that base rent if there's a transfer, and we're automatically giving up the participation rent the way I read the motion on Clause B.
And Mr. Mayor, so we're extending the waterfall or the closed financial system for 10 years, essentially what, if that's the second, where we're extending for 10 years, we are protecting ourselves for an additional 10 years. It's full package.
Yes, so the retail lease goes until 2066. There's the term that stops in 2045, and then there's that extra 22 years. And what I'm trying to get at is, in those 22 years, the city signed a deal that would receive 50% of the net profits of these other, of the operations on the retail, and we would get the base rent. And my understanding is that that's in the neighborhood of a net present value of about $10 million. And it could be more, it could be less, but we're around that amount. Can you just confirm that figure for me?
Yes, so extending the land rent for 10 years is 3 million. Extending the participation rent for 22 years is 7 million.
Okay, that's very helpful. So to come back to this for councillors on the call here, because this is convoluted, this is complicated. It's not an easy waterfall to follow, but we would be giving up on the city side with that clause B, 10 million just for that clause alone. There's other clauses in here that affect it, but on that clause, the clause B, the city gives up that amount of funding. Just so we're clear at the end of that. And that was one of the big implications for us in signing the deal originally. I want to move on to the stadium and the arena. If the city chooses to extend the partnership for 10 years, it'll receive $10 in rent over that decade. But what is the estimated market rent that the city would be able to earn from the stadium and the arena on their own?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Isabel, do you have that?
What is the rent that we would earn? Sorry.
From the stadium and the arena, what is the market rent of those?
I do not have that information. That is a future speculation. I don't have that information.
Mr. Mayor, we looked at that.
That was not, it's not a differentiating factor between the three options. And so it wasn't considered as a factor. It was built into the overall model, but it's not a differentiator.
Okay.
Except for the 10 years that we're protected.
Okay, that's helpful. I want to move to some questions for OSEG. Because we've been going back and forth on this, will OSEG walk away from the partnership if City Council chooses to not pass all of these recommendations?
I assume that's a question directed to me and Mark?
Yes.
So I believe that partners talk to each other. They don't issue threats. So we're here to talk. We're here to listen. And we've made a proposal. So the city staff have looked at it, have analyzed it, and have recommended to accept this. I'd need to understand the rationale from my partner not to act in a reasonable fashion before I could even begin contemplating what the next step would be. But I'm saying we're looking at the need to invest $40 million, and we've asked for help. So that's what we're doing, and that's what we're here to hear. And we'd have to understand why the city, as a partner, would not support us.
Okay, so Councillor, we'll put you back on the list. And
Mr. Mayor.
Was that 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify something? And I was trying to get in, but I didn't want to interrupt the councillor in his questions because Isabel answered the question directly in terms of what OSEG would get at the end of from the waterfall and made a statement about the $40 million generating X number of dollars. And I don't think Isabel had the opportunity to provide the context that the current situation isn't sustainable. Like the way we're going right now, that's not going to happen. Even after the recommendations, Isabel, what happens to the equity? I think this is an important point for council. In fairness to OSEG and Mr. Greenberg, what happens to the equity and the actual interest that should be flowing out of that waterfall back to OSEG? You need to explain the context for that and the sustainability and the possibility of that if we don't make these changes.
What's important to note is that they're not getting any more equity back. This is just interest, and it's not 8% interest. It's significantly lower than that. So they're getting, it's an improvement, but they're not getting their investment back, even with the agreement amendments.
Yes, and the point being made is that for that additional $40 million in operating cost, their return goes up by about 252 million at the end. That's the projection. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat, please.
Wait a minute, Isabel, do you want to respond to that?
I do. Where they're protected is that 10 years, not the $40 million. It's the 10 years ability to recoup. And in that time, the city is protected for 10 years. We don't have to incur $4 to $12 million annually. That's the cost to the city for those 10 years if we actually took that on.
Right, minus the base rents and the participation rent.
So that's the net. That's the net. That's why the default model shows between 118 and 400. I have to bring up that again. But yeah, 118 to $407 million in negative return for the city.
My understanding, sorry, I don't need to keep doing this, Mayor, but there's things being said here. My understanding is that's the operational cost per year of between 4.5 million and 12.5 million. That's the operational cost we would pay.
This is a net present value all the way out to 2066. So we've considered all years of operation, not just next year. It's all years of operation. That's the average.
Yeah, the net present value is different than the operational costs, right? And the net present value is a lot lower than the operational costs that were cited in the report. Anyway, I'll get back on.
Well, we'll ask Isabel to respond to that.
So the net present value is 118 to $407 million to the negative over that period of time, that entire period of time.
Because of the operations you're saying we would take on as a risk without any of the revenue coming in. That's what that's saying.
No, with revenue coming in. With
the participation rent?
If they default, there's no participation rent. We get 100%. We get 100% if they default.
Right. So thank you. Scott Moffat, please. Councillor, are you on mute? Councillor Moffat? No, okay. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions. I just want to understand the capital reserve. So the $4.7 million, is it part of the waterfall agreement? And it is meant to obviously pay for capital upgrades. So things like the arena, do I have my understanding right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It's to maintain the city's assets, stadium and parking.
Stadium and parking. And what is, and the arena? Is that included in there?
It's included.
Okay. And what are the conditions of those buildings? Like, so I'll tell you why I'm asking. I understand when staff say, well, they have to put it back, and I get that. But in the meantime, if the buildings are in fantastic shape, you can probably put it off a little bit. But if they're not, it's like having an account, your own personal account to do upgrades on your home. If you use it all now, you might be able to put that back over 20, 30 years or 10 years. But what if do we know what the condition of those buildings are? Are they going to need capital repairs before the 4.7 million is able to be put back into the account?
Sorry, I was on mute. Steve, Mark, or maybe Mark, you
started. I can answer that. The answer is for sure they will, right? We need capital repairs every year, and there's capital repairs that are scheduled every year during the partnership. Councillor, there's things that you can put off as you talked about. For instance, This year, the hockey boards are scheduled to be replaced. We don't need to replace those. We can push them forward another year, but there'll be things like the wiring, the electrical wiring, some electrical wiring work that we'll have to do. So what we'll do is in the interim period here, look at, things that don't overly negatively affect our operations and defer those when we can, but there will be things that we will have to pay for before we recommence replenishing the life cycle fund.
But that would include, for example, the north stands, the arena, the roof on the arena, things that we know are at the end of their life cycle. What is the risk? I guess I'm asking, and either Mark, I mean, you can give me your assessment of the risk, but I also want to hear from staff, what is the risk of not having that capital reserve fund for if in fact, again, I'm asking about the assessment of the building. So I'm also asking, do we have that? Do we know what they are? What that assessment, like what the conditions are?
Is that for me or?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if you want to answer, like the north stands and the arena, like, do you not see a risk in depleting the capital reserves? I'm just asking because I don't know. I have not seen a.
I think, well, as we stated, any capital repairs that are needed in agreement with the city will make. So we will make those risks. So I think I see the risk as very low. There is no risk. We've agreed to pay for anything that needs to be paid for. And that's part of the $40 million, what would have to go into that.
Okay. And okay, I'll move on from that. Thank you. I'll accept that for now. The housing that is there now, did the city get any of the air rights from that development, or is that just walk me through how that development, what the financial costs of the city were to build the high rise?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Steve Box to just walk us through that in terms of the RFPs and how that money actually rolled back into the city.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So there were RFPs issued for all of the residential air rights. And there were in total $30 million generated from those air rights, which were in turn used to offset the capital investments that the city was making at Lansdowne.
Okay. And was any of that 30 million used for affordable housing? Is there any affordable housing on site?
There was a contribution made for affordable housing, not on site, but that the funding requirements, according to council policy, were met at the time, and the funding was provided to the affordable housing funds.
Yeah, no, I was aware of that, but I just wonder, like on site, is there any affordable housing? Was any affordable housing provided on site? Was that part of the RFP? Did we ask for that? Was it provided?
In the through the mayor, in the terms and conditions that council had adopted, they recognized the contribution. In fact, I think it was more than what the policy called for, and there was an understanding that there wasn't affordable housing specified in the air rights RFPs.
So just so I'm clear, there's no affordable housing at Lansdowne Park?
That's correct.
Okay. So in the report going forward, and here's where I always get skeptical, I have to be honest. The term affordable housing is thrown into the report, but with nothing to show us what is the plan. How are we going to get there? Where is housing going to go? Is it going to go above some of the commercial components of the site? Is it going to go on the park? And what are we going to do? What is the plan to actually get us affordability? If we didn't get it before, I can't help but be skeptical. I look all over the city and there's such a dearth of affordable housing. And every time we go into development application where, go cap in hand for a few dollars to put into, an affordable housing fund, 500,000 here, 300,000 there, which really doesn't get us anywhere. So I think that for me, it's very difficult to use affordable housing as a reason why we should be accepting the plan, that it will add to this plan. And I'm listening with, an open mind, but the affordable housing component of this, I see absolutely no plan. I think it's just added in there to, sweeten the deal. So I don't know, is there a plan? Was there something left out of the report that I should know about?
All right, Councillor, your time is up, and
Yeah,
we'll.
I asked the question, though they can respond, right?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. The councillor's question is a fair one, and that is what's going to be looked at by the working group and this council sponsors group. We haven't landed on what the future state might look like. I think that's inappropriate for us to do so. I think that's for the working group and for council support group, as the sponsor group, with all of council to flush out what that might look like in real details, including affordable housing. But when we put the affordable housing comment in the recommendation, we did it in the context that right now housing is our number one issue that we're dealing with at council. And we wanted to make sure that council knew that when we go forward with our terms of reference for this working group and sponsorship group, that affordable housing will be one of the key considerations moving forward, as it is in almost all discussions we're having at council right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat, please. You're on mute. You're on mute, Scott.
Yes, I knew that. I have two mutes that I have to press every time I want to talk. So it takes me a while sometimes. So I just wanted to touch, I don't want to have any questions. I really wanted to touch on some of the context around the sporting aspect of it and the future situation. And just really
it's hard to hear you. It's a little choppy. If you can speak up.
Okay. I do my best to put my microphone right in front of me. So conversation with this with a resident in the glebe, and it was about the fans coming back. Fans are interested in coming back. That it's a premature decision because the financial viability is there. Fans will come back. They might not, and in all honesty, it's not really up to the fans. What we're seeing elsewhere, just in terms of outdoor stadiums, most outdoor stadiums around the world aren't allowing more than 30% occupancy. The closer ones to us, like Buffalo, New England, no fans at all. The hard-hit areas in Italy, for instance, they aren't allowing more than 1,000 people in their stadiums for their soccer games. Of note, Dallas actually allows the most fans. They had about 22,000 people at their home opener, and Texas has the highest number of COVID cases in America. So an 80%, there's a study out there that was done by University of Reading in looking at the football divisions in England. The 80% reduction in fans still actually led to an increase in COVID cases and deaths. So fans coming back, from a public health perspective, from a planning perspective, not actually guaranteed in 2021, maybe 2022. You had 72%. Seton Hall's Stillman School of Business did a study of Americans looking at coming back to stadiums as spectators. 72% of Americans said they wouldn't attend unless there's a vaccine. We know it takes about 18 months for a vaccine. That looks to a 2022 season for most sporting events. Again, New York State, still no fans. The NBA has talked about a protocol for how fans could be allowed at 50% capacity. That is if all fans are tested, if the county's positivity rate is 3% or below, and if the week average of cases is 10 per 100,000. We already know Ottawa's average is above that. It's well above that. I think it was upwards of 58 per 100,000. So this is not a slam dunk on actually getting fans back in stands, which is a key aspect of the financial viability of any facility that requires, that really hinges on sporting events. So looking more locally, the CFL, we already know the CFL season was canceled. We don't know what's going to happen with 2021. There's a huge part of that because between the owners and between the players and the CFLPA. There's the cross-border aspect. The cross-border aspect has a big impact on the OHL as well. we often we're a bit spoiled in Ottawa with the 67s. It is easily the most valuable franchise in the OHL. But all franchises aren't that viable. And with no fans, there's no revenues. And there's no cross-border travel. You have 3 American teams in the OHL. They aren't allowed to come to Ontario. Then you have teams like Owen Sound. They are worth about 50 times less than the Ottawa 67s. They can't afford to be operating with no revenue. So what does that mean for the OHL season? We don't know. That's still undetermined. We know, in all likelihood, there won't be fans. We've already heard that the Ottawa Aces aren't competing in 2021. There's the other sports teams in the Canadian Premier League and the Canadian Elite Basketball League. They were both able to operate in 2020 in a bubble, not in Ottawa, not creating revenue here. We know that small leagues tend to struggle the most. The XFL went bankrupt. I'm not saying that those 2 leagues are like the XFL, but it's just an example. So I think when you look at that, you have to look at that into that context of what's the likelihood of actually seeing a shift off of this in the next 12 months. And it's not that great. So when you look at the future of this, there is some value in that extension. There's not a huge market for public stadiums to be operated by private operators in small markets. You go to Arizona, you look at in Phoenix, you look at Calgary, Edmonton, they all had massive public partnerships and private partnerships in order to get their stadiums built in those hockey markets. You don't have to look much further than the Ottawa baseball stadium. How much have we struggled to find a good tenant for that facility? These aren't things where we talk about market rent in 30 years from now being this viable thing that we're sitting on a huge asset that people are knocking down our doors to lease. I think one of the other parts of this, the working group and the sponsor, I think that's really important. Like we've talked a lot, we've heard a lot about input from the community, and they want to be a part of the solution. Councillor Menard wants to be part of the solution. Great, you brought up a lot of good points about working with.
Because you're over your 5 minutes.
One more thing. So just that working group thing, I think, is a key piece of this. But then just lastly on that affordable housing part, there's a lot of potential for intensification on this site, and affordable housing can easily be a part of that. And we have control on that front. So that working group piece, affordable housing built into that and talking about that. Keep in mind, Madison Square Garden, the arena's on the 4th floor. I'm not saying do that here, but there is precedent out there for having rinks and buildings, residential buildings all together in the same space. And it could be done here. And there's no reason why we couldn't build affordability into that as well.
Appreciate your perspective, and as luck would have it, our sports commissioner is next, Councillor Fleury.
Mr. Mayor, that was music to my ear. I love Scott. Scott and I often have conversations on local sports and some of the economics of that. What a good segue. I grew up going to see the Ottawa Senators at Lansdowne Park. I remember a game where Wayne Gretzky was playing back then for the LA Kings and the Rough Riders, and it's only improved since, including with the recent addition of Flora Bridge. And I don't think any of us can deny that. I think what's happening is a number of factors, some historical for residents who have concerns around the way the city engages, and that's fair. But I think mostly everyone's really happy with it's 1,000 times better. So I want to say that I think it's very important for all of us to recognize that. And then maybe turn to the conversation specific to the agreement. And I don't want to rehash some of the questions, because I think they were very valuable. I think all members of council really are interested in the site. And we really only have 3 of those sites in our city. We have the Byron Market, we have Mooney's Bay, and we have Lansdowne Park. And that's, to me, very interesting, where there's citywide gathering spots. They're districts that bring folks from across the city into these tourism, commercial, sports venues that we all benefit from. So my questions, the first one is relating to the presentation from Steve Kay. And Steve, it relates to your last slide, or before the conclusion, which was preparing for the long-term sustainability. And I thought the points to be valid, but I struggle with us clarifying. We know that the arena is underperforming in terms of its life cycle, And we've had discussions with OSEG publicly and informally as it relates to the issues on the north side stand. So I want to understand when you bring forward the preparing for the long-term sustainability, what do you mean for that, the specific assets of the arena and stadium?
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to presuppose what the terms of reference are going to be because we haven't gone there. We haven't looked into the future. We just know that based on the history of this site since it's open and where we're at today and the impact of COVID and how things will change in the future, that now is the time to take a look at what that site might look like in terms of amenities, affordable housing, traffic flow, and all the other programming, etc. So we haven't gone into a discussion speculating on that and aren't going to speculate on that. What I can tell you is that the point of bringing together the groups is to start having that dialogue and consultation with the community about what may be needed to further enhance and sustain that site going into the future. And that will be something that council will be directly engaged in the whole way, as will the community.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know, Mark, thank you for taking the time, and Roger, thank you as well, Mr. Greenberg. Thank you for taking the time today and being very thoughtful and clear in your responses. Much appreciated. I guess I struggle as a sport fan in seeing I see a lot of public interest in keeping the horticulture building, reinvesting in Aberdeen, and keeping the public park. I wonder, is there not an advantage to completely selling off or transferring the stadium and the arena to the private sector in the conversation and maintaining the intents of a sport team and the renewal of the asset? I want to understand from you, from a pure private sector point of view, if we transfer the stadium and the arena to you, what could you do with it?
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Greenberg answers, I just feel the need to step into this one because this has never been, Council Furry's laughing, but this has never been part of the mandate or direction from council to even consider this. And this was actually part of the discussion, the original Lansdowne discussion, where council is very clear that they didn't want any portion of this, these assets, these key city assets, the park and the stadium, transferred to a private sector. And I think it gets very complicated when you think about what the city has already spent on the south stand in terms of significant investment we had and debt on that, and the life cycle condition of the north stand. So it's a very complicated answer to give, and it's something that from a staff point of view and I think from a OSEG point of view is not the appropriate time to be discussing. I think that issue is not in the scope of any direction council has given us, and it's purely speculative.
Steve, if I would just say somewhat jokingly that I don't know that I'd want to be walking around the Glebe or anywhere else in the city of Ottawa with that suggestion unless it was clear it came from you, Councillor, because I think when I think about how much vitriol was gone with Lansdowne last time round, even the little bit of privatization that took place, my head is exploding to even think about something along those lines.
So Matt, put a motion down there. And we'll send it to the Glebe Committee Association.
Yeah, right. No, I do want to be clear on what I'm asking. There is massive life cycle improvement. The north side is underperforming, and the arena is at a challenging time in its life cycle. What I'm bringing forward is right now recognizing there's a COVID snapshot, and then there's the agreement altogether. And I like the idea of the sponsors group. I think it's important to dive into those issues, but I want to understand from you if there's a reason or equity from a business point of view. Is there an equity to go and say, look, we're going to redo the arena, we're going to redo the north side, and yes, we're going to build above residential, and there's a case to be made that makes financial sense from the private sector. Maybe that's how I should have asked the question, Mr. Mayor, in the first place. Mr. Greenberg, I wonder if from a business point of view, there's any, without committing you to anything, if there is a story to be told there.
Councillor, I've been involved directly with Lansdowne for 13 years. This is the first time that anyone's ever made that kind of a suggestion. So I wouldn't even know how to begin to come up with an answer. So I don't think, as Steve said, it's not really appropriate to discuss it today. Like it's interesting, it's creative, but a touch off the wall, and I've never even thought of it. So I can't really give you an intelligent answer.
I appreciate that. My last question, maybe it really relates to the report segment and the extension of the years. I think we all have an interest to continue to see sports. Scott, a few minutes ago, highlighted the challenges of what COVID's brought and coming forward. I wonder, what commitments can you make to us if we look at an extension of the agreement that, you know, there's a lot of sports now with the rugby and the soccer, but the baselines that are known and appreciated historically have been obviously the 67s and the Red Blacks. What commitments can we know, or can we get from you on those teams staying in as much as possible? Obviously, past the COVID bump.
I thought I'd already answered that, because I said at the core of all of this, what started it all out was the desire to bring CFL football back to Ottawa. And I mean, as a kid growing up, 67s were my team. Like I went to games all the time, and I never dreamed as a kid that one day I'd be one of the owners of the 67. So I can't imagine. They're called the Ottawa 67s. They're called the Ottawa Red Blacks. I can't even imagine, Lansdowne without them there. I mean, they coexist together. The one comment I would just add, I wouldn't use the word that the infrastructure is underperforming. I would prefer, personally, I would use the word functionally obsolete. And that's the word we used last year. It's run its course. And so that's why we had suggested, and in the discussions that it came up with Steve Kanellakis, that now represented a good time to sort of look at, having discussions on the future of what Lansdowne was. And that's why we wanted it to be, we agreed to having a two-part discussion. One would be some immediate changes that we do, and then the second would be, a longer-term working committee. And so it's very important to us. If you're asking me, are we prepared to put $40 million at risk over the next 5 years? The answer is yes, if we get the changes that we've asked for, and if the working committee is established and it reports back to City Council by the end of second quarter next year. Those are what we have said are the things that are important to us, for us to give you that commitment.
And as a wrap up, Mr. Mayor.
You got 40 seconds, go ahead.
Yeah. As a wrap up, I think we have to just be very careful of, I've heard a lot of questions on life cycle and the expectation of that. I would just look at Aberdeen Pavilion, which is sort of outside OSEG. Our city staff were highlighting the life cycle issues there. I don't know if you've gone recently, but there's parachute capturing the water off the roof. So we got to be really careful around expecting that the life cycle covers a full renewal cost. I'll just leave it at that from that expectation, or that the life cycle is the golden ticket.
Thank you. Right on time. Appreciate that. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Roger and Mark, for being with us today. I guess my first question is, are we to understand that the 10-year extension is predicated on the condition that Lansdowne Park will continue to be a major sports hub?
Roger, do you want to answer that one?
I'm not. I'm struggling how to answer it. It to me, it's the sports were the impetus that started us all off, and then everything else then took place surrounding it. I can't imagine a successful Lansdowne that would not have the sports at its core. I mean, that's been the vision that we talked about since 2008.
Absolutely. That was the vision that took us at council down the path that we went down. But you're on the board, Mr. Greenberg, of CFL. How's the CFL doing? Is it likely to fold or continue?
Certainly our hope and expectation is, subject to health requirements, that we are going to put on a 2021 season. We could not last year do it, this past summer, I should say, which was very unfortunate because we could not have fans in the stands.
If 2021 goes the same way for the CFL that 2020 went, you're on that board, is there talk about how long the CFL can continue without playing any games?
It's certainly one of the issues that we're discussing, and I believe that the commissioner will be speaking to that next week during what would have been the Grey Cup week. So certainly everybody is planning for different scenarios of what could happen to ensure that we play something this year. Our hope is for a regular season. But as I said earlier, hope's not a plan. We certainly want to.
Okay. And what about the future of the Red Blacks? I guess specifically what I want to know is when you came to this city and said you wanted to renegotiate this deal, did the city speak to you about that, what is it, 2 years left or 1 year left on your commitment to have CFL football in the city of Ottawa? Did they ask you to extend that commitment, obviously, as long as the CFL exists?
We had no discussion about that, whatever, Councillor.
So, Mr. Kanellakis, why wouldn't you have raised that? Obviously, we were just talking about this having been this sort of, the thing that this whole thing started on. So why wouldn't you have at least asked for the benefit of the people of Ottawa, the citizens, that this be extended as part of the conditions that are being put before this council?
Mr. Mayor, the contract as it is right now, they have an obligation for 8 years, which because they didn't play last season, they probably have another 2 years. It's a covenant that's in the contract that, as you heard before, was put in there by the former city manager, council approved, to ensure that the city was protected in terms of its investments to keep the teams there for that period. And in our view, the notion that, Mr. Greenberg can speak for himself, but the notion that the partnership would abandon the sports teams, particularly the 67s and the Red Blacks, and be able to sustain the actual site without that traffic and without that draw, seems to us like we'd be moving to one of the options we consider, which would be ultimately default. And they'd be in a precarious financial situation. So for us, the notion that football or the sports team does not continue into the future in some form would mean that the site it'd be a very different discussion about the site. And the agreement also protects the city when we looked at it from the perspective, should OSEG leave football or not be engaged in football, the city still has the first right of refusal on the team to be able to carry forward in the team. And obviously there have to be an entire business case and due diligence done on what steps we take forward, and that would have to come back to council. So I wasn't concerned about it because none of us, when we looked at the analysis and we looked at that part of the contract, we looked at the entire contract, quite frankly, don't believe that a future without football and hockey for Lansdowne is sustainable.
Okay, well, it might be nice to put that on paper. Just moving on to the whole condition of the Northside stands and the stadium. I understand that within the agreement, the Lansdowne Park Partnership Agreement, there is a requirement to do a building condition assessment on the buildings every 5 years. Is that correct, Mr. Kanellakis?
That's correct.
And one was conducted in January?
Yeah, the next.
Oh, you cut out. Can't hear you.
The next one is due, I think, in, it's coming up next year, I believe. Steve Watts, can you clarify? Because it's dropped out of my head right now, the number.
Certainly. So Mayor, there was a recent life cycle refreshment done, and the next one would be due in 2024.
Okay, so that one came out in January. I wasn't here in January, unfortunately, but did my colleagues receive a copy of that?
Chair, as I've said previously, the life cycle plan is commissioned by OSEG, and it is vetted through our infrastructure services group. So it's not normally circulated to committee and council. It is used for OSEG and to establish the contribution rates to the life cycle reserve fund and verified by our infrastructure services and finance
Okay, but it's obviously a very important document for council to see in making these long-term decisions, because it would certainly shed a lot of light on the current situation of those particular buildings. But what we heard from Mr. Greenberg is an acknowledgement that these buildings, the Northside Stands, the arena, are functionally obsolete, or maybe worse, maybe structurally obsolete. And I guess when I imagine this extension of 10 years, I can't imagine that these buildings, if this is still going to be a primary sports hub, are going to last 30 years. So I'm just trying to understand how we're going to pay for a new arena, a new Northside Stands. Is that all going to come from housing on the site, or like how on earth would we pay for that kind of build?
Mr. Mayor, the whole purpose, again, I repeat, of the sponsorship group and the working group is to potentially look at those issues. That has gone beyond any of the recommendations that are on the table right now. As I said earlier, the recommendations are intended to give OSEG a lifeline so that they can invest or inject new equity into the partnership to keep them going. They're prepared to put $40 million more over the next 5 years, and council will receive a report being brought along the whole way with council oversight on what things may need to happen on that site, including any possible changes to the infrastructure and how they would pay for, and the financing to go forward.
Okay. And Mr. Kanalakis, from those reports that you have seen, the one in January that was done, do you have any reason to believe that the Northside Stands or the arena have any major structural issues or could be structurally unsound?
No, I don't. I think that the costs for those two sites because of their age is one of the issues in terms of, you know, the continuing contribution, and the contract that we have, or the agreement that we have, took that into account in terms of the base assumptions that we do have aging infrastructure there, and that there would be a requirement to protect the city by OSEG having to contribute against an engineering report to ensure all the infrastructure life cycle maintenance on the capital was for capital improvements and repairs were actually funded over a period of time against an engineering report. So that's why that was so structured so strongly in the agreement. And when I look at the agreement, it's very strong in terms of OSEG having responsibility to match the life cycle improvements against what the infrastructure report says.
So if it was structurally unsound right now, OSEG would be required to pay 100% of the renewal costs of that.
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, but you have no reason to believe that that's the case.
No, I have no reason to believe that OSEG won't be paying for those things, and I have no reason to believe that the structures are structurally, as Councillor Deans, you said, structurally unsound. All the known issues have been identified, and we have a current report as of January, and there'll be another one done in another 4 years.
Okay. Mr. Box said that the sale of the air rights that were sold to build the condos that are currently on the Lansdowne site generated $30 million. Was that from the sale of the air rights, or is that from taxation?
Through you, Chair, that is from the sale of the air rights. There were two RFPs let. One resulted in 19.3 million and the other 11 million. So a total of just over 30 million, which was used to offset the capital investment costs, not taxation.
Thank you. And if we were to consider some form of housing, be it affordable or otherwise condos, high rises, whatever, on the site, how would addition of housing on that site fit into the current waterfall structure? Like who would benefit from it? Would the city get that money? Would OSEG get that money? Would it go into the waterfall? How would that land?
No, again, Mr. Mayor, that is to be left up to the working group and the council sponsorship group. We did not go there. That's not before committee today. The recommendations today do not contemplate that, other than setting up a structure to look at those issues in the future.
Okay. And just on the, I heard you say, Mr. Kanellakis,
Speak up, Councillor.
Sorry. I heard Mr. Kanellakis, you say earlier in the day that this proposals that are before committee and council aren't costing the taxpayers any sense. But we did hear from an economist earlier in the day that none of your financial analysis factored in opportunity costs. So you basically said we take on the costs as is, but you didn't factor in any potential for use of that site or rental of that site or buildings on that site or what have you. So would you acknowledge that it would be unlikely that we would just leave the site fallow and pay the bills for all of those years, that we would undoubtedly have some sort of process to try and come up with, a good use for the site?
Well, I think that I appreciate the members of the public who identify themselves as economists putting forward their views, but I respectfully disagree with the economists. They're dealing with not all the complete information. Again, the analysis was based on the status quo, based on the other three scenarios I provided. And as I said, and as Isabel has articulated, that you have to factor in the costs in addition to what the revenues are. And right now, as it stands, based on the forward-looking picture from our assumptions, and it's hard to project out that many years, the city would actually be losing money. So it's not about an opportunity for us to generate money. We know, based on our assumptions right now, that we'd be actually net negative, net present value in terms of what we would expect to get as a city. Yes, when you look at the future, all kinds of scenarios are possible, but based on where we're at right now, knowing that for the next 5 years, there's significant financial impact to that site, that carries out over the term of the agreement. So I don't agree with particularly the one economist in terms of some of the assumptions that she was making. And I stand by my statement that based on our current assumptions and the analysis that was done by Mr. Swart, who's an expert in this matter, and particularly in terms of retail and understands the agreement inside and out, that I stand by my statement that based on assumptions, the city is not going to be putting any money into this, and that is not what is being asked here.
Councillor, you have 15 seconds.
Okay, one last question then to Mr. Greenberg. Mr. Greenberg, this is being positioned as a result of COVID, and no doubt COVID has had a major impact on you and your business. I think there were issues prior to COVID, but nevertheless, I certainly understand that COVID has been very difficult on everyone, including Lansdowne, and the businesses that are there have been hard hit by that, undoubtedly. I just wonder what upper tier financial assistance you have sought and perhaps received.
Sorry, Councillor, can you clarify? I'm not sure what you
mean. Well, I mean, this is being positioned to us as help to you to get you through COVID, which I certainly understand COVID has had a major impact on these businesses. But I know that federal and provincial governments have had packages available and, opportunities for businesses in our community to receive help. And I'm asking, have you applied for or received any help and support, and what kind of help and support have you received from upper tier governments?
I think Mr. Gow.
Okay. I understand it. I'll just say it at a high level, and Mark can supply the details. We applied for and were successful in receiving CEWS money that allowed us to retain all of our staff until, according to the legislation at the time, it was about to expire, and that's when we had to make the very painful decision to terminate the employment of about a third of our staff. We also have worked very closely with the federal government program for our smaller tenants, those who are eligible. If it's a certain square footage that you cannot exceed, and your business plus X%. So we've worked on that program, the two federal government programs that are applicable to the situation that we have at Lansdowne. Mark can give the details. To my knowledge, there's no provincial government program that's been to support anything. I stand corrected, but I don't believe there are any. Mark, can you supply the details on queues and the I think it's called SECRA or something?
Yeah, Roger, you're right, and we touched upon that this morning. We as new legislation and as new programs come out, we investigate all of them right now, and we will continue to apply ones that we are eligible for. We haven't been eligible for a bunch of them. We don't have any provincial plans that are applicable to us right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We have two more speakers, Councillor Menard and then Councillor Meehan. Councillor Menard.
I think Councillor Meehan is up, or?
Well, you push your button first, so you can go ahead, and then Councillor Meehan.
Okay, sounds good. That's fine. So I wanted to come back to how we got to this point. And my understanding is that staff in the mayor's office have been discussing this for several months. Is that accurate?
So we're discussing
this situation.
Mr. Kanalakis, I'm not sure when you first notified me of this. Can you recall?
I don't recall Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't recall exactly when I notified you. My first conversations with Mr. Greenberg would have been in the July timeframe when we first started talking about it. And then when we engaged our external consultant was in August. And I think in around that time, I would have advised Mr. Arpin that we were having discussions with Mr. Greenberg. The thing that led, as I said earlier, was we were preparing for the annual report for 2019 results. And that was the opening for the discussion based on where are we at and how are we doing with COVID, which is something that was part of a lot of discussions over the summer with a lot of groups.
Yeah, and I mean, that just given the history on this, I wonder why we didn't see it fit to discuss this in advance with local communities, other taxpayers, the local councillor, fans of the team, taxpayers. There's a lot of need here to explain this situation because it's very complex and do proper public consultations on the implications of the recommendations. So I just don't understand why you chose not to do that this time, just given the history here.
Mr. Mayor, as I said, this was working within the parameters of a partnership agreement. It's a legal agreement. It's about discussing aspects of that legal agreement. Quite frankly, I didn't see how that would fit into a public consultation process to discuss a legal agreement. We believe that the public consultation happens with the next recommendation, should it be approved, around what's the future sustainability of that site. And that's when public consultation should happen. This is a citywide agreement or a site. And we were dealing with it from purely a business perspective in terms of bringing back to FEDCO recommendations for amendments, which we don't see as in the realm of public consultation like we do for a lot of the contractual relationships we have with many parties across the city. And so we felt that the real conversation has to happen with the community about with the working group and the sponsors group where council will have oversight.
Yeah, I mean, there's big implications here, and there's some clauses in here that I agree with. I think you get to consensus if you bring people in earlier and have the discussion about what's palatable and what's not, rather than where we ended up, and that's a better way forward at all times. So I would just urge you in the future to do that. Bring in people rather than the surprise. And two things have been said: that there's no taxpayer funds involved, and that there's no loans that have been made. I have concerns with those because I'm seeing clause B. That's specific. There is taxpayer funds involved in clause B on its own. We will be giving up at least $10 million, if not more, on that clause alone. And so, that piece, to me, it's very clear. There's money available there. You also said there's no loans involved, but my understanding is, from looking at the financial statements, is that another loan that has not been discussed in the report, but it does exist. And I just want you to please clarify that the city has lent OSEG $23.6 million, secured up to $25 million by the city. Can you just please confirm that loan from the city to OSEG exists?
Well, I'd like to first comment on the first point, Mr. Mayor, and I know this is, Councilor Menard, you're struggling with this based on B recommendation, but the net gain to the city is minus $12 million in net present value. So I can't accept the premise that the city is giving up money that we'd otherwise would get, because we're not getting it. We won't get it. There's no participation rent available to us based on the current circumstances. So that analysis has been done. So when you take off the costs, we're actually in the hole and we're protected from that. So for me, that is not city money going into it. As far as the loan, I saw Mr. Greenberg sort of nodding about wanting to get in. Do you want to reference that particular part, Mr. Greenberg?
Yeah, I can. What happened was the subsequent to the original agreement being signed in 2012, as we started doing work on the Civic Center, as it was then called, we discovered that the state of repair, particularly of the roof, was not what we had all been led to believe. In fact, the structure was in imminent danger of potential collapse. And as a resolution of it, city approved that we would borrow money. We, OSEG, would borrow the money and we would service it. The city would guarantee the repayment of it in order to allow us to get a lower loan rate, interest rate on the loan. And so there was no loan from the city to OSEG. It was an OSEG borrowing from, Mark, I'm going to forget, I think, was it CIBC, I believe, is the lending party. And as a resolution of what otherwise would have been a disagreement between partners, we agreed that the city would attach its guarantee to that loan.
And this was, and I know this comes before Councilor Menard's time on council, but just I'm only raising just for the information of people on the call. Council actually approved this. It was brought to council and the guarantee was approved by council. So, but it wasn't a loan from the city or money injected by the city to OSEG.
Yeah, my understanding in the financial statements is there's a $23.6 million loan that lowers the interest rate of the 3.9% on the $106 million loan. That's my understanding. That's where it came from. I understand there's the Civic Center roof.
You're mixing up two loans, Councillor. They're two completely separate loans.
I know, I know.
One has nothing to do with the other.
Yes, I understand. But in the financial statements from 2019 and 2020, the $106 million loan at 3.9% is being cited as an interest rate risk in the future, because I understand it is a variable rate mortgage, and that there was a guarantee interest rate at 2.8% from the securitization of that other loan to make sure that the risk is lowered on that 106 million. So, you know, if you want to clarify with me, great, but that's what the financial statements say. On the, Steve, back to you on the piece around the participation rent and the base rent. I'm sorry, but that's not the case. Clause B there is a $7 million participation rent loss for the city, as is a $3 million base rent loss for the city. The other clauses that you're talking about there, you've brought in the operational risks that you're talking about and costs to the city. Those are separate. That clause B is us giving up the participation rent of 7 million and the base rent of 3 million. That's a fact. That's what's been said. So I just,
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, and I'm not going to argue. It's not my place to argue with the councilor's position, but respectfully, if we don't have the money to begin with, we're not giving up anything. So we don't. Isabel has explained this now several times. We do not agree with the assertion that's being made by members of the public and Councilor Menard, what you just made. We disagree fundamentally with that assertion.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Can Mr. Greenberg be allowed to respond to the comment that was made? I'd be interested to hear what he has to say about the interest rates and the financial statements.
Mr. Greenberg, would like to comment?
Yes, there are two completely separate, completely independent loans that have absolutely nothing to do with each other. There's a loan that we took out, the original loan amount of $120 million to help pay for the retail. It was with a company at the time that was called BCIMC. It's now changed its name to, and I'm going to have a senior's moment and forget the name of the company. Mark, what is it?
Procedural.
Procedural, right. So it's Quadrille. It's being serviced by us, by OSEG, and it stands on its own and as one. There's a separate loan of about $23 million and change that started out to CIBC that has a city guarantee on it in order to help us lower the interest rate. I will speculate that what you are perhaps referring to, when the loan on the retail was initially taken out, the lender, because it was a brand new, when we took out the loan, the retail was not fully leased. And because it's a brand new retail development, and OSEG itself was a new company just starting out, the lender required guarantees to be provided. At the time, my family's business, Minto, and at Trinity, John Wrighty's company, provided guarantees from outside of the waterfall. We did a study and the city agreed that to charge guarantee fees would be appropriate under the circumstances for the amount of the loan that Trinity and Minto, which in and of itself, those companies had nothing to do with Lansdowne per se. The companies voluntarily agreed 2, maybe 3 years ago to discontinue charging that guarantee fee. So that is perhaps, I'm speculating, but that's perhaps what you're referring to. This was fully disclosed when it was done. It's fully disclosed to the city council. It was there was an independent study done to determine what an appropriate guarantee fee would be. It was charged for maybe a couple of years, but then was discontinued voluntarily by the companies.
Yeah, and I think you've confirmed it. The 600,000, that's the separate fee. I understand that was separate. That was your guarantee through your other company for that loan. That's fine. I understand that those were guarantee fees, I think at 2%, right? And that was coming through. I know that you've discontinued that since then. And I'm just, you've confirmed the 2 separate loans. So I appreciate that, which is what I was saying. I'd like city staff to confirm on this call, what is the city giving up in clause B in the future? Net present value dollars, just so we know.
Isabel?
So I want to clarify that clause A extends the waterfall for 10 years. So that's 10 years of base rent and participation rent. So right there, clause A has already eliminated 10 years of those. But we are covered from a cost perspective. Clause B, the way it's worded, includes both. Includes participation rent. And that's for the additional 12 years.
Yes.
And so clause A already takes out 10 years of base and participation.
Yes. That's right. And so this is absolutely. And so there is a future cost for us in clause B, separate to clause A of extension. I just want to be clear about that because I get what you're saying. Like we're trying to make the case that there's no taxpayer money. We're not giving a new loan or something right now. I get all that. It's the future value of those things that I'm trying to make sure people understand. And again, it's a complicated deal, but those future value amounts exist and they are something we're giving up. And so I want to make that very clear. There's a few other questions. Mayor, do I have more time to go through?
Yeah, you have a minute.
Okay. So in the report, I just want to clarify a few things. It states that OSEG would be owed well over 500 million from the waterfall in 2044. But I just want to clarify, that's not how this really works. They're not owed that amount at the end of it. The city's not on the hook if the waterfall agreement doesn't perform to all the tiers that have been put in place. It was put in place and designed that way to fill up the tiers in succession. And so once the 30-year term ends, whatever's left unpaid is not owed, it is written off. If staff can just confirm that.
Isabel?
That's correct. Once the waterfall ends, whatever equity and accrued interest remains in the waterfall is foregone.
Okay, thank you. I want to come back to the piece around the park becoming profitable. So OSEG's estimate is that this starts to become profitable again in about 5 years. But the city is concerned about the operational deficits even into the future past 2044. But if this is going to become profitable within 5 years, much of those potential deficits start to be reduced as a result of that profit. And so is the city estimating that we are forever going to be in a deficit into 2044? Or is the OSEG estimate or prediction that we get into that profitability instead of 2022, it becomes 2025? Is that what the city is estimating?
I can answer.
Sorry, Isabel.
So in the default model, it assumes all the assumptions we talked about in that default slide. The teams are gone. OSEG's no longer running it. So yes, it gets back to profitable in 5 years if OSEG's running it. But now OSEG's no longer running it. And so all those elements that were in that default slide are into play in those assumptions.
And I guess this goes back to Councillor
Menard, you're well over your time, and Councillor Meehan has not had a chance to ask a question. Sure. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to make this quick because it's been an awfully long day, and I know everyone's anxious for dinner. I am here. Don't worry, I am here. So I guess the first thing I'd like to ask was the request for the three-pronged ask of the city accompanied by a business plan that spelled out why this is a good deal for the city?
Mr. Mayor, the requests and the discussion wasn't accompanied by a business plan, but we did a analysis with Mr. Sword, an independent external party, working with our staff and OSEG staff to do the forecasts on the assumptions and the 4 scenarios that I described at the beginning of my presentation.
Okay. Did you ever suggest, was there another set of asks or another solution to the problems that OSEG is experiences? Did you suggest any alternate solutions other than the ones that they asked you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as I said at the beginning, we looked at 4 scenarios: status quo, amending the agreement, terminating the agreement for convenience, and default. Those were the 4 scenarios that are within the scope of the agreement. And we looked at all of them from the perspective of what would happen in each one of those scenarios, and in which scenario would the city be better off if we recommended that to council. That was the analysis that was done, and the assumptions were related to those 4 buckets.
Okay, so why the 10-year extension? Why not 2-year or 5-year?
Because the analysis showed that they need the 10 years to be able to draw and bring in another equity partner for it to make sense for them to be able to start getting some return on their investment. So when they started doing the calculations, 10 years was the best scenario for both of us.
Okay, thank you for that. So you've referenced Mr. Swords. Is that the independent third party that is included in the staff report that was submitted to us?
Yes, Mr. Jeff Sword, that's correct.
And he was recommended because?
Well, Mr. Sword, and I referenced this earlier, he was the original consultant working for one of the consulting firms with the team back when this whole project was being put together in 7-8 years ago, and did the analysis then. So he was very aware of the assumptions that were made then, the agreement, and he was able, in the time that we had, to quickly jump in and do the analysis based on current state and do the future analysis against the original analysis that was prepared. So he was very well qualified, and that's his specialty, to actually do this kind of analysis, particularly around the retail portion.
I asked this question with all due respect. It wasn't not that long ago that the Auditor General submitted his report on the follow-up of the Lansdowne audit, and it was not very complimentary about how staff had managed this contract. There was no risk management, no oversight. Are you confident that we now have the expertise, or are some of those recommendations been acted upon so that we actually have the expertise where that is required right now to negotiate such a complicated deal?
Well, they're two different things. I think that what the auditor was in his previous audit report was around the management of the contract and ensuring that the things were agreed to were actually implemented. He found some areas where we could provide better oversight and contract management. This has to do with a analysis of financial assumptions and business assumptions that I feel we had the appropriate expertise between our treasurer, our deputy treasurer, Mr. Swart, and various other staff, including the expertise at OSEG, to do the proper assumptions to forecast out what we thought was the best deal for the city and for OSEG. So the two things are a little bit separate in terms of, the contract administration versus doing the analysis on the business case for us to move forward. I'm very confident in that particular business case.
Okay. So what was mentioned here today is that this was first, we started discussing this, or the city started discussing this back in July. So here we are, November the 12th. We know that the Auditor General is bringing in his audit of the waterfall agreement on November the 24th. And I would argue that it is essential that city councillors have this report and get a chance to digest it before the council votes on it on November the 25th. And I understand the auditor, the chair of audit committee has tabled that motion that we'll see it. I'm just wondering why the rush right now? Why could we not wait maybe 2 more weeks in order to make this decision, that we have every fact, everything that we need in order to make the best decision? Why do we have to rush it?
Mr. Mayor, our contention is that council will have all the information to be able to make the best decision. As I said earlier, the audit committee is the day before. However, council will have the benefit of receiving the audit committee, the audit report the next day. And if council is not comfortable with the information, you can always move a motion, defeat the report, or move a motion to defer to another time. That's within council's purview.
Okay.
Anything else, Councillor?
No, I think everything has been answered, but let me just end by saying, I just have questions. I'm highly respectful of the fact that Mr. Ruddy and Mr. Greenberg have what they've done for the city. But in order to make the best informed decisions, I certainly needed some more questions answered. So I do appreciate your time today, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harder.
She didn't put her name on. She didn't have only the.
My name's not on there.
Sorry. Looking back to Councillor Menard.
This will be my last one, Mayor, I promise, but obviously lots of questions on this one. So is the Auditor General on the line?
I don't believe so. No, he reports to Audit Committee.
Can
Mayor,
staff confirm?
Mayor, he was earlier, but I don't know that he still is. He was on the Hollywood Squares.
Okay. He's not here.
Anything else, Councillor Menard?
Yes. So there's a second audit. It's an oversight audit, and it's a follow-up to staff responses to what he tabled previously. And my understanding is the Auditor General could bring that forward as well, and that we should have that information in front of us. It's not just the waterfall piece. It's the follow-up to that oversight audit on the management. So it would be helpful if that also got brought forward at that meeting on the 24th, because it relates to this item as well. So that's one piece. And I'll follow up with Councillor Clucci on that. And then the other piece is
right, Councillor Menard.
There seems to be an indication that partners are preparing to sell off during the term.
Sorry, Councillor Menard.
Can you hear me now?
No, you're frozen and it's.
Yes,
it's
can you hear me?
You want to say something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now, but we've lost your visual.
Yeah, I turned off the camera just
Okay, go ahead.
unstable. So I just, the question was, there seems to be an indication that the partners are preparing to sell off or transfer the retail component during the term. I'm wondering if we can get clarification on that.
Mr. Greenberg, did you hear that? It's choppy on my end, but I don't know.
I couldn't hear Mr. Mayor.
I think
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it was very choppy at my end, and I wouldn't want to guess at the question.
So I think, as I
I
understand it.
can tell you what it was.
Okay, Jan, did you go ahead?
Well, what he asked was that he has heard that you intend to sell off the retail part of Lansdowne.
So yes, I think what we've said is that, first of all, we've always had the right to sell any or all of the retail. That's been in the original agreement. And I think we have said that one of the things we're looking to try to do is to bring in potentially an institutional investor, a silent investor, if you want, and that would help bring some capitalization into the waterfall. It's not money that we would get directly. It would come into the waterfall from the sale. And that's something that with the growth of pension plans in Canada over the last 20, 30 years, pension plans have decided that they want a certain percentage of their portfolio that they invest to be in real estate. And I can tell you on the personal side for both myself and Mr. Ruddy, with our companies, we have pension plans that have invested with us in projects, and they are terrific partners because they put in their money and they let us run the show. So they're great partners to have. We don't have to meet with them all that often, once or twice a year, and we give them reports. So, that's one of the things that we wanted to have as an opportunity, and the changes that we've requested is to make the retail a more attractive opportunity for them. But we would retain the management. It would be something that nobody walking through Lansdowne would know that that's taken place. We would report, of course, to you as our partners. I think we'd probably, in fact, when I know we do, the city has an opportunity to approve any transaction, any partner that we would bring in. So this would be 100% disclosed to the city, and the city's approval would be sought. And it's something that we hope would be something that would help with the monetization for Lansdowne as well, to bring more capital into the waterfall.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor?
No, it'd just be good to get a report from staff on the implications for us before the council meeting, if that does take place. I don't anticipate there's a ton of implications, but it's just nice to know. Just given what we're doing, we're saying that base rent would continue even with the transfer, and how it would work for us in the future would be helpful to know. As I say, I'm not opposed to some of the clauses in here, and other ones I think need some more reflection and some discussion. So I appreciate the answers today, and look forward to talking with you more in the future. And Mark, I look forward to our excellent working relationship continuing. So thanks for all the discussion today.
Mr. Mayor, may I I'm sorry to interject, but the Councilman had asked a question about a second audit report. And I just confirmed that audit report has already been before council. It was a follow-up audit. So there's only one audit report coming on the waterfall. I just want to be clear. So in terms of your expectations, thank you.
No, it just came directly from Ken Hughes, though. He was the one who mentioned it. So I'll follow up with him.
Okay, thank you all. This has been a very thorough discussion, and I appreciate all of the public taking the time to offer their comments. We have a staff recommendation before us. All those in favor of the staff recommendation, carried?
Carried.
Carried.
The dissents?
Carried.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg, Mr. Gowdy, for your participation. We'll carry on now. We have the hour of 7 o'clock. We've got to finish by 7, or we have to pass a motion. So notice is a motion for consideration of subsequent meeting. Any written inquiries, Madam Deputy Committee Coordinator? No.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Other business. Adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Carried. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a reminder that the media press conference will take place in 10 minutes from now. So at about 6:20, media conference at 6:20. Thank you.
Media.
Adjournment.